The stagnation of his cultivation was only the main drawback. Other than that, there were many other smaller drawbacks. One of them was the fact that he had no sense of pain. His cognition slowing down was another problem. In this world, Wisdom Path had already deciphered the mysteries behind how a person thinks. When a person thinks, many thoughts would be created in their minds. Intelligent people would generate a large number of thoughts more quickly, while stupid people would generate fewer thoughts and at a slower pace. When these individual thoughts collide into one another, they would fuse or possibly be destroyed. Eventually, one or more new thoughts would be created. These new thoughts would be the result of their thinking. The brain is the place which gives birth to thoughts. It is an important domain for all life forms when they think. But this domain is decided on two aspects. One was the body, while the other was the soul. If a person's soul resided in a wild beast's body, then this wild beast would become very intelligent. This level of intelligence would far surpass an ordinary wild beast, but would be lower than a normal human being. Gu is the essence of heaven and earth. Man is the spirit of all beings. Among all living beings, humans were the most intelligent. To achieve this, one needed a human's physical body and a human's soul. Now that Fang Yuan's body was completely dead, only his soul was intact. Thus, in his mind, the number of thoughts generated would be much fewer, and the speed of his cognition would reduce greatly. Intensive thinking would lead to a sharp fall in the number of thoughts. Because the zombie's mind produces fewer thoughts, and at a slower pace, the thoughts generated cannot keep up with the expenditure of thoughts. If Fang Yuan was a brute, so be it. But he was very skilled at scheming. He was an ambitious person who was used to plotting in order to succeed in situations. After becoming a zombie, he felt very uncomfortable. He was not used to this new change at all. No wonder most zombies like First Gen Gu choose to enter deep sleep. When one is sleeping, they would think less, and the consumption of their thoughts would fall sharply. Thus they would be able to accumulate more thoughts in their mind. When they battle, they would think intensely and use up these thoughts. Fang Yuan had a new understanding in his mind. This was the same reason as that of Giant Sun's Will, who chose to enter deep sleep. The less I think, the more dull and slow I would become. To think that one day, I, Gu Fang Yuan, would turn into an idiot. Fang Yuan mocked himself in his mind, collecting his scattered thoughts. Next, he turned to Little Hu Immortal. Bring my senior brother, Tai Bai Yun Sheng. In here, I want to meet him. Little Hu Immortal replied to him obediently, immediately vanishing from the spot. She was the land spirit. She could freely teleport anywhere within Hu Immortal blessed land. After 10 breaths of time, Little Hu Immortal reappeared, this time bringing Tai Bai Yun Sheng with her. Junior brother Yusai? What shall we do now? Taking a look at Fang Yuan, Tai Bai Yun Sheng was stunned. His eyes turned red as he spoke in a choking voice. He already was aware of the fact regarding Fang Yuan turning into a 6-armed heavenly zombie king completely. This was something Fang Yuan had specified to Little Hu Immortal earlier, as something that could be exposed to Tai Bai Yun Sheng. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Originally, I had advanced into a strength path Gu Immortal. What a pity that I have ended up in this state. There is no choice. I will have to continue calling you senior brother. Come, senior brother, this is a crude place. Please find a block of stone and take a seat. The cave that Fang Yuan was in now was dug out from the center of Dang Hun Mountain back in the day by Fairy Bai Hu. It was the place where she had built Dang Hun Palace. After Dang Hun Mountain was destroyed by the Gruel Mud Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan had returned it to normal with Tai Bai Yun Sheng. The restored Dang Hun Mountain retained this mountain cave. But the golden bricks, the silver tiles, the pink curtains, the large round bed, the golden silk blankets, and the fragrant wind chimes that were in Dang Hun Palace were nowhere to be found. Rank 6 Immortal Gu landscape as before, it could restore any mountain or body of water back to a state in the past. The furniture inside Dang Hun Palace did not count as being part of a mountain or body of water. Of course, Fang Yuan did not want to restore the former Dang Hun Palace, either. After all, Fairy Bai Hu's bedroom was way too pink. It was filled with a feminine aura and did not suit Fang Yuan. There was no furniture in the mountain cave. It was really crude and simple. Tai Bai Yun Sheng chose the boulder closest to Fang Yuan and sat down. Right now, his inner thoughts were filled with concern, gratitude, and unconditional trust towards Fang Yuan. After all, the two of them had braved dangers and near-death experiences together. They had gone through a lot in northern plains and had witnessed the sincerity and feelings in each other's hearts. Not to mention the 2 times Fang Yuan had helped Tai Bai Yun Sheng in the True Inheritance secluded domain. He did not hesitate at all, not even batting an eyelid. The first time, it was to retrieve landscape as before Immortal Gu, while the second time, he gave up on man as before Immortal Gu in order to save Tai Bai Yun Sheng's life. During that moment, Tai Bai Yun Sheng was so touched his tears nearly flowed down his cheeks. He had a Gu immortal inheritance, He naturally knew the immense attraction an Immortal Gu had towards a Gu immortal. Fang Yuan gave up on the Immortal Gu in order to save him, Tai Bai Yun Sheng. This completely displayed Fang Yuan's true feelings. After that, Tai Bai Yun Sheng was captured by Hei Lou Lan. Fang Yuan immediately changed his direction, taking back man as before Gu first. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was in complete agreement with his actions, and his heart settled. This was truly a rational decision. When he woke up, he found that he was inside Hu Immortal Blessed Land, and was out of danger. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was jubilant. Being able to luckily maintain his life was naturally a very joyous matter. But what made him even happier was that afterwards, seeing that he had woken up, little Hu Immortal returned landscape as before and man as before, these two Immortal Gu back to him. Tai Bai Yun Sheng had a soft and kind nature. He had deep attachment towards these two Immortal Gu. Regaining his important treasures after losing them, he was truly overjoyed. But when he heard about Fang Yuan's situation from little Hu Immortal, his heart shuddered. All of his joy was swept away. His inner thoughts was filled with sadness, guilt, regret, and pity. Thus, he had repeatedly tried to meet Fang Yuan, attempting to give it his all to save this junior brother. At this moment, he sat on the stone boulder. He had an expression of grief as he sighed deeply. I am ashamed. Not only did junior brother save this life of mine, I even have to bear your consolation and kind words after meeting you. Fang Yuan stretched out one arm, patting Tai Bai Yun Sheng's shoulders, using his hoarse voice as he laughed. Destiny is unpredictable. Most things in life do not go your way. As a person, we should be more open-minded. Although I became a zombie, it is still halfway between life and death. Compared to those dead people in Giant Sun's will, we are much better. Especially when at the final moment, I even obtained Wisdom Gu. This is a huge profit. Senior brother does not need to blame yourself. You should be happy. When Fang Yuan was leaving, he opened the Stargate. Wisdom Gu knew that this was a tunnel to the outside world. Its survival instincts urged it to fly towards Fang Yuan on its own initiative. This was something Fang Yuan had expected. Stargate Gu was Immortal Gu. It could not contain the aura of an Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth as he forcefully placed Wisdom Gu in his immortal aperture. Even though Wisdom Gu restrained its own aura and Fang Yuan's immortal aperture was a dead land, having much greater capability to support it, Fang Yuan was barely able to handle it during the short period of time needed to pass through the Stargate. The moment he returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he quickly let Wisdom Gu out. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was a rank 6 immortal aperture, but it was situated on Tian-Ti Mountain. It took in the Earth Chi of Central Continent and was very stable. It was not comparable with an immortal aperture that was still in a Gu immortal's body. Regarding Wisdom Gu, Tai Bai Yun Sheng was aware of the matter. An outstanding person will do outstanding things. Junior brother's abilities have truly made me feel nothing but deep admiration. But even the legendary rank 9 Immortal Gu would not be able to treat junior brother's zombie body. Why don't you let me try and use man as before Gu? Tai Bai Yun Sheng was very emotional. At this point, he had already stood up, ready to give it a try. But Fang Yuan stopped him. Senior brother, you know clearly deep within your mind that this man, as before Immortal Gu, can only return a person to a prior state within one moment in the past. Although it can revive a person, such a long time has already gone by. I do not know what countless number of moments have passed since then. How can it possibly heal me? It will be in vain even if you try. Why should you waste your precious green grape immortal essence? Tai Bai Yun Sheng's expression was ashen. His emotions were unstable. When Fang Yuan had finished his words, he suddenly stretched out his palms, slapping harshly on his own face. Crack, crack, crack. 5 to 6 sharp sounds were heard. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was actually slapping himself. Senior brother, stop it. What are you doing this for? Fang Yuan acted like he was caught off guard. He hurriedly stood up, stretching out 2 arms and grabbing Tai Bai Yun Sheng's hands. Tai Bai Yun Sheng could not compete with Fang Yuan's strength at all. After being immobilized, he cried profusely. Junior brother, I have let you down. I am really very sorry. As he cried, his knees bent as he actually attempted to kneel down. Fang Yuan quickly grabbed him, asking in shock, Senior brother, what are you doing? Junior brother, if back then, I had lent man as before Immortal Gu to you, you would have been able to use it at the crucial moment and would not have turned into this current form. Tai Bai Yun Sheng said with a tear-stricken face. He was a very kind person, although he had indirectly caused the death of Gao Yang and Zhu Zai in the past. That was just a person's instincts to survive. To him, Fang Yuan was the savior of his life, a benefactor. He was also his junior brother. They had the same master, but this person who was his benefactor and junior brother was harmed because of his own negligence. If back then, Tai Bai Yun Sheng had taken the initiative to lend his Gu worm to Fang Yuan would not have ended up in such an awkward state. After Tai Bai Yun Sheng woke up, this thought had been lurking in his mind. It caused him to feel great grief and regret. He was in deep agony. At this moment, Tai Baiyun Sheng was weakly falling towards the ground. He was in agony and regret. He was only supported by Fang Yuan's 2 arms. Fang Yuan was 6 meters tall. He looked down at the crying Tai Baiyun Sheng from above as a trace of eeriness flashed across his eyes. I am very glad that you have such thoughts, he laughed in his mind. But with his mouth he sounded very sincere as he said, Senior brother, you do not need to be like this. Although a zombie's body is very hard to revert, there exist many ways and methods that are available for me. And don't forget that we have Wisdom Gu here. Tai Baiyun Sheng slowly shook his head. He spoke weakly. Wisdom Gu is as high as rank 9. It came here with you all because of its survival instincts. Junior brother, even if you are a rank 6 Gu immortal, you are unable to refine it, and there is no way you can control it. Of course I understand this. But even like this, just a bit of the light of wisdom is able to give me great rewards. In fact, my current zombie body has no lifespan. It is even more suitable for getting close to Wisdom Gu. Fang Yuan stretched out his 3rd arm, patting Tai Baiyun Sheng's back lightly, as he explained amicably. And what's more, I still have Mo Yao's will. Mo Yao. Tai Baiyun Sheng was confused. This was an additional gain of mine in 88 True Yang building. Mo Yao was once a refinement path grandmaster, a certain generation's fairy of Central Continent's Spirit Affinity House. Tai Baiyun Sheng was a born and bred man of Northern Plains. He had never heard of Mo Yao's name, but as Spirit Affinity House was one of the famous top 10 sects of Central Continent, he had heard of it before. A certain generation's fairy of Spirit Affinity House, as well as a refinement path grandmaster. It seems that this Mo Yao is not simple. Tai Baiyun Sheng's gloomy expression eased. Fang Yuan laughed again, saying, and most importantly, senior brother, don't forget that we still have Master. I am sure that Master has a solution for this. I will not hide this from you. After Master handed me the mission for 88 True Yang building, he only left me a single consumable Gu, with the specific use of reporting the details to him. I had already used this Gu 2 days ago, when I first returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Yuan had searched Tai Baiyun Sheng's soul earlier in 88 True Yang building, and learned about his life experiences as well as secrets. Tai Baiyun Sheng had once met a mysterious beggar, and obtained a time path Gu immortal inheritance from him. Thus, Fang Yuan lied and swindled, using his eloquent tongue and world-class acting skills to convince Tai Baiyun Sheng in 88 True Yang building, making him believe that both of them have the same master, which is that old beggar. Fang Yuan even gave that old beggar a random title of Purple Mountain True Monarch. Tai Baiyun Sheng believed this lie from Fang Yuan completely. Now that Fang Yuan mentioned this, Tai Baiyun Sheng's eyes were shining. So junior brother has a method to contact Master. This is truly fantastic. Others might not have a way, but Master is such a knowledgeable person. I am sure he has a method. The fires of hope were burning in his heart. From his tone, one could tell that the old beggar held a very important position within his inner thoughts. Tai Baiyun Sheng was filled with confidence towards this old beggar. If at this moment, he knew the truth, who knows what expression he would show. Fang Yuan showed no flaws, replying calmly. Senior brother, don't be hasty. I believe that Master's letter is going to come in a few days. We should wait patiently. Tai Baiyun Sheng nodded. After Fang Yuan used the name of Purple Mountain True Monarch, his mood had finally calmed down. He stood up straight, as Fang Yuan let go of his arms. Tai Baiyun Sheng took a step back. His gaze was locked with Fang Yuan's bright red eyes. He raised his palm and placed it by his chest, saying with a very solemn expression, Junior brother, I will engrave your kindness deep into my heart. I will never forget it. I swear to longevity heaven. Even if Master has no way to cure you, I, Tai Baiyun Sheng, will spend my entire life looking for a way to revive you. Junior brother. Ha. Longevity heaven is Giant Sun, Immortal Venerable's Grotto heaven. We have just wrecked this old fellow's True Yang building. Now you are swearing in its name. This is simply too ironic. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed. Senior brother, I will be frank with you. We are all Master's pupils, and I have saved your life before. A droplet received in need will be repaid with an entire spring. Next, I will need you to repay me fully. Tell me. Tai Baiyun Sheng immediately responded without hesitation. He had long since decided to repay this debt. Even if Fang Yuan wanted him to do the impossible, he would have no objections. During these days after he woke up, he had felt extremely guilty. His conscience was taking a beating, and only by making a sacrifice for Fang Yuan would his heart feel slightly better. Thus, Fang Yuan also became solemn. This matter, I have been thinking about it for a long time. That is our seniority issue. I am Master's legacy disciple, but because you became an immortal, you caught up to me. I am unsatisfied with this. I was originally a strength path Gu immortal, even though I turned into a zombie, but sooner or later, there will be a day when I revert back. Thus, according to seniority, I am the senior brother, you are the junior brother. What? Tai Bai Yunxing stared with his eyes wide open. He had never expected that the great debt Fang Yuan was requesting him to pay back was for such a tiny matter. A touched feeling welled up in his heart. Fang Yuan was someone who did not want to take advantage of his favor, but was he, Tai Bai Yunxing, someone who did not know how to repay favors? Tai Bai Yunxing thought in his mind. He sighed and stretched out his palm, patting Fang Yuan's leg, which was tough like a mountain rock. His sharp and rough leg hair even caused pain to Tai Bai Yunxing's palm. Fang Yuan was like a giant, about 6 meters tall. Tai Bai Yunxing could only pat his leg with that height. He was solemn. Before raising his head, looking at Fang Yuan's face, he laughed teasingly. Oh, junior brother, that is wishful thinking. How can a thing like seniority be so easily changed? Unless master personally rearranges our positions, I will definitely still be your senior brother. Huh? Tai Bai Yunxing was a man not lacking in pride. How could he repay this huge favor so easily? Hey, Fang Yuan shouted, venting his unhappiness. Old Bai, why are you such a petty person? Could it be that you forgot what I said earlier? I will definitely not call you senior brother. Ha! Junior brother, I can completely understand you. This senior brother does not mind. Tai Bai Yunxing laughed and laughed. He was so touched his tears were overflowing. How many years had passed in which he had not laughed so joyfully? He had finally found his organization. Although he had not known Fang Yuan for long, he felt very close to him. It was as if they were family. His laughter was echoing in the mountain cave, with the pink crystal mountain walls also looking very heartwarming at this moment. Chapter 652. Seeing Wisdom Gu again, there was only Fang Yuan left in the cave. Tai Bai Yunxing had already left. He sat on the stone bench. His 8 monstrous arms were hanging down. Some were behind his back, some were crossed, together with his huge body. Just by sitting, he gave off a mountainous aura. It gave people fear. As for the way to deal with Tai Bai Yunxing, Fang Yuan had considered it deeply. Fang Yuan only trusted himself. He would never truly trust others. If he killed Tai Bai Yunxing, he would obtain man as before Gu and landscape as before Gu, as well as his rank 6-time path immortal aperture. But this was not maximizing his benefits. He could not deny the fact that Tai Bai Yunxing was a very useful chess piece. This useful was in 2 aspects. Firstly, he was worth using. Before he became an immortal, he was a famous healing Gu master in Northern Plains. Now that he was a rank 6-time path Gu immortal with a high-grade blessed land. And don't forget, he was even a flying master. He had great value if exploited. The second aspect was that he was easy to control. Fang Yuan had once searched his soul, thus he knew about Tai Bai Yunxing's life experience clearly. Tai Bai Yunxing was a kind-hearted man. He was conscientious and knew how to repay favors. He was indebted to Fang Yuan because he had been helped several times in True Yang building, especially during the final moment when he was rescued from the wind veil of assimilation, and even had his 2 Immortal Gu returned to him. Tai Bai Yunxing had placed his complete trust in Fang Yuan now. This point could be seen when Tai Bai Yunxing chose his seat earlier. There were many boulders in the cave. Fang Yuan had such an ugly appearance and was so huge. Normal people who got close to Fang Yuan would feel great pressure and would subconsciously keep a distance from him. But Tai Bai Yunxing purposely chose a seat that was closest to Fang Yuan. This meant that in his heart, Fang Yuan was one of the closest people to him. He was not afraid that Fang Yuan would cause any harm to him. Tai Bai Yunxing had once harmed Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. This was the most important point. His survival instincts took over his reasoning. This was something very natural. After that incident, Tai Bai Yunxing was filled with guilt and could not forget it. His appearance was haggard, and he was mentally tortured. After Fang Yuan's entrapment, he had almost gone crazy and rushed his immortal ascension. His original intention was to die. Attempting suicide because of his guilt, one could see how powerful his conscience was. By coincidence, Tai Bai Yunxing received the help of Giant Sun's will and successfully became a Gu immortal before falling unconscious. Fang Yuan used the Glass Owner token. Entering the round of 88 True Yang building, he was placed in and woke him up. At this crucial moment, he told Tai Bai Yunxing about the secret of their master. This precisely hit a weak point within Tai Bai Yunxing's mental state. Tai Bai Yunxing denied his own self. Thus he was in great agony and was very lost. But at this moment, Fang Yuan appeared, giving him a group of apprentices and an organization to provide him a sense of belonging. It gave him a feeling of protection and warmth. Next, Fang Yuan entered and exited his time path immortal aperture, casually asking him to take care of his Immortal Gu. This gave him the initial confidence. In addition, during their encounters and difficulties in True Yang building, all that had happened gave Tai Bai Yunxing a good reason to fully trust Fang Yuan. In a way, he had to thank Mo Yaos for interfering with his own mind. Otherwise, how could he have obtained Tai Bai Yunsheng's unconditional trust? Tai Bai Yunsheng caused the death of Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. This greatly violated his values and beliefs. He harbored extreme guilt. He felt that he was not such a person, yet he committed such an act. Now that I am his benefactor, he is indebted to me. He will definitely repay me 100-fold or even 1,000-fold. This is not only because he knows to repay favors, but also because this is a chance for him to prove that he is a good person. Feng Yuan calmly analyzed. Bad people would not repay favors. In fact, they would even return the favor with ill intentions. In the future, the more Tai Bai Yunsheng sacrifices for Feng Yuan, the more it would prove that he is a good person. That way, this can cancel out the guilt he felt towards Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. This touched upon the psychological studies from Earth, including the balance theory and compensation mentality. In a way, Feng Yuan gave Tai Bai Yunsheng a chance to prove himself once more and a reason for him to continue living. Feng Yuan knew this clearly. Thus, when he saved Tai Bai Yunsheng, he even returned man as before and landscape as before, these two Immortal Gu. I have way too many Immortal Gu. It is very costly to feed them. At this point, leaving man as before and landscape as before to Tai Bai Yunsheng is undoubtedly better. At the same time, my immortal aperture is dead. It cannot produce immortal essence. I only have 19 beads of green grape immortal essence. The more I use them, the fewer I have left. Although I can use some of Bai Hu's immortal essence, isn't it best if I can make use of Tai Bai Yunsheng's green grape immortal essence instead? Thinking of the cost of feeding Immortal Gu, Feng Yuan felt a headache. Raising a Gu worm was like supporting a mistress. Gu masters are often unable to afford it or maintain their upkeep. Ever since Feng Yuan had Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he had no problems feeding Mortal Gu. But now that he had so many Immortal Gu, not even Hu Immortal Blessed Land could afford such high costs. This was a blissful worry. Many Gu Immortals did not have a single Immortal Gu. They were still looking for one. In Feng Yuan's previous life, he also struggled to refine one, Autumn Cicada. After he finally succeeded after numerous difficulties, he was forced to self-detonate. Right now, Feng Yuan was racking his brain, trying to think of how to feed so many Immortal Gu. Feng Yuan sat silently, attempting to find some inspiration from his previous life's memories. After trying for a while, he gave up. Sigh, after becoming a zombie, my cognition has truly slowed down. Earlier when speaking to Tai Bai Yunsheng, I could feel my thoughts moving slowly. Right now, my thinking speed cannot keep up with my original pace. He summoned the land spirit. Little Hu Immortal. How is Wisdom Gu? Where is it now? Little Hu Immortal was the Blessed Land's land spirit. She could understand everything that was happening in the Blessed Land. Master, Wisdom Gu had gone deep underground since it was brought here by you. It found a Rockman cave and is currently slumbering inside. Little Hu Immortal closed her eyes. After sensing for a while, she opened her giant watery eyes and said this. Feng Yuan nodded, ordering, bring me there. The cave that Wisdom Gu was in was rather big. After Feng Yuan was brought over by Little Hu Immortal, he could still move about freely. Sensing that Feng Yuan had arrived, Wisdom Gu shone with a 5-colored light. Little Hu Immortal sat on Feng Yuan's shoulder, staring at Wisdom Gu curiously. This was the rank 9 Wisdom Gu. Although Little Hu Immortal could sense everything in the Blessed Land, but such a close-range encounter was still very rare. Oh Wisdom Gu, I helped you to escape and saved your life. According to our earlier agreement, it is time for you to hold your end of the deal. In the dark and gray cave, Feng Yuan's voice echoed. Wisdom Gu was silent. After a few breaths' time, it floated up into the air. At the same time, it summoned the light of wisdom. So beautiful. Little Hu Immortal stared with shining eyes, laughing joyfully. The sphere-shaped light of wisdom was shining in many colors. It engulfed Feng Yuan and Little Hu Immortal. Feng Yuan could instantly feel many of his thoughts colliding. He could think at lightning speed. This was the result of an accelerated cognition speed. This is so comforting. Little Hu Immortal slowly opened her eyes wide and stared dazedly. She was immersed in the wonderful feeling of being in the light of wisdom. But after a few breaths' time, her body started fading. Little Hu Immortal, you were formed from obsession. Although fused with the heavenly power, you are still restricted by the Wisdom Gu. You cannot stay here for long. Quickly go back. Feng Yuan stretched out a finger, pointing at Little Hu Immortal's head, waking her up. Little Hu Immortal hugged her head. Her white cheeks turned red with excitement. Master, I can't believe I could become so smart. Wisdom Gu is amazing, she shouted, like a child who had found new toys. She was overjoyed. Master is most amazing. You could even get Wisdom Gu. Just let me stay here a bit longer. Is that okay? She started bootlicking Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. It seems that Wisdom Gu had made you think more. Quickly get out. Saying so, his 2 fingers pressed on Little Hu Immortal's head. Little Hu Immortal's cute, tiny head was squeezed by Fang Yuan's finger as he pressed again and again. Little Hu Immortal pouted slightly as she shook her head. Master, I am going to leave. She did not dare to disobey Fang Yuan's words. She vanished with a flash. The cave was quiet again. Fang Yuan did not sit down. Since the zombie's body was extremely hard and tough, there was no difference in feeling between sitting or standing. He stood in the halo. The first thing he did was to inspect Mo Yaos' will, which was suppressed in his immortal aperture. Mo Yaos' will was unaffected by the light of wisdom. Even though he had confirmed this earlier in the wind veil of assimilation, Fang Yuan's heart was finally at ease after confirming it once again. Once the immortal aperture is formed, it is a small world. The walls of the immortal aperture are the walls of heaven and earth. It isolates the inside and outside. There is almost no outside force that can influence the small world inside. Fang Yuan shut his bright red eyes as he started to think and ponder. He had become a zombie. The production of thoughts in his mind had become much slower, and his cognition had also slowed. But the light of wisdom could cause his thoughts to collide at an increased speed. As they collided, he would expend a lot of thoughts in a short period of time. If he was another ordinary zombie basking in this light, although he would turn smarter for a moment, he would become an idiot immediately afterwards. But there were wills in Fang Yuan's mind. These wills were all formed from wisdom path Gu worms. They could think. Earlier, in order to deal with Mo Yaos, Fang Yuan had delved into wisdom path and bought many different Gu worms like special will Gu, deliberate will Gu, sharp intent Gu, and so on. These wills all helped him at the last moments of his journey in Northern Plains. Right now, Fang Yuan's brain could no longer keep up. He had to use these wills as replacements. His primeval essence was limitless, thus his wills were also near infinite. Under the light of wisdom, the originally stable wills all melted like snow in sunlight. They were shrinking. What followed after was the appearance of flashes of inspiration, and his old memories were becoming clearer. As long as Fang Yuan concentrated and recalled his memories, these huge amounts of memories would vividly play out again in his mind. At this moment, the world seemed brighter. Even before he had truly thought of the result, Fang Yuan already had many different ideas to resolve the problem. As long as he followed these methods, Fang Yuan was sure that he would be able to find the most suitable method to solve this problem. In the underground cave, Fang Yuan bathed in the light of wisdom and pondered deeply. Although I am reborn and have 500 years of experience from my past life, but in contrast to old monsters like Mo Yaos and Giant Sun, I pale in comparison. My previous dominance in this aspect has already vanished. Throughout the flow of history, there were as many grand heroes as there were stars in the sky. In the history of humans, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was an unrivaled expert that could seldom be produced even in 1,000,000 years. Fairy Mo Yaos was a refinement path grandmaster, and back then was the fairy of Spirit Affinity House. She was a famous and influential person with shocking talent. In those days, she would be listed among the top 10 renowned Gu immortals in the large central continent. Fang Yuan had firm willpower and had gone through unique experiences, but he was also a single unremarkable star in this vast starry sky. With just his current strength and foundation, it was hard for him to be on par with the great experts that appeared in history. This trip to Northern Plains has far surpassed my original expectations. If not for the meddling of Mo Yaos' will, I could have stayed in Truyang Building and explored gradually using a different identity every 10 years. But at this point, the die is cast, and Northern Plains is bound to be in a great uproar. Countless experts and powerful forces will seek to find trouble with me. Fang Yuan summed up his experiences and sensed that the losses he suffered were due to his weakness in the aspect of wisdom path. His strong points were in calculating and scheming, and building upon his experience preserved from rebirth, his advantages were further amplified. However, Mo Yaos' will was able to disturb his thoughts, which caused him to not be able to think properly. 88 Truyang Building is a spiritual symbol of Northern Plains, and I am the main culprit in causing it to be toppled. If I am captured now, the consequences will be unimaginable. Although I am able to hide into immortal blessed land right now, it is not actually safe. Not speaking of Immortal Crane sect, which has been eyeing Dang Hun Mountain since the beginning, perhaps Northern Plains Gu immortals could discover my origins and track me down through wisdom path deductions. Fang Yuan knew clearly that holing up within Hu immortal blessed land seemed extremely safe, but was actually akin to waiting for death. Only by going on the offensive before these enemies ascertained the truth could he remedy this perilous situation. Dark Limit Immortal Gu. I have heard of it even in my previous life. It can indeed conceal aura and obstruct calculations. If I can get this Gu, I believe I can avert the dangerous situation. Fang Yuan thought of Hei Lou Lan. This woman was not of minor importance and was an outstanding, ruthless person. She was pragmatic and could flexibly take advantage of situations. She betrayed her ancestor for her own interests and wanted to kill her own father. These evidently displayed a demonic nature. She possessed great strength, true martial physique, and also obtained a strength path, Immortal Gu. Once she advanced into a Gu Immortal, her path would be one of rapid progress. One could say that she was similar to Fang Yuan, but precisely because of this, in cooperating with her, it demanded exceptional caution. Whether it was Immortal Gu Dark Limit or fixed immortal travel, they were both things he desired. Fang Yuan's thoughts started to slow down as he thought till this point. The wills in his mind were nearly expended. Fang Yuan was dazed for a moment, before retreating from the light of wisdom to activate Gu worms and create new wills. His mind was soon filled with many types of wills. It is a pity that mortal Gu cannot create too many wills, and they are easily consumed in the light of wisdom. If I can use an Immortal Gu to create wills, their number would be enormous and could also be sustained for a long period of time, allowing me to think as much as I like. Fang Yuan felt some regret. He had a rank 6 wisdom path, Immortal Gu, delight in water and mountain, which could create joyful will. However, Fang Yuan did not use it after slight consideration. Immortal Gu required immortal essence. He only had 19 beads of green grape immortal essence left, and because his immortal aperture had become a dead land, using one immortal essence bead would mean one fewer bead left without replenishment. He needed to save his immortal essence as much as possible to be prepared for the times when they are necessary. Thus, he opted to use Mortal Gu for now. After accumulating a fixed amount of mortal wills, Fang Yuan stepped into the light of wisdom again. This time, he did not think about external situations, instead concentrating on himself. I have transformed into a zombie. My cultivation cannot progress an inch. How to resurrect and restore my human body is the first issue. It would be great if I could use Yin-Yang Rotation Gu, but I am an immortal zombie, while Yin-Yang Rotation Gu only is at rank 4. The second issue is that I am already bankrupt. Fang Yuan had invested almost all of his savings in his trip to Northern Plains. His required expenses were now already greater than his earnings, and he was now facing bankruptcy. He did not even have one immortal essence stone in his possession now. Even Hu Immortal Blessed Land had become extremely barren. Before the decisive battle in Northern Plains, Fang Yuan had already used up the remaining immortal essence stones. At the final juncture, he even had to exchange his goods to make purchases. He had already sold almost all the fox groups and wolf groups in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. In the large grassland in the Blessed Land, foxes and wolves could only be seen occasionally. Most of the nearly 10,000 hairy men Fang Yuan had bought in the past were also sold for emergency support. Now there were only around 2,000 old hairy men that were experienced in refining Gu left, which Fang Yuan was reluctant to sell off. The Rockman slave transactions had been a strong economic pillar for Fang Yuan. But after Immortal Crane sect stopped the transactions, this pillar crumbled down. The Rockman trading market in Treasure Yellow Heaven had already been divided up completely, and it would be hard for Fang Yuan to squeeze in. This caused the already bad situation to turn worse. There was no use in merely having powerful battle strength. There must be enough resources to support one's cultivation. The way of Gu involved nurturing, using, and refining. Gu masters could not just use Gu. They had to raise and also refine Gu. Fang Yuan was now a zombie. His cultivation had stagnated, which further increased the resources he required. Only by doing so could he have a higher chance of restoring his life. 3 days later, within Danghun Palace, Fang Yuan made simple arrangements once again, building a rough hall where stone chairs were arranged in 2 rows. The main chair was as spacious as a bed with its back as high as a monument. However, when Fang Yuan sat on it, it fit him just right. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was sitting on the first seat to Fang Yuan's left. His brows were furrowed as he held a small and exquisite white dove. This white dove was flickering with faint radiance. It was the rank 5 messenger dove Gu. Tai Bai Yun Sheng's consciousness left the messenger dove Gu after a few moments. He heaved a deep sigh and worriedly said, "Master does not plan on helping and is making this a test for junior brother." Fang Yuan nodded. "Right. Master criticized me in the letter, saying I was greedy for small gains, not listening to his advice before I left, and rashly opening Dichio inheritance, which caused me to encounter Mo Yaos' will and created a series of ill consequences. So this time, he wants me to resolve this issue by myself. Sigh, Master's style has always been like this. It seems I have no other option but to work hard." Tai Bai Yunxing nodded, approving of Fang Yuan's last sentence. Back. Then, the old beggar disappeared right after giving him the Gu immortal inheritance, not concerned with anything else. This style was the same as Fang Yuan's test, thus Tai Bai Yunxing did not sense anything weird. Tai Bai Yunxing asked in a quiet voice, "Junior brother, you said Master had already taken in 6 legacy disciples. You are ranked 5th, grasping strength and enslavement path, with 2 Gu immortal inheritances. That means you have 5 other fellow disciples. How about we ask them for help? Fang Yuan shook his head. What a joke. Of course it was not possible. This messenger dove Gu's contents were fabricated by Fang Yuan. Purple Mountain True Monarch's name was also casually made up by him. The 6 great legacy disciples were even more fictitious. How could one ask for help from those that did not exist? This is not possible. Fang Yuan gave a bitter smile, his gaze revealing extreme sincerity. First of all, I only have heard Master mentioning these fellow disciples once in a while. I have not personally seen them, and also don't know what their identities are or where they are located. More importantly, this is a task assigned by Master. He has already approved of your status in the letter and has ranked you as the 5th disciple, and has said you have to help me for this period of time to solve this issue. At the same time, he allowed me to retain and use all the spoils of battle from Northern Plains. This is the help Master is giving me. If I still ask for help from the other disciples, it would not be what Master wishes for. After all, this is his test for me. Tai Bai Yun Sheng worriedly and anxiously said. Even if Master did not say it, I would still remain by junior brother's side and use all my strength to help you. What are your plans now? Old Bai, you also read the contents in the letter. Master mentioned for me to join Zombie Alliance. What kind of organization is this Zombie Alliance? Tai Bai Yunxing asked. He had just recently advanced into a Gu Immortal. As such, there were many things regarding Gu Immortals he did not know about. Zombie Alliance is just like what its name implies. It is an alliance of zombies. This alliance has existed since long ago, and reportedly it appeared in the medieval antiquity era 300,000 years ago. Now, it is a super force which is spread throughout the 5 regions. Its main headquarters is in Eastern Sea, with a branch in each of the other 4 regions. Fang Yuan introduced. It actually extends throughout the 5 regions. Could they be even more powerful than Northern Plains Huangjin family? Tai Bai Yunsheng was moved. Fang Yuan shook his head. That isn't the case. Almost all of Zombie Alliance's members compose of zombies, and their higher-ups are immortal zombies like me. For the most part, these immortal zombies are Gu immortals who reached the end of their lifespan and had no choice but to turn into zombies to prolong their life. These Gu immortals' immortal apertures are dead. They cannot produce immortal essence, nor can they absorb heaven and earth chi, and after some time, their blessed land would start shrinking and parts of it would crumble. Thus, their battle strengths often can't compare to normal Gu immortals. Naturally, certain immortal zombies are exceptions. Zombie Alliance's branches were weaker than the respective regions' super forces. But the headquarters at Eastern Sea was a level stronger than the native super forces. So it is like that. Tai Bai Yunsheng had grown in knowledge. He then asked with some doubt. Then why does Master want junior brother to join Zombie Alliance? Fang Yuan thought for a moment before saying, if a Gu immortal reached the end of their lifespan and transformed into an immortal zombie with no other choice left, then later on, if they obtain lifespan Gu, they are sure to want to resurrect. Originally, one of the purposes for Zombie Alliance's establishment was to help each other to research the method to regain a live physical body. So much time has gone by, they definitely have obtained some results. I think Master's purpose lies in this point. Tai Bai Yunsheng was happy and also worried. This suggestion is really good. But how will you join Zombie Alliance? Fang Yuan laughed. Old Bai, you don't need to worry. Joining Zombie Alliance is extremely simple. I only need to show my status as an immortal zombie. It's that simple. Of course, Zombie Alliance is suppressed by all the super forces, thus they operate with much difficulty. As such, they are very eager to have more members in the Alliance. At the same time, an immortal zombie's identity is not easy to disguise. Zombie Alliance has researched very deeply and has many methods to distinguish between immortal zombies. I intend to join Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, but before this, we have to wait for someone. Hei Lou Lan. Tai Bai Yunsheng blurted out. Fang Yuan nodded. He did not hide his plans to go to Northern Plains from Tai Bai Yunsheng and had revealed almost everything, as he still needed to borrow the latter's strength in the future. Chapter 654. Asking Mo Yaos will sigh. It has been so many years since I last saw a mirror willow. Mo Yaos will sighed. She touched the one and only mirror willow tree, speaking with deep emotions as she recalled the memories of her past. Fang Yuan's will was by her side. He silently watched and did not say a word to disrupt her. This world was rotting and dark. It was Fang Yuan's dead immortal aperture. Fang Yuan had tricked Mo Yao's will into entering his immortal aperture, suppressing her afterwards. Mo Yao was a refinement grandmaster. She was once a legendary Gu immortal. In the history of Central Continent, she had left behind her markings. Her will naturally had great value. Although Fang Yuan was harmed by Mo Yao's will and had gone through a near-death experience in Northern Plains, Fang Yuan did not hate Mo Yao's will. On the contrary, there was appreciation, even as much as admiration. If he was the one scheming, he might not have done any better than Mo Yao's will. He was prepared to interrogate Mo Yao's will, but it turned out that she was extremely cooperative. Towards the questions that Fang Yuan asked regarding refinement path, not only did she answer all of them, she even elaborated on the points, and Fang Yuan gained huge insights from her words. But when Fang Yuan asked about the information of Spirit Affinity House, Mo Yao's will suddenly had a request. I have been away from Central Continent for so many years. Over these years, I have been missing the people and things over there more and more. Please find for me a tree of the mirror willow. It will alleviate my longingness for my homeland. Mirror willows were ordinary plants. They were about the size of ordinary willow trees, but their leaves were like pieces of mirrors. The leaves of these willows were the food of beggar moths. In the past, during the Rockman transactions, Fang Yuan had purchased a batch of mirror willows from Immortal Crane sect and had planted them into Immortal Blessed Land. Thus, he casually picked one of them and placed it into his immortal aperture. Back in the day, my main body and brother Bo Qing had first met each other under this mirror willow. The world moves on after a genius perishes, Mo Yao's will sighed. Immediately after, she turned around, looking at Fang Yuan's will. Thank you for acceding to my request. Since you want to know about Spirit Affinity House's matters, I will tell you about them. However, my information is extremely dated. You need to take note of this. Fang Yuan's will nodded. Mo Yao's will stood below the mirror willow, telling him much of Spirit Affinity House's inside information. Fang Yuan listened to her as he made comparisons to his 500 years of experience. His understanding of Spirit Affinity House greatly increased. Your immortal aperture is already dead. The mirror willow will be corroded by the death energy and turn into a dead tree in less than 3 days. What a pity. After giving him Spirit Affinity House's details, Mo Yao sighed again. But it unclear whether her pity was directed towards the mirror willow or Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. The next time you come here, can you bring a cup of Qingpu tea? This is Spirit Affinity House's specialty tea. It is not rare. Although I cannot taste it, I would like to see it. Mo Yao said. Fang Yuan's will snorted. It seems you have no awareness of your captive status. You are asking for this and that. Are you scheming something again? Mo Yao's will laughed charmingly. Oh Fang Yuan, you are too vigilant. Ever since my plan was exposed by you and was lured into the immortal aperture to be suppressed, I was already meat on the chopping block, subjected to your supervision at all times. You can do anything you want of me. How can I create any schemes, and how would I be able to execute them? However, let's speak openly. Even though I failed completely and have no way of turning this around, if you try and be forceful, you will get a very incomplete result. After all, soul searching is easy, but will searching is tough. If you were a wisdom path grandmaster, that would be possible, but sadly you have nearly no foundation in wisdom path. All your goo worms were bought randomly in the market. Wisdom path is different from other paths. It is mysterious and complex. You have not even reached the entry level yet. Mo Yao's will started criticizing Fang Yuan. She was not holding back at all. After all, she knew that Fang Yuan was very broad-minded. He was a rare and extraordinary demon. Indeed, at the next moment, Fang Yuan's will laughed. You are right, my wisdom path attainment is low, but thanks for your cooperation. From now on, you can live in my immortal aperture. I will bring the Qingpu tea next time. Saying so, his will flew into the sky. The immortal aperture opened a tiny slit, and this will flew all the way up into Fang Yuan's mind. In an instant, Fang Yuan learnt of all the information that this will had gotten from Mo Yao. Indeed, he lacked methods to proper search wills. Soul searching was easy, will searching was hard. This was normal. If that was not the case, when Wisdom Path Gu masters fight their enemies using wills, these will would reveal their own secrets to their enemies when they are captured and taken. Precisely because will searching was hard, Wisdom Path Gu masters used them to fight enemies. As for Mo Yao, she is indeed quite a formidable person. No wonder she could leave her name in history. Fang Yuan praised her and sighed secretly. Mo Yao's will's plan was exposed. She had utterly failed. She could not even self-detonate. She was sealed in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture and was fully suppressed. But even in such a desperate situation, she did not give up. She cooperated with Fang Yuan, answering his questions for him. That was to display her value and to fight for more time for herself. If one day, Fang Yuan encounters any danger and his immortal aperture shatters, or if he was captured by anyone, or died in the battlefield, Missouri Yao's will would have a chance to escape for freedom. Mo Yao's will did not give up. Her persistent and unyielding attitude made Fang Yuan inwardly feel admiration towards her. Of course, if Fang Yuan had the proper methods and could search wills, he would strike at the first moment. But currently, Mo Yao's will was cooperating with him. This was better for his benefits. If I could really find a wisdom path inheritance, it would all be easier. Unfortunately, wisdom path is mysterious and deep. There are very few wisdom path Gu masters and Gu immortals in number. There are no wisdom path inheritances that I know of in my memories. Back then, Fang Yuan had collected some scattered wisdom path Gu worms in treasure Yellow Heaven. He had mild progress in terms of wisdom path, but now that he was bankrupt, he had almost no purchasing power. He could not even continue this mild progress. As for the details of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance, he did not ask. Because Mo Yaos well knew, Fang Yuan did not have any methods to deal with her yet. The two of them were smart people. They knew that asking forcefully was not possible. Master, Immortal Crane Sect's reply is here. At this time, Little Hu Immortal appeared beside him, holding a rank 5-letter Gu. Immortal Crane Sect suddenly stopped the purchase of rockmen. Not long ago, Fang Yuan had sent them a letter to probe about this. Immortal Crane Sect's reply came very quickly. Fang Yuan took the letter Gu and his consciousness went into it. The content of the letter was written in a tough stance. They requested for Fang Yuan to initiate the trade of Guts Gu. Otherwise, Immortal Crane Sect would announce that Fang Yuan was a traitor of the sect and would mobilize the Gu Immortals to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. A year ago, Fang Yuan had used fixed immortal travel and snatched Hu Immortal Blessed Land from under everyone's nose. It was like he was taking food from a tiger. Immortal Crane Sect immediately reacted, using the similar appearance of Fang Yuan and Fang Zheng to announce that Fang Yuan was actually a disciple that Immortal Crane Sect had nurtured in secret. The other 9 sects thus recognized Immortal Crane Sect's victory. Immortal Crane Sect's plan was to remove the other 9 competitors, then deal with Fang Yuan single-handedly, attempting to take Hu Immortal Blessed Land for themselves. Fang Yuan was happy to see this. After all, the difficulty of dealing with solely Immortal Crane Sect was completely different from dealing with the 10 great sects at the same time. But this way, Fang Yuan silently agreed with Immortal Crane Sect's lie. He was Immortal Crane Sect's disciple. Hu Immortal Blessed Land is situated on Tian Mountain. Even the 10 great sects cannot attack it casually, as it would provoke public anger within Central Continent. But if they announced that I was a traitor of the sect, they would have the perfect reason to attack. Fang Yuan's expression was solemn, thinking about the situation. He was not afraid. This was something that he had expected over a year ago. He only did not expect that Immortal Crane Sect's patience had worn thin so quickly. Fang Yuan laughed, saying to Little Hu Immortal, "Bring Tai Bai Yun Sheng here." Tai Bai Yun Sheng heard this news, and his face turned gloomy. What shall we do now? Immortal Crane Sect is one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. It is a powerful force that surpasses Northern Plains super tribes. If they really attack, just the 2 of us cannot stop them. Fang Yuan laughed. Old Bai, I asked you here to inquire about your opinion regarding this difficult question. But the moment you met me, you asked me a question instead. Tai Bai Yun Sheng gasped. He showed some embarrassment and shame as he frowned, thinking about it. Eventually, he had an idea. Didn't we ally with Hei Lou Lan? We can ask her to help us. Evidently, Hei Lou Lan's great battle strength was ingrained into Tai Bai Yun Sheng's heart. Although Hei Lou Lan has the great strength true martial physique, even if she advanced into a Gu Immortal successfully, with just the 3 of us, we cannot stop Immortal Crane Sect. Fang Yuan sighed and shook his head. Then what shall we do? What shall we do? Tai Bai Yun Sheng paced back and forth, thinking hard. Fang Yuan looked at him, laughing but not saying a word. Suddenly, Tai Bai Yun Sheng stopped in his tracks. He patted his head. I've got it. Didn't Master ask you to join Zombie Alliance? We can totally join Zombie Alliance, and use Zombie Alliance's force to threaten Immortal Crane Sect. But Fang Yuan shook his head, saying, Zombie Alliance's structure is loose with little binding force, and Central Continent's Zombie Alliance branch is far inferior to Immortal Crane Sect. It is not threatening in the least. Furthermore, if I try to make use of Zombie Alliance, I will have to give up some benefits. I'm afraid that instead of Immortal Crane Sect, Zombie Alliance would be the first to benefit from this. That won't work too. Then what are we going to do? Tai Bai Yun Sheng raised his head and looked at Fang Yuan with a bitter, frowning expression. But when he saw Fang Yuan smile at the corner of his lips, he was stunned, before reacting, pointing at Fang Yuan as he scolded laughingly. What a junior brother you are, actually lying to this senior brother, watching my desperation. You look so confident, it is obvious you already have a plan. Ha ha ha. Old Bai, you have amazing vision. I could not lie to you. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, admitting it. What method do you have? Aren't you going to tell me? Fang Yuan replied. I had already told you the background of this matter. Immortal Crane Sect said I was their disciple because they were afraid of the other 9 great sects' interference. This is their weakness, and is something I am going to use to make a breakthrough. What are you going to do? Fang Yuan did not keep it from him. I already have a plan to send a letter to Spirit Affinity House, establishing our first contact. Earlier, Fang Yuan had asked about Spirit Affinity House's information from Mo Yaos for this purpose. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was worried again. Establishing a relationship now and only sending a letter Isn't that too late? The 10 great sects compete with each other, but they also cooperate. Is it possible that Spirit Affinity House would reject your letter and give it to Immortal Crane sect to express goodwill? Of course not, because this letter is very special. Fang Yuan was extremely confident. Chapter 655. Deducing a Gu recipe. Many flashes of inspiration appeared in his mind. Countless ingredients and Gu worms formed into many different ideas. The thoughts in his mind were also being consumed at a rapid rate. Such intense expenditure had far exceeded Fang Yuan's own limit in thinking speed. The power of a rank 9 Gu is truly terrifying. In fact, I have not even refined Wisdom Gu. I am only using a bit of its light of wisdom. Fang Yuan sighed in shock as he went out of the wisdom light halo. He was deducing and perfecting the refinement recipe of Gruel Mud Immortal Gu. Unlike beforehand when he reflected on the current situation or the changes in his body, perfecting an Immortal Gu recipe needed many more fields of consideration. A set of Gu refinement materials contained up to tens of hundreds of different materials, not to mention the grouping and coordination of different Gu worms. Precisely because of this, the wills in Fang Yuan's mind were depleting at a shocking rate. After a few days of accumulating wills, they were all expended in a dozen breaths' time. The result of this was an advancement of less than 0.1% in the deduction of Gruel Mud Gu's recipe. But to get such progress, if I did this alone without the help of the light of wisdom, I would need at least half a year. Fang Yuan estimated. A dozen breaths' time in exchange for half a year's time. This showed the great power of Wisdom Gu. But Fang Yuan was not satisfied. Deducing Gu recipes required too many areas of consideration, too many of his wills were being consumed, and too quickly. The wills that he accumulated in a few days were quickly used up in such a short time. The result was, he could not deduce more than 0.1% of the Gu recipe. Fang Yuan's original plan was to use Wisdom Gu to deduce Immortal Gu recipes, before selling them in Treasure Yellow Heaven for profit. But now he encountered a problem. Deducing Immortal Gu recipe requires a great amount of will. But Mortal Gu produced too little will each time. Even though I have been using these Mortal Gu to create wills at full capacity these days, I have almost pushed them to their limits. If I exceed this, the Mortal Gu will be damaged, unless I use the rank 6 Delight in Water and Mountain Gu. Fang Yuan thought about it for a while before deciding to give it a go. He consumed 1 bead of green grape immortal essence, activating Delight in Water and Mountain Gu. Swoosh! The Immortal Gu floated above his head, bursting out with a brilliant and dazzling light. The light poured down, like a heavenly river, injecting into Fang Yuan's mind. This joyful will was produced at such a grand scale. Compared to rank 5 Mortal Wisdom Path Gu, the will they produced was like a puddle of water. Meanwhile, this joyful will was produced like a great river. As expected of an Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan was overjoyed. Joyful will continued to pour and inject into him. Only after a long while did it stop. In Fang Yuan's spacious mind, a third of it was filled with joyful will. Special will was a golden color, appearing like sand. Joyful will was bright yellow. That is to say, as long as I activate Delight in Water and Mountain Gu 3 times, my mind would be filled completely? No wonder the market in Treasure Yellow Heaven would have those Wisdom Path Gu that can make the mind more spacious. Fang Yuan gained some enlightenment from his experiment. Strength Path Gu worms modified the Gu master's body. In contrast, Wisdom Path Gu worms modified the person's mind. Fang Yuan entered the Wisdom Light Halo once again, falling into deep thoughts. Euphoria. This felt way too good. Like there were no limits binding him. Everything was clear. For any difficult problem, a breakthrough could be attained in a flash. The only difference was, the harder the problem, the more will would be expended. A vast amount of refinement materials were chosen one by one. Countless Gu worms were combined into groups and tested at lightning speed, before splitting them apart again. Fang Yuan showed off his great skills. He felt that there was no problems in this world that could trouble him. This feeling was splendid. Only until all of the joyful will was expended, did Fang Yuan leave the light of wisdom reluctantly. He felt that only a dozen breaths' time had passed by since then. But in reality, 7 minutes had gone by already. Puff! Fang Yuan let out a sigh of turbid air. He shook his head. After leaving the light of wisdom, he immediately went back to his former self. He was still that zombie with slow cognitive abilities. The great difference felt like falling from heaven into hell. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, adjusting his emotions as he inspected the fruits of his labor. The progress of the deduction of Gruel Mud Immortal Gu's recipe advanced by 1%. Compared to before, this was huge progress. Fang Yuan nodded, but he soon shook his head again. He silently left the underground cave, going to Dang Hun Mountain's palace. Junior brother, how is the situation? Tai Bai Yun Sheng had been waiting inside the palace for some time. He quickly asked Fang Yuan in concern. He was covered in dust and sand. He had just returned after inspecting the western area of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Take a seat. Fang Yuan waved to him, taking a few big steps to the main seat and sitting down. Tai Bai Yunsheng looked at Fang Yuan with a curious gaze after choosing the seat closest to him. He knew that Fang Yuan was using Wisdom Gu to deduce an Immortal Gu recipe. Not long ago, he had followed Fang Yuan into the underground cave and had looked at Wisdom Gu from far away. He had finally obtained a lifespan Gu from Fang Yuan some time ago. He had limited lifespan and did not dare to get close to this legendary Gu worm. Fang Yuan leaned on the stone block like it was a chair. His legs were spread open, and a pair of his arms were placed on his leg. One pair was crossed over his abdomen, while another pair was at the handle of the seat. The final pair was crossed over his chest. He sat with a grand posture, like an unmoving mountain. He was still and silent, like a giant statue. He sighed, saying, "Mortal Gu were not efficient to use. I tried using the wisdom path Immortal Gu delight in water and mountain. The river of joyful will that it produced, under the light of wisdom, allowed my Gu recipe deduction to progress by 1%. Tai Bai Yunsheng heard this and stood up from his seat in excitement. He showed evident joy on his face. 1%? As expected of the rank 9 Wisdom Gu. That means, if we use it 100 times, we will be able to deduce an Immortal Gu recipe? With these Immortal Gu recipes, we can sell them in Treasure Yellow Heaven. This is a huge treasure chest that can yield us endless profits. By then, we will have an unceasing flow of immortal essence stones. To think that after becoming a zombie, Junior Brother can actually receive such benefits. These days, Tai Bai Yunsheng had been worrying over cultivation resources. He found out that after becoming a Gu Immortal, he needed much more cultivation resources. When Gu Master cultivate, they nurture their apertures. When Gu Immortal cultivate, they nurture their immortal aperture. There are many different ways one can nurture an immortal aperture, but the ultimate goal was the same, that is to make the immortal aperture's small world more vibrant and diverse. Planting more varieties of plants in the immortal aperture, bringing in more animals, improving the cycle of life, and establishing a proper food chain, nurturing and feeding more varieties of Gu worm groups. The more prosperous the immortal aperture, the greater life force it would have, and the faster immortal essence would be produced in the immortal aperture. This was the cultivation path of Gu Immortals. This was their way of improving. Thus, in Treasure Yellow Heaven, not only were Gu worms and Gu recipes sold, there were also the sale of beast groups, vegetation, mysterious stones, precious water, and so on. Looking at Tai Bai Yunsheng's excited look, Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. It seems that my method of asking you to inspect Hu Immortal Blessed Land and becoming familiar with the cultivation path of Gu Immortals is very effective. You have finally realized the importance of cultivation resources. But unfortunately, although selling Immortal Gu recipes is a very profitable trade, we temporarily cannot engage in that. Why is that? Tai Bai Yunsheng was confused. Because the investment is too great. Fang Yuan sighed. To get something from nothing, to deduce a rank 6 Immortal Gu recipe, the amount of green grape immortal essence we would need to expend is at least over 100. Junior Brother, didn't you deduce 1% of this Immortal Gu recipe? That is because what I was deducing was the Gruel Mud Immortal Gu remnant recipe. I told you before, earlier I had engaged in the trade of Gruel Mud. Thus I obtained many Gruel Mud Immortal Gu remnant recipes. But after I collated these remnant recipes, I only obtained this 60% remnant recipe. Fang Yuan answered. Tai Bai Yunsheng was not stupid. He immediately understood Fang Yuan's words. With the light of wisdom, no problem could trouble Fang Yuan. Under normal circumstances, if he encountered difficulty when deducing Gu recipes, they would be hard to resolve. If he was lucky and had a burst of inspiration, he would be able to think of a solution. But if he was unlucky and could not resolve this problem, he would be stuck there for years, or even decades without making any progress. But with Wisdom Gu, Fang Yuan faced no difficulty when deducing Gu recipes. Even if Fang Yuan encountered a problem that he could not solve due to his foundations, he just needed to think more. Using the light of wisdom to think, he only needed to consume more wills in order to resolve this problem. In this way, Immortal Gu recipes were easier to deduce towards the later parts. A 60% remnant recipe means it already has a general direction. This could allow Fang Yuan to rule out a large number of Gu refinement elements. On this basis, he progressed by 1% of the deduction. That is to say, if he started from zero, from scratch, and deduced the recipe from nothing, it would be extremely difficult. He would not even reach 1%. Fang Yuan continued. I only have 18 green grape immortal essence beads, while you have 26. Hu Immortal Blessed Land only has 64 beads of Baihu's immortal essence. But you and Hu Immortal Land Spirit cannot be under the wisdom light halo. Even if I lend delight in water and mountain Immortal Gu to you, The joyful will that you create cannot be used by me. At this point, the Gruel Mud Remnant recipe is the most promising of them, but it also requires about 40 beads of immortal essence from us. Don't forget that we are not safe now. Northern Plains Gu Immortals and Immortal Crane Sect are going to find trouble with us. Especially if Wisdom Gu is exposed. I'm afraid every Gu Immortal in the 5 regions would charge towards us with killing intent. Yes, the investment is too big, and we also need to preserve some green grape immortal essence as a preemptive measure to guard against enemies and accidents. Tai Bai Yun Sheng nodded. He sighed deeply and looked at the ground. He accepted this fact in disappointment. But immediately after, he raised his head, his eyes shining with light. I have an idea. Junior brother, I remember you told me about the matter with Fang Yuan spirit. Master told you about the secrets of 88 True Yang building. Thus when you requested help from Fang Yuan spirit, you said you deduced it yourself. That caused Fang Yuan spirit to assume you were a wisdom path Gu master, and it wanted to work with you to perfect Gu recipes. Oh, Fang Yuan pretended to jolt into realization. He showed an appropriately excited expression on his face. There is such a thing. After becoming a zombie, my brain is so useless, I did not think of this. Old Bai, you are completely right. The best remnant recipe that I have right now is the 60% Gruel Mud Immortal Gu recipe. There must be many remnant recipes in Fang Yuan spirit's hands. He probably has remnant recipes with a much higher completion rate. Junior brother, you are familiar with Fang Yuan spirit, and you also know the method to enter Fang Yu blessed land. We can totally cooperate with Fang Yuan spirit. Tai Bai Yunxing thought about this amazing plan and laughed loudly and heartily. Chapter 656. I will take down my brother in the name of justice. Old Bai, your reminder is very true, but I have no way to directly contact Fang Yuan spirit. I used 2 opportunities in the past to obtain 2 immortal Gu from that old man, Fang Yuan spirit, and I was nearly chased out by him. I don't think I'll be able to contact him. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. Is that so? Tai Bai Yunsheng's joy on his face froze. Linking between 2 blessed lands could be done through whole Earth Gu, directly connecting both of their territories. Earlier, when Fang Yuan traded with Immortal Crane Sect, he used this method. But Fang Yuan and Fang Yuan spirit's relationship was naturally not close to that extent. Most critically, Hu Immortal Blessed Land was in Central Continent, while Fang Yu Blessed Land was in Northern Plains. Even the whole Earth Gu was not easy to use. To directly connect to there, he needed to use Stargate Gu. Stargate Gu came in pairs, but Fang Yuan only had 1 Stargate Gu left now. The other one was destroyed in the Wind Veil of Assimilation. It seems we can only return to Northern Plains and meet Fang Yuan spirit personally, before asking for cooperation. Tai Bai Yunsheng sighed. No, there is another method that relies on luck. Fang Yuan hummed. That old land spirit loves refining Gu, but he cannot go out to search for Gu refinement materials. Fang Yu Blessed Land's terrain is very plain. It can produce very limited varieties of materials. He will have to go to Treasure Yellow Heaven often. We can wait for him patiently, staring at Treasure Yellow Heaven until his divine sense appears. Right, there is still this method. Tai Bai Yunsheng's eyes shone. So from now on, I will be relying on you, Old Bai. Fang Yuan said as a matter of fact. No problem, count on me. I will go back now and open Connecting Heaven Gu, linking to Treasure Yellow Heaven. Tai Bai Yunsheng patted his chest. He could not wait any longer. He was brought back to his residential area by the land spirit. He chose to build a temporary house at the western area of the Blessed Land. That was his temporary home. The terrain of Hu Immortal Blessed Land was similar to Northern Plains. Tai Bai Yunsheng did not feel any discomfort living here. He felt a serene feeling like being at home. Having roamed Northern Plains for about half his life, he had finally found an organization and had settled down. Therefore, he especially treasured this home. After sending Tai Bai Yunsheng away, Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. He had already thought of cooperating with Fang Yuan spirit long ago. In truth, a few days ago, he had asked Little Hu Immortal to keep an eye on Treasure Yellow Heaven, waiting for old Immortal Fang Yu's divine sense. But there was no progress at all. What he was thinking about now was not the matter about Fang Yuan spirit, but about Tai Bai Yunsheng. His journey in Northern Plains was very chaotic. Now during these days when he was in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he observed Tai Bai Yunsheng heavily and gained a lot of insight on this person. Tai Bai Yunsheng is indeed a good person. He has ability, but no ambition. His intelligence is only that of an average person. What he really has is the wisdom accumulated from his entire life's experiences. He does not have a grasp of the big picture. It is no wonder that even though he was a former young tribe leader, and having roamed for so many years, with sufficient reputation and strength, he did not manage to create a force of his own. Fang Yuan evaluated in his mind. Such a person is best as a follower that closely sticks to him, He should not be left alone due to his lack of leadership capability. Because of his nature and beliefs, if he is far away, not only would he be unable to cooperate, he might even ruin plans. Over these days, Fang Yuan had been in constant contact with Tai by Yun Sheng. Their relationship had been improving. During several of their late-night talks, Fang Yuan talked of his experiences since rebirth, only with the addition of the non-existent Purple Mountain True Monarch. Meanwhile, Tai by Yunsheng talked about basically all of his life's experiences. Many times, even though Fang Yuan already had some plan in his heart, he still asked Tai by Yunsheng to come over and discuss it. It might seem like a waste of time, but this was Fang Yuan's elaborate plan. Firstly, it was to test Tai by Yunsheng's ability and true self, to see if his emotions really came from the bottom of his heart. Secondly, telling him about the current situation without concealing anything increased his sense of belonging and his feelings of responsibility. Thirdly, it was a type of formless suppression towards Tai by Yunsheng. The result of all their discussions usually ended up with Fang Yuan's method being used, and Tai by Yunsheng's method being denied. As this happened more frequently, subconsciously, Tai by Yunsheng would rely more and more on Fang Yuan, paying greater attention to his plans and denying his own ideas. At crucial moments, Fang Yuan would be able to make decisions without any opposition. They would not quarrel over their own ideas and lead to conflict which could botch a situation. Fang Yuan was not Hei Lou Lan. Hei Lou Lan had the rank 6 slavery Gu and could enslave a Gu immortal. Fang Yuan did not have it, but Tai by Yunsheng was neither by Ning Bing nor Hei Lou Lan. Most importantly, Fang Yuan had his own methods, and he believed, even without slavery Immortal Gu, he could still subdue Tai by Yunsheng, to squeeze out his greatest potential and become his tool. This was the confidence of a demonic path overlord. Central continent, Feihe Mountain. The clouds were abundant in the sky. Thousands of cranes were flying. Winds blew on the verdant green mountain. Fang Zheng sat on a cliff, focusing his gaze on thousands of iron-beak flying cranes, as they created different formations according to his will. At times they charged, at times they split into two to pincer attack, and at times they formed a circular defensive formation. The wind blew his long hair. His bright eyes were shining with determination. Tough times make men grow, to Fang Zheng. The Hu Immortal Blessed Lands competition a year ago was a major setback for him. After some consolation, he walked out of his despair and put in even more effort. He had almost risked his life to cultivate daily. At this time, a voice came from Fang Zheng's aperture. Good. Your command of the iron beak flying cranes have reached a stage where you can manipulate them with ease. They move with a thought from you. Now, you can already go back to the sect to take the flying crane manipulation test and attempt to get B grade evaluation. You have a 60% chance of succeeding. If you do, you will get the test reward, a rank 5, 5-hole jade flute Gu. Once you have this Gu, your manipulation of the crane group would reach quasi-enslavement master level. The voice originated from a spirit incubating flea in Fang Zheng's aperture. Fang Zheng's master, Lord Sky Crane Soul, was residing in this Gu worm. Rank 5, 5-hole jade flute Gu. His eyes shone, excitement was all over his face. Yes, master, I will go now. Fang Zheng stood up, he willed, and a large iron beak flying crane king arrived before him. He jumped and easily got on the crane king's back. The crane king cried out in a proud tone. Fang Zheng sat on the crane king's back, the crane group flying around him. It was a scene of white as he flew towards Immortal Crane Sect amidst the wind and clouds. Not long after, he arrived at White Jade Square D. The iron beak flying crane landed in the square. Fang Zheng had just landed, when one of Immortal Crane Sect's disciples ran over quickly, greeting him. Senior brother Fang Zheng. Fang Zheng nodded. Junior brother, I am here to take the flying crane manipulation test. Senior brother Fang Zheng, please follow me. Immortal Crane Sect's disciple led the way. Quickly look, guys, that is senior brother Fang Zheng. He is the #1 elite disciple of our batch. Did you hear? Senior brother Fang Zheng is actually attending the flying crane manipulation test. Senior brother Fang Zheng is an enslavement path genius. To think that he has already reached the stage of quasi-enslavement path master, he is truly amazing. Along the way, everyone's whispered discussions entered Fang Zheng's ears. Fang Zheng heard them and smiled lightly. He was now fully grown. His body was tall, and he had long black hair that resembled a cape. His eyes were crystal clear. Although he looked ordinary, he had quite the disposition and was full of life. Wearing a green and white robe, he looked like a gentleman. It was very comfortable to look at him. Although senior brother Fang Zheng is strong, his brother is even more amazing. He is a superb character who managed to obtain Hu Immortal Blessed Land. That's right. According to a reliable source, his brother, Fang Yuan, is secretly a legacy disciple of a certain supreme elder. When Spirit Affinity House were on the verge of taking Hu Immortal Blessed Land, The Supreme Elder had no choice but to send senior brother Fang Yuan out. As expected, he shocked everyone and sealed the deal, obtaining Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Zheng has a good brother. The Guts Gu on Dang Hun Mountain can strengthen the soul. I can bet that Fang Zheng used the Guts Gu. Otherwise, with just his own hard work, how can he raise his cultivation to rank 5 in 1 year? Furthermore, his enslavement path attainment improved at lightning speed. He is actually going to take the flying crane manipulation test. The tone of these people was sour and bitter. Fang Zheng heard them as his smile slowly vanished. His fists, which were hidden in his sleeves, were tightly clenched. Brother. Fang Zheng's eyes shone with a trace of darkness. Ever since Fang Yuan used some unthinkable method to snatch Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Immortal Crane Sect had declared publicly that Fang Yuan was Immortal Crane Sect's disciple. During this year, Fang Zheng felt like life had returned to the past when he was suppressed by Fang Yuan. No matter what great results he obtained or how many improvements he made, others would only praise him briefly before mentioning the even more impressive Fang Yuan. Calm your spirit, my disciple. Lord Sky Crane's voice came from the spirit incubating flea. Lord Sky Crane's experiences were much richer than Fang Zheng. After these years of staying together, he had grasped a firm understanding of Fang Zheng. He consoled Fang Zheng. These years, I have seen all of your hard work. You are in no way inferior to your brother. Don't forget, you are now a rank 5 Gu master, a quasi-enslavement master. I bet your brother is not your match right now. In any case, Fang Yuan is going to face extermination soon. The sect has mobilized 3 supreme elders in this plan. They are tasked to take back Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Your brother has no way to survive. 3 supreme elders. That is the battle strength of 3 Gu immortals. Fang Zheng heard this and licked his lips before his gaze turned a bit dimmer. Lord Sky Crane knew what he was thinking. He laughed and said, Fang Zheng, don't feel any guilt towards this. Your brother had ventured into the wrong path. He is walking on the demonic path now. He actually slaughtered his entire clan. This makes him a beast worse than pigs or dogs. Fang Yuan is a true and blue demonic head. You cannot feel any sympathy towards him. Killing him is equivalent to benefiting the people of the world. Think about it. If he is alive, how many innocent people would be harmed? That's right. Brother's hands are full of blood. He is a murderer, a killer. I will take revenge for my clan, for my uncle and aunt, for Xin Shui'er. Fang Zheng inwardly shouted, urging himself. Good, that's it. Lord Sky Crane was evidently very happy with Fang Zheng's attitude. Think about these years. You were training in Fu Hu Blessed Land. How dangerous and terrifying was it? 1 year outside was 8 years inside Fu Hu Blessed Land. You became a rank 5 Gu master, suffering so much and enduring so much. Wasn't it for the greater plan of taking back Hu Immortal Blessed Land? Don't screw up at the last moment. You cannot disappoint everyone at this most crucial juncture. Don't worry, master. I understand. I will do my best and contribute to the sect. I will exterminate all evil and take down my brother in the name of justice. I will not disappoint you. Fang Zheng assured resolutely and unhesitantly. Chapter 657, Dong Fang Chang Fan. Miniscule Mountain. The light of wisdom dyed the cave walls with beautiful lights. Fang Yuan quietly stood in it for a good while before opening his eyes, slowly stepping out of the wisdom light halo. The wills in his mind were almost fully consumed. Mortal Gu could only produce limited wills and could not compare to Wisdom Path Immortal Gu. My deduction of Immortal Crane Sect's plan has failed, not because I don't have enough wills, but because I don't have enough clues. Fang Yuan reflected inwardly. After being in the Wisdom Light Halo many times over these days, he had summed up his experiences. Wisdom Gu was different from natural inspiration. Wisdom Gu emitted the light of wisdom, which could provide unending insights to Gu Master. But the result of the thoughts and deductions were based on the Gu Master's foundation as well as the clues they had accumulated. Fang Yuan's attempt at deducing Immortal Crane Sect's conspiracy against Hu Immortal Blessed Land failed because he did not have enough evidence. In summary, the deeper the Gu Master's foundations and the more evidence they gathered, the more accurate the outcome of the deduction would be. Naturally, when there was more evidence, there would be more factors to consider, and the amount of thoughts and will consumed would also become larger. Especially when deducing Immortal Gu recipes, the factors to consider were too many, thus the wills consumed were enormous. As for natural inspiration, it was a precious experience when a Gu Master advances to a Gu Immortal. During this process, the Gu Master questions heaven and earth would directly provide the solutions with no need for the Gu Master to think. Let's take a difficult mathematical problem from Earth, for example, solving a multivariate equation. If the Gu Master used Wisdom Gu, his thoughts would quickly consume, while he would obtain numerous insights, causing there to be many paths to the solution. Some of these paths might be dead ends while some might give wrong results. Only a few would be correct paths which could deduce the solution, while natural inspiration would be akin to directly giving the correct answers. The Gu master would obtain the correct answer, but they had to know how to use it. Thus, during natural inspiration, the Gu master should not ask overly profound questions. Fang Yuan did not directly ask about eternal life. Maybe heaven and earth would give him an answer, but he would absolutely not be able to comprehend it. It was like a child who had not learned mathematics seeing a linear equation. They naturally would not be able to comprehend the answer. To comprehend this answer, the child would have to learn numbers, unknown variables, positive and negative numbers, and so on. But this would only be the foundation of the foundation. To Gu masters, even if they obtained answers to excessively profound questions, they would not be able to comprehend it or be able to use it. Even if they asked about all aspects of this difficult problem during natural inspiration and comprehended the basics, the time consumed would be too high. The amount of information would also be so large that the mind would not be able to bear it. As such, the best way to make use of natural inspiration was to ask according to the state of one's current foundation, then stabilize the foundation and progress step by step. But within Wisdom Path, there is an Immortal Gu that can allow a Gu immortal to directly obtain answers. That is Heavenly Secret Gu. Gu masters do not need to have their thoughts collide nor make deductions. As long as they grabbed onto that strand of heavenly secret, they would directly obtain the answer. In the records of history, this Gu was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. He possessed a rank 8 heavenly secret Immortal Gu, but after his death, this heavenly secret Immortal Gu disappeared without a trace, and there has been no news regarding it since then. Fang Yuan suddenly recalled Heavenly Secret. Immortal Gu. Gu worms had one ability, and even the rank 9 Wisdom Gu was no exception. The higher the ranks of the Gu, the more powerful their ability was. If Wisdom Gu was truly activated, its effect would definitely be terrifying. But even if it was stronger, it could not replicate the effect of Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu. It was rumored that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was the rank 9 Gu master, who could detect and react to the heavenly fate most closely. He created Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu to interact with heaven and earth, and also to experience natural inspiration again. If I have Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu, it would combine exquisitely with Wisdom Gu. Meanwhile, if anyone else used Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu to investigate me, all of my secrets would likely be exposed. Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu could let Gu masters directly question heaven and earth. There were no events in the world that heaven and earth did not know of. It was as the saying goes, except you and me, only heaven and earth know. As for other Wisdom Path Gu worms, Fang Yuan did not need to worry for the moment. The wind veil of assimilation had swallowed everything, cleaning up all the traces of crimes Fang Yuan had committed in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Without Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu, Wisdom Path Gu masters would have to make deductions according to normal methods, and that was to gather as much evidence and clues as possible. They were unable to plunder any crucial clues from Imperial Court Blessed Land, and could only begin investigating from the Imperial Court contest. It was not impossible to deduce Fang Yuan's true identity with this. It was only that the probability was low and the time required would be longer. Northern Plains, Jade Pool Blessed Land. From a bird's eye view, the Blessed Land was covered with innumerable large and small deep pools with the color of a mixture of blue and green. Led by Chanyu Tribe's Gu Immortal, Tong Zhu, around 10 Gu Immortals of Northern Plains' righteous path slowly descended from the air. The noble Jade Pool Blessed Land is truly unique and fresh. These innumerable jade pools are like the stars in the sky, their beauty unmatched. A female Gu Immortal strolled through the sky, expressing her admiration. Her hair that was 20 to 30 feet long draped behind her and was extremely eye-catching. All of these jade pools have different types of water, raising countless aquatic species. Dongfang Tribe's fish groups and water vegetation have been famous for a long time in Treasure Yellow Heaven. A male Gu Immortal opened the third vertical eye on his forehead and gazed at the jade pools with a shining gaze. Lord Morong Qing Si and Lord Guan Shun Zhao are exaggerating. My tribe's Jade Pool Blessed Land has only been in operation for just over 6,000 years. The landscape cannot compare to Murong Tribe's Inyang Blessed Land. While in terms of productivity, it still falls short of Guan Tribe's Shi Huang Blessed Land. Gu Immortal Dongfang Yikong, who was attending to them, welcomed them with a smile, modestly talking of Dongfang Tribe's specialties. Jade Pool Blessed Land was the headquarters of the Huang Jin family's Dongfang Tribe, a super force. A group of Gu Immortals slowly descended. This, among the myriad jade pools, did not appear to be a remarkable location. Beside a jade pool was a small hut. An elderly man was sitting beside the pool in front of the house, in the midst of fishing. These are underworld eels. Guan Shun Zhao's vertical eye on his forehead gazed at the pool before blurting out in shock at the scene inside the clear pool. When the other Gu immortals heard it, some of them also showed slightly moved expressions. Sir Dongfang, we have already not seen each other for over 10 years. Thinking of back then when we charged into Snowy Mountain and fought side by side. Sigh, time really flies by. Everyone stood still, as Gu Immortal Tong Zhu, who had the highest cultivation, made a greeting. Lord, Tong Zhu, you are still as graceful as ever while this old man has one foot in the grave. I don't dare to compare with you. The elderly man who was fishing stood up slowly. He was Dong Fong Chang Fan, Northern Plains #1 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. Dong Fong Yikong walked to Chang Fan's side. As Chang Fan continued, Dong Fong tribe is honored with the presence of all of you. Being able to welcome everyone to my humble abode is an extreme honor. Everyone, please come in. Dong Fong Chang Fan led everyone inside the hut. The inside of the hut was spacious. There was a plaza and also halls. There were 16 stone statues at the plaza, seemingly arranged in order as well as randomly, as they were separated by varied distances. The expressions on them were subtle, as if containing some kind of mystical pattern. This is Dong Fong tribe's rank 6 Immortal Gu house, modest thatched hut. It truly is brilliant. One Gu immortal praised directly. Dong Fong Chang Fan led everyone to the administration hall and seated them. Northern Plains Righteous Path Gu immortals, representing all the different forces, had gathered under one roof. Dong Fong Chang Fan sat at the main seat and smiled as he observed everyone. This time, I have invited everyone here personally in order to make a transaction with you. Guan Xinjiao and the others glanced at each other with no one taking the initiative to speak. It was still Tong Zhu who responded. Sir Dongfang already decided to not make deductions for others tens of years ago. But in the letter, you said you were making an exception for us, and will deduce the true culprit of the destruction of True Yang building, or perhaps other aspects. But I wonder how we can pay for this transaction. Dongfang Chang Fan coughed several times before sighing. This old man's lifespan is at its end, and I know there is no hope in prolonging my life. But before I depart, I have some concerns lingering in my heart. One is the tribe's growth, and the other is my tribe's descendants. I hope I can make this transaction with everyone. This old man shall make deductions for each of your tribes once, and after I die, I hope everyone can ally with my Dongfang tribe. Alliance? Yes, this old man has already roughly prepared the alliance contracts. Everyone can examine them, and if you have any objections, we can modify it right here. Dongfang Chang Fan took out 2 East Window Gu, which he then handed to the Gu Immortals. The Gu Immortals skimmed over the contract one after another. The alliance conditions were extremely lax. Dongfang Chang Fan did not even request for mutual help and protection among the allies. He only requested that after he died, they had to protect Dongfang tribe's peace for 50 years. In this time period, the parties in the contract could not target, suppress, or attack Dongfang tribe. The Gu Immortals involuntarily felt a rush of excitement. Dongfang Chang Fan was currently the #1 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal of Northern Plains. Besides him, there was no one else suitable to deduce the true culprit of True Yang building's destruction. In the cultivation of Gu Immortals, who would not encounter some difficult problems relating to their cultivation. Or perhaps, they might obtain Immortal Gu remnant recipes that require deductions. With Dongfang Chang Fan, these issues were very likely to be resolved. Even more importantly, after Imperial Court Blessed Land perished and 88 True Yang building collapsed, large numbers of Gu worms were brought over by the formless fists to all regions of Northern Plains. The aura of Immortal Gu manifested in many places, causing the Gu Immortals to contest over them. At this crucial time, if Dongfang Chang Fan deduced the location of an Immortal Gu, then they were very likely to get that Immortal Gu. Everyone was more than moved, and they couldn't help but praise Dongfang Chang Fan's shrewdness. If it were during normal times, Dongfang Chang Fan's bargaining chip might be somewhat less important. But now, when one deduction was very likely to represent one Immortal Gu, all the Gu Immortals were moved. Great, Sir Dongfang. Our Chanyu tribe accepts your conditions. Tong Zhu spoke first, then Hei tribe, Morong tribe, every tribe's representatives also accepted. This situation was within Dongfang Chang Fan's expectations. His smile became even brighter. Since this is the case, Fairy Li Shan, please take action. Fairy Li Shan. While everyone was surprised, a rank 6 female Gu Immortal walked from behind the hall and appeared in front of everyone. Fairy Li Shan, I trust you have been well. A Gu Immortal greeted. Another Gu Immortal laughed. Sir Dongfang sure has made ample preparations, even inviting over Fairy Li Shan. It is just that this Jade Pool Blessed Land does not have any mountains or rivers. How will we make the oath? Dongfang Yikong, who had been silent all this time, stood from beside Dongfang Chang Fan and spoke. Everyone, please wait and see. He then opened his palm. Lights and vibrant colors floated in the center of his palm, revealing a miniature mountain peak. Could this be Miniscule Mountain? Xing opened her graceful eyes wide as she reacted first, saying in a disbelieving tone. Exactly. Dongfang Yikong gave a modest smile, but the pride within him could not be concealed. A commotion erupted among the Gu immortals. Chapter 658. Difficulty in resolving the issues. Hei Lou Lan appears in the underground cave. The light of wisdom flickered back and forth from bright to dim. Fang Yuan quietly stood inside it. Only when the wills inside his mind were fully consumed did he open his eyes and step out of the wisdom light halo. The deduction he made had succeeded, but Fang Yuan was gloomy because of it. To seal spring Autumn Cicada, as much as over 6,000 mortal Gu are required. Among them, almost half are rank 5, with rare Gu worms reaching 2,000, and there are also about 800 ancient Gu worms. These ancient Gu worms are either extinct or on the brink of extinction. My initial estimate is that I require about 23 immortal essence stones to use this method. Fang Yuan was in a poverty-stricken state. 23 immortal essence stones were a hopeless number for him currently. But Fang Yuan had to brace himself to accomplish this task, because spring Autumn Cicada's recovery was becoming faster and faster, making the situation of the first aperture more critical. Fortunately, with Fang Yuan having turned into a zombie, his first aperture turned into a dead aperture, thus it was able to hold on till now. If the aperture was like before, it might have already burst. According to the current situation, I estimate I still have over 2 months to plan and prepare. If this time limit is crossed, the first aperture will not be able to endure even if it is already dead. Fang Yuan was feeling a heavy pressure. He was now a member of the living dead. Even if his first aperture was destroyed, he would not die. But losing the first aperture would no doubt greatly reduce his future cultivation potential, and that would be an immeasurable loss. Fang Yuan was in a difficult situation, and there was only one feasible method to earn 23 immortal essence stones within a short period of time: selling Immortal Gu recipes. Returning to Danghun Palace, Fang Yuan called in Tai by Yun Sheng. I have been paying close attention to Treasure Yellow Heaven over these days, taking almost no rest. But Langya Land Spirit's divine sense has not appeared since the beginning. Tai by Yun Sheng's answer made Fang Yuan feel disappointment. Langya Land Spirit's divine sense called itself Langya Old Immortal in Treasure Yellow Heaven, and it was very active at that. But now, it had not appeared at all, almost like it was missing. Fang Yuan keenly sensed Langya Land Spirit was likely to be facing some problems. He recalled his previous life where Langya Blessed Land had suffered a total of 7 waves of attacks. Previously, when I was in Northern Plains, the second wave of experts had already attacked Langya Blessed Land. Could it be the third wave of attacks has already occurred and Langya Land Spirit is busy dealing with it, thus having no time to refine Gu? Memories of Fang Yuan's previous life were not able to help him in this aspect. He only remembered about the 7 waves of attacks and did not remember the detailed timings of these attacks. Even if he remembered the exact timing, this world was already influenced by him and had experienced huge changes. Who is to say that the changes upon changes might not have shifted the attacks to an earlier time? My horizons have been continually broadened these days. A piece of 10,000-year profound ice costs half an immortal essence stone. Half a kilogram of Hurricane Mountain Pepper has the selling price of an immortal essence stone. What are divine jade pearls? 10 of them actually cost half an immortal essence stone. There is also, what's that white spiral silk? Its price is even more ridiculous. A pinky-sized amount costs 3 immortal essence stones. Heavens, right now I realized how poor I am. Tai by Yun Sheng chattered on about his harvest over this time, speaking in an excited tone. During these days, as Fang Yuan interacted with Tai by Yun Sheng all the time, he gradually discovered Tai by Yun Sheng had a shortcoming. That was his prattling mouth. He was talkative. Fang Yuan handed a letter Gu and interrupted his chattering. This is the letter sent by Immortal Crane Sect. Please read. Tai by Yun Sheng sent his consciousness inside. His brows soon frowned into a knot. In this second letter from Immortal Crane Sect, their tone was even more harsh and fierce, already making their intention to attack Immortal Blessed Land exceptionally clear. Immortal Crane Sect even used the tone of the victor, demanding Fang Yuan to surrender. These guys have gone crazy for Danghun Mountain. If it were me, I would at least first stabilize you, then carry out hidden attacks. Aren't they afraid their actions will make us take preventive measures? Tai by Yun Sheng said in a displeased tone. This is the power and confidence of Immortal Crane Sect. They are one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, and have an incomparably deep foundation, having stood tall and straight at Fei Mountain for hundreds of thousands of years. Besides this, I think they are trying to pressure me and also probe the intention of my backers. Fang Yuan analyzed. Yes, Immortal Crane Sect is stronger than any single superforce of Northern Plains by some degree. We are too weak, while they are a colossus becoming more and more overbearing. It will be very difficult for us to protect Hu Immortal Blessed Land from them. Tai Baiyun Sheng spoke carefully, glancing at Fang Yuan several times. He already had thoughts of retreating, giving up Hu Immortal Blessed Land, and moving far away. He just did not openly express it. Fang Yuan knew his thoughts. Tai Baiyun Sheng was a healing Gu master. He was benevolent and could be said to be feeble, seriously lacking the spirit to make a stand. Fang Yuan did not rebuke Tai Baiyun Sheng's intentions. In fact, Fang Yuan had also thought of giving up and abandoning Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Dang Hun Mountain represented extremely huge benefits, and Immortal Crane Sect and other super forces would definitely want to possess it. However, that was, of course, only as a last resort. As long as there existed hope along with benefits, it could be said that Fang Yuan would absolutely not speak of giving up easily. Fang Yuan thus consoled Tai Baiyun Sheng. Immortal Crane Sect is one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, a super force, a behemoth, but they also have their worries. How many methods can they use to deal with us specifically? I dare to guarantee, it is not as exaggerated as you imagine, especially when they are greatly underestimating our true battle strength. Life was not easy. Immortal Crane Sect also had its own problems. New sects were emerging endlessly in Central Continent, continually bringing huge impacts to the 10 great ancient sections. The 10 great ancient sects occupied the most important positions in Central Continent with the best cultivation resources. They naturally would be subjected to competition from all sides. In history, Immortal Crane Sect had experienced golden ages several times, but at present, there was a clear disparity compared to their most prosperous periods. Immortal Crane Sect had not expanded for many years already. This meant they were under some restraints. Since Junior Brother wants to battle Immortal Crane Sect, I shall risk my life to accompany you. Don't worry, no matter how dangerous the situation gets, I will support you till the last moment. Tai Baiyun Sheng patted his chest and swore. Fang Yuan nodded. I also ask Old Bai to not worry. I, Gu Fang Yuan, am not a stubborn man. If there was nothing to be done and the situation was truly unfavorable, I would definitely take the initiative to retreat. Forcing back Immortal Crane Sect's first wave of attacks perhaps won't be difficult, but the main problem does not lie here. Immortal Crane Sect is a very big sect. If we repel them, they will at once arrive with another wave. After this continues for few times, Immortal Crane Sect's offense will become stronger and they will start treating us more seriously. We need to rely on another great force to resolve this issue, making an alliance with another ancient sect. Tai Baiyun Sheng repeatedly nodded in complete agreement. But Junior Brother, you have already sent a letter to Spirit Affinity House, but until now they have yet to reply. Was our letter Gu intercepted by Immortal Crane Sect? How about we send some more letters? Fang Yuan shook his head. The letter Gu he contacted Spirit Affinity House with was not his, but the rank 5 letter sending Greenbird Gu created by Feng Gu. Back then, Fang Yuan defeated Feng Jin Huang and obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Feng Jin Huang was indignant and sent a challenge letter using this letter, sending Greenbird Gu. But Fang Yuan did not respond to the challenge, and instead had been detaining this letter Gu. He had already speculated this letter Gu's owner was very likely to be Feng Gu. The reason being that Feng Jin Huang had yet to reach rank 5 back then. Besides Feng Gu, it was also likely to be his wife, Feng Jin Huang's mother, Fairy Bai Qing. Regardless of who the owner was, this letter Gu had already been lent to Fang Yuan, its original purpose being to allow Fang Yuan to respond to the challenge letter. And Fang Yuan used this letter Gu to contact Spirit Affinity House. Fang Yuan had been very confident regarding this letter, but Spirit Affinity House still had yet to reply after so long, so he was somewhat unsure now. According to the common-sense conjecture, letter-sending Greenbird Gu was created by Feng Gu, which represented this expert's will and prestige to some degree. To intercept this Greenbird Gu and risk offending his impressive and dignified presence, this was not at all likely. However, this possibility could not be completely excluded as well. Thus Fang Yuan nodded and accepted Tai Baiyun Sheng's suggestion. Okay, let's wait 7 days. If we still don't receive a reply by then, we will send another letter. Time passed day by day. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was in a predicament. A strong enemy was approaching from the outside, while on the inside, cultivation resources were lacking. Even if Fang Yuan used his zombie body and wisdom Gu to deduce and sell Immortal Gu recipes of the highest grade, the regretful part was that he did not have the capital to kickstart this plan and could only put it aside for the time being. Fang Yuan Spirit and Spirit Affinity House were the keys to break through these predicaments. But it was a pity that these two keys stayed in the dark with no messages from them. Who knew when Fang Yuan would receive news from them? Perhaps he wouldn't for his whole life. Destiny created obstacles. The road ahead of Fang Yuan was once again shrouded in obscurity. It seems my luck is still not too good. Fang Yuan scoffed at himself. There was nothing he could do. Since he possessed Spring Autumn Cicada, his luck was likely to only get worse. He tried asking Mo Yaos about improved Immortal Gu remnant recipes, but Mo Yaos claimed that she did not know them. She was residing in Fang Yuan's body and had gone through the final battle in Northern Plains with him. She knew Fang Yuan possessed Wisdom Gu, and thus it was not hard for her to speculate Fang Yuan's intentions. Mo Yaos was a refinement path grandmaster. She very likely knew Immortal Gu remnant recipes, which matched Fang Yuan's criteria. But she did not reply, and since Fang Yuan lacked wisdom path methods, he could do nothing to her. Under this kind of situation, Hei Lou Lan suddenly arrived at Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan lost a Stargate Gu and was already not able to return to Northern Plains alone. Hei Lou Lan being able to come to Danghun Mountain was naturally because of fixed immortal travel. As for how she knew the scenery here, that was because Fang Yuan had sent a will to her of his own accord. This was the agreed-upon plan, but Fang Yuan was still somewhat surprised. If I am not wrong, there is still half a month left before the limit of our agreed-upon time, right? The situation has changed, my friend. Hei Lou Lan's tones was grave, revealing a trace of worry. Making this formidable and ambitious person anxious, the situation in Northern Plains indeed did not seem to be optimistic. However, Hei Lou Lan soon realized her flaw and concealed all her emotions, speaking with a cold smile. Naturally, I have another goal, that is to make sure you are not on guard. After all, this is your headquarters. In case you arrange traps against me, I would be messing up your plans by arriving earlier. Fang Yuan laughed, appearing unperturbed, as if there were no issues that could perplex him. After the Battle of Northern Plains, you and I are already tied together for better or for worse. But for complete cooperation, your previous conditions are still insufficient. Chapter 659. The dirtiness of humans. Hearing Fang Yuan say insufficient, Hei Lou Lan snorted in displeasure. Fang Yuan, you are not very clear about Northern Plains' situation, I will tell you right now. Not long ago, Northern Plains' #1 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, Dongfang Chang Fan, invited all of the super tribes and personally made deductions for them. His condition was that they had to ally with Dongfang tribe, and within the 50 years of his death, they are not allowed to target or suppress Dongfang tribe. Oh, Fang Yuan's gaze focused. There's such a thing? Then, what did he deduce? Reportedly, Dongfang Chang Fan made one deduction for each tribe, regarding Gu recipes, appearance of Immortal Gu, or some tips for killing desolate beasts. He has already deduced much of your information, though I do not know the deeper details. But now, everyone knows that you are not a Northern Plains Gu master, but there is also a Northern Plains Gu master colluding with you. Tai Bai Yunsheng's pupil shrunk, he said with some fear. He actually deduced so many things? As expected of Dongfang Chang Fan. Hei Lou Lan snickered, continuing. Fang Yuan, our lives are tied together now. If I die, who is to say that I will not expose you and Tai Bai Yunsheng? Other than that, is Wisdom Gu in your hands? Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression changed. He firmly wanted to deny it, but he stopped himself from acting rashly. Fang Yuan calmly laughed. How is that possible? Wisdom Gu was already destroyed in the wind veil of assimilation. How could I have brought it here? Tai Bai Yunsheng immediately praised him in his mind. Fang Yuan's skills in lying were simply spectacular. His tone and expression were flawless. It was filled with pity, regret, and other sad emotions. It was as if he really had narrowly missed out in obtaining Wisdom Gu. Hei Lou Lan could not see any flaws in his performance. But next, she squinted, saying in a thuggish tone, I don't care if you really lost Wisdom Gu. I only know that Wisdom Gu could have taken the initiative to follow you under the pressure of survival. You don't have to deny it now. I'm sure you understand my idea. It is not safe for you to hide in Central Continent. It doesn't matter if Wisdom Gu is really in your hands. As long as I spread information that Wisdom Gu is with you, there will be nowhere for you to hide. The entire world's Gu immortals will chase you down like lunatics, until they get to the truth. Are you threatening me? Fang Yuan's expression turned cold. He slowly stood up. Hei Lou Lan, you have some guts. Do you not know that you are now on Danghun Mountain? As long as we instruct it, the land spirit will use Danghun Mountain and kill you right here. Tai Bai Yunsheng shouted. Hei Lou Lan laughed with her head high. She said fearlessly, Ha! Even if this is a dragon's nest or a tiger's den, what can you do to me? I made some arrangements before I came. As long as I do not return in 3 days, the entirety of Northern Plains will know that you apprentice brothers are the culprits behind the collapse of True Yang Building. Furthermore, the entire world will know that Wisdom Gu is with you. Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression froze. Hei Lou Lan indeed came prepared. This was targeting his weakness. But at this time, Fang Yuan's eerie words made Hei Lou Lan's laughter stop. Hei Lou Lan, I know you are not afraid of death, but have you forgotten your hatred? Hei Lou Lan's expression changed. Her aura diminished as her eyes were like lightning. Looking at Fang Yuan. State your conditions. You have to agree with my first condition, That is, you have to return fixed immortal travel to its owner, me. Next, Fang Yuan raised 4 fingers. Secondly, after we cooperate, during the process of your revenge, the loot will be split 4 to 6, for you and us respectively. After all, Tai by Yun Sheng, and I make up 2 Gu immortals. Hei Lou Lan snorted. Do you think you have a helper while I don't? But never mind, I accept these conditions. She hesitated for a bit, but she still chose to give in, even though she had a tough personality. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. He could see her sincerity from this. He continued. Lastly, I need to know the entire story of this, as well as the reason why you need to kill your father personally. Hei Lou Lan was silent for a while, but she soon agreed. You are indeed overly suspicious. I can satisfy all 3 of your conditions. This is nothing I can't speak of anyway. Next, in their conversation, Fang Yuan finally understood the secret behind Hei Lou Lan's thirst for revenge. The root of all this was actually 88 True Yang Building. In True Yang Building, there was a true inheritance called Yang Life Extension Method. It had been taken by Hei Cheng long ago. Fang Yuan had actually seen the empty light lump of the Yang Life Extension Method by coincidence in the past. This true inheritance was created by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable when he researched about Rinzhu for life extension methods. To use this method, a male and female Gu immortal have to cooperate, using copulation to extend the lifespan of one of them. But there was a flaw in this. If one gains lifespan, the other must lose lifespan. In other words, it was to transfer the lifespan of one person to the other. The story of Su Xian's night elopement had long since been widely spread in Northern Plains. It had given many young women in Northern Plains the courage to find their true love, to take the first step. 200 years ago, Su Xian was the daughter of a concubine in Su tribe. Her status was not high, and she was often serving wine to guests in banquets, like a servant. Once, when Su tribe leader was attending to Hei Cheng, Su Xian poured wine for him and fell in love with him at first sight. However, Su tribe leader harmed Hei Cheng in secret, using a poison Gu on him, causing his strength to fall to rock bottom, and he was chased down by enemies. Su Xian learned of this and ran out of her tribe's campsite in the middle of the night to save Hei Cheng, who had only met her once. Back then, she only had rank 1 cultivation, but during the night there were wild wolf groups roaming. It was extremely dangerous, and she was simply courting death. But due to coincidence, she found the unconscious Hei Cheng. Hei Cheng was thus saved, and their following conversation became a classic that was passed down in Northern Plains. He had asked Su Xian, I was plotted against by your tribe leader, and you are a Su tribesman. Why would you save an enemy of your tribe? Su Xian then answered, Lord has a noble spirit. This humble girl fell in love at first sight. Su tribe leader is short-sighted and plotted against Lord under the persuasion of some petty people, but he never considered the result of offending Hei tribe. If he was allowed to have his way, Su tribe is destined to become a sacrificial pawn between 2 super tribes. People say Lord repays a favor received by 100 times. This humble girl saved Lord today and only hopes Lord can give me a place to stay. It is just and proper for Lord to take revenge against Su tribe, but I hope Lord can be merciful and leave behind a trace of bloodline for Su tribe. Hei Cheng was overwhelmed at this sight. He tightly held Su Xian's hand and swore, Your love is as deep as the sea. I, Hei Cheng, am not a cruel person. How could I not repay you? From today onwards, you will be my only wife. I will not care for any other beauties, no matter how beautiful they are. In this life, I will never betray you. From then on, the 2 of them became a loving couple that respected each other equally. 100 years later, they both became Gu immortals, and the story was a legend of Northern Plains. But most people did not know that Su tribe faced extermination soon after. Hei Cheng had many wives and children. Su Xian was neither the first nor the last. Hei Cheng and Su Xian had a daughter. She followed her father's surname, while getting the name Lou Lan. Years later, Su Xian died, and Hei Cheng was extremely aggrieved. He announced to the public. His wife's body had deteriorated after giving birth to Hei Lou Lan. She fell heavily ill, and her strength fell drastically. Thus she died a few years later in her blessed land's earthly calamity. He had obtained the Yang Life Extension Method in the True Inheritance secluded domain. He kept it very secretive. For his own selfish desires, he lied to my mother with ill intentions. My mother did not know the details, and because she trusted and cooperated with him, almost all of her lifespan was taken by him mercilessly. After my mother died, he concealed the truth. Thus he could still openly be a righteous path Gu immortal. He absorbed my mother's aperture and took all the Gu worms that she accumulated in her life. He is a coward, a dirty and despicable scoundrel. In order to live longer, he actually plotted against the person who loved him the most. Before mother died, she saw his true colors and told me to be careful of him. As expected, mother was right. There was a problem with his cultivation. The lifespan that he took away was consumed very quickly. He is now facing another crisis of dwindling lifespan. This time his target is me. I have the great strength, true martial physique. Once I advance to a Gu Immortal, my foundations will be extremely firm. If he uses the Yin Yang life extension method on me, less lifespan would be wasted in the process, and he would gain much more lifespan. Hei Lou Lan spilled all of the secrets hidden in the dark. In her calm tone, one could nonetheless sense her utter hatred. Tai Bai Yunxing shook his head as he listened. To think that Lord Hei Cheng is such a person, this is really disappointing. He was a prospective Gu Immortal candidate in the past, with high hopes to become one. He had interacted with Hei tribe's Gu Immortal, Hei Bai, in secret, and he was even recruited. Thus, Tai Bai Yunxing's impression of Hei tribe had always been good. Hei Lou Lan's words destroyed this good impression. Humph, this is the so-called righteous path. Who knows how many dirty and disgusting things are going on underneath this glorious surface. In contrast, the demonic path consists of countless characters that are more straightforward. Hei Lou Lan scoffed. No wonder you didn't respond to Hei Cheng when he called you at the point when the wind veil of assimilation was cut open. Fang Yuan nodded. He looked at Hei Lou Lan again, feeling a different emotion. Hei Lou Lan was born with a golden spoon, yet this actually was a tragedy. Her own father harmed her mother, and was now targeting her, attempting to take her lifespan. Lacking the warmth of a family, under threats and dangers for many years, she had no option but to disguise herself while secretly putting in immense effort, swearing to take revenge for her mother. This was likely the reason why she obtained such a formidable personality. Where there is a cause, there will be consequences. There is a saying called, heroes often meet their end. The hero here could also be replaced with formidable characters. But in fact, it is not that heroes and conquerors often meet desperate situations. It is the desperate situations that create them. In this way, they are people with very pitiful lives. They often encounter and feel much greater pain than normal people. But because of this pain, they learn and become who they are. Those who live in happiness, living like an upright person, being open and honest without any rough rides in life, while attaining numerous achievements and gaining reputation and praise. Are there truly such people in real life? Fang Yuan thought about Earth, about the 500 years of his previous life, and scoffed. Where there are high achievers, there are sacrifices. Those who are higher-ups often need to sacrifice their morals. Of course, there are outliers. Lucky people, and those who rely on their family. But how long can they last? How many will be left in the end? Legend says, when Ren Zhu started walking on the road of life, his vision changed. It was pure darkness. He took the first step. Pi up. At the next moment, he stepped into the mud. He raised his foot, wiping it with his hand. It was full of mushy mud and extremely smelly. He was hesitant to move forward. At this moment, Self Gu said, "O human, do not hesitate. If you want to walk on your own road, you will need to rely on your own legs. When your leg steps on the road, do not be afraid of dirtiness." Chapter 660, Snowy Mountain Alliance. Outside the window of a room, snow was silently falling down. The fragrance of tea pervaded inside the quiet room. A woman was sitting beside the vermilion red window frame. She was wearing an embroidered leather skirt, characteristic of Northern Plains women. The leather skirt was embroidered with purplish-red flower buds, while the edges were glittering with silvery light. She bound her hair with a sapphire blue ribbon, which had a pure white pearl inlaid in the middle. Her eyes were drooping, emphasizing her thick eyelashes. Her breathing was soft, and her hands that were as white as the snow moved slowly, concentrating completely on brewing tea. The quiet room was not large, and she was the only person inside. But on the table there were 4 teacups. A rich jade-green light suddenly appeared in the quiet room. The light dissipated to reveal an elderly figure. The elderly man was tall with an eccentric appearance. His hair was gray, and his face was filled with wrinkles. His eyes displayed one who had gone through the vicissitudes of life, warm and tenacious, containing wisdom accumulated in all of his lifetime. The woman who was brewing the tea stood up at the sight of the elderly man and smiled with interest. "You are Tai Bai Yunxing." The elderly man was Tai Bai Yunxing. He quickly looked around him before greeting the woman. "Junior greets Senior, Fairy Li Shan." The woman nodded with a smile. She was an influential figure in the limelight among Northern Plains Gu Immortals, a rank 7 Gu Immortal, Fairy Li Shan. She looked youthful and beautiful, but her true age was much greater than Tai Bai Yunxing's. Tai Bai Yunxing confirmed the safety of the surroundings before opening his immortal aperture, from which 2 human shadows leaped out. One turned into Hei Lou Lan, while the other was an 8-armed immortal zombie, as tall as 6 meters with a fierce appearance. It was none other than Gu Fang Yuan. "Little aunt, I am back." Hei Lou Lan walked towards Fairy Li Shan. Her expression was still cold, but her gaze revealed a trace of affection. Fairy Li Shan glanced at Hei Lou Lan warmly and sighed. then turned her gaze towards Fang Yuan and Tai by Yun Sheng. The relationship between me and Little Lan has always been a secret, to the extent that outsiders aren't even aware we know each other. Today, she exposed this secret of her own accord. It can clearly be seen that she sincerely wishes to cooperate with you two guests. Especially you, Fang Yuan. Little Lan had mentioned you to me many times over these days. You accomplished such a huge matter, bringing even 88 true Yang building down. Fang Yuan laughed heartily and said with the hoarse voice specific to zombies, "Fairy is exaggerating. All this commotion is not what I wished for. To speak the truth, I had been doubting Hei Lou Lan's proposal for cooperation since the beginning. But who could have thought Hei Lou Lan had such a close relationship with you? This is the best situation, Fairy. With the oath to your Immortal Gu, mountain pledge, our alliance can be firm and solid." Not long ago, at Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Hei Lou Lan exposed the reason for her hatred. Then she revealed her relationship with Fairy Li Shan. Fang Yuan was surprised, and yet also not surprised. Hei Lou Lan was under the strict supervision of Gu Immortal Hei Chang. It would be difficult for her to obtain her current achievements just by relying on her own strength. Besides her own efforts, there definitely was outside help. "Please take a seat. This snow oil tea has just been steeped." Fairy Li Shan extended her hand to indicate Fang and Tai to be seated. Fang Yuan waved his hand in refusal. "Let's make an oath and establish the alliance first. It won't be too late to drink tea then." Virtuous Junior Fang is quite decisive. Fairy Li Shan lightly praised before calling out an Immortal Gu. This Immortal Gu resembled a beetle. It was thick and solid, even bigger than an adult's palm. Its body was ash gray with a stony texture. A pair of large pincers grew on its head. Its back was not glossy and was instead rugged like mountains, and there were specks of stripes, like moss, on the joints of its legs. Fairy Li Shan aptly explained, "This is a rank 6 information path Immortal Gu, as famous as Sea Oath Gu. As long as you choose a mountain to pledge to, and as long as this mountain still exists, the oath cannot be violated." Virtuous Junior Fang, I wonder which mountain you want to choose. Fang Yuan slightly raised his brows. Then he pointed outside and laughed hoarsely. What other place can be better than this mountain? Tai Bai Yun Xing asked, not understanding the situation. What mountain is this? This mountain is called Snowy Mountain. Fairy Li Shan smiled and introduced. Snowy Mountain. Where have I heard this name? Wait a second. Could it be this is that nest of Northern Plains demonic path Gu immortals? Snowy Mountain Blessed Land? Tai Bai Yun Xing cried out in shock. Where else did you think it was? Hei Lou Lan sneered. Fang Yuan provided an introduction for Tai Bai Yun Xing. There are differences between immortal and mortal. Old Bai, you just recently advanced, and you only have heard me mention some information about the Northern Plains Gu immortal world in passing. This Fairy Li Shan is the owner of the third branch peak of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. You can also call her the third leader. Third leader. Tai Bai Yun Xing stared at Fairy Li Shan with wide open eyes. He had never expected for this gentle and refined woman to be a demonic path Gu immortal. Moreover, she was the third leader of the largest demonic path nest of Northern Plains. Cough, cough, cough. Dongfang Chang Fan was lying on a sickbed, coughing incessantly. With every cough, his pale white face would wither a bit more. Lord. A handsome young man was standing beside the sickbed with a mournful and grieving expression. He was wearing a white robe. His face was white like jade and his eyes were deep, revealing a calm, mature temperament. It was Dongfang Yu Liang. No need to grieve. Liang air, cough, cough. To be born, get old. Be sick and die is the way of nature. Dongfang Chang Fan gasped for breath after saying this, and continued after recovering some strength. Your talents are better than mine. Among the whole tribe, I feel most optimistic about you. The responsibility of Dongfang tribe's growth can only be shouldered by you. I, Dongfang Chang Fan, would not misjudge this. Lord Supreme Elder. Dongfang Yu Liang's eyes reddened, sobbing silently. The old man nearing death in front of his eyes was his benefactor. Dongfang Yu Liang lost his parents at the age of 11. After that he had to maintain his livelihood and also care for his 6-year-old sister, Dongfang Qingyu. To preserve their lives, he gave away all the inheritances left by his parents. But it was exactly because of this that he was noticed by Dongfang Chang Fan. Not only becoming a trusted aide, his sister was also given great care. Later, Dongfang Yu Liang even received Dongfang Chang Fan's personal guidance. And despite the obstructions and oppositions from many sides, Dongfang Chang Fan appointed Dongfang Yu Liang as the tribe leader. After Dongfang Yu Liang lost in the imperial court contest and returned to the tribe, he was suppressed and pushed aside by various factions. It was Dongfang Chang Fan who protected and shielded him again, paying a considerable price. Dongfang Chang Fan was becoming weaker and weaker. He opened his mouth several times, but no words came out. Finally, he spoke in an extremely weak voice. Your hand. Dongfang Yuliang extended his hand and grabbed the old man's right hand. The old man was holding a gu on his hand. This gu, take it. Dongfang Changfan's face turned red from the strain, extracting the last bit of energy from his dying breath. He closely stared at Dongfang Yuliang and reminded him, although Dongfang tribe has signed an alliance agreement with the other righteous path tribes, the affairs of world are changeable and hard to predict. My death will cause Dongfang tribe to fall down from its prosperous period. You are my successor. You must be careful. This gu, once you activate it, it will bring you to a secluded place which contains the cultivation resources I prepared for you. Insights about immortal ascension, the tribe's secret history, as well as all my comprehensions of wisdom path cultivation. Remember, always prioritize your safety, don't be impatient. The tribe has demonic path spies. Dongfang Changfan's expression froze. The flush on his face turned fainter, and the final trace of radiance in his eyes faded. Lord, Dongfang Yuliang's face was already covered with tears, and this moment, he could no longer hold them back, crying in sorrow. Northern Plains #1 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, Dongfang Changfan, had passed away. The news spread. Dongfang tribe cried for 3 days and 3 nights. And when the great forces of Northern Plains received the information, both demonic and righteous path Gu Immortals let out breaths of relief. Dongfang Changfan was a legendary character. At the time of his birth, Dongfang tribe was already declining rapidly, with only the name of a super force but with no power. Dongfang Changfan became a Gu Immortal and led the tribe, scheming in all directions, using wisdom path methods to devise strategies, tying bonds to powerful friends, killing the weak, and even plotting for his enemies to fight each other, causing Dongfang tribe to rapidly rise again. Dongfang tribe's growth was almost entirely because of Dongfang Changfan. But because of this, all the Gu Immortals of Northern Plains became aware of Dongfang Changfan's might. Wisdom Path Gu Immortals often did not need to use their own hands to humiliate their enemies. Making schemes that connected like a spider web, one thing would lead to the other. Enemies would feel like they were sinking into a swamp, but unable to extricate themselves. Gu Immortals feared Dongfang Changfan and secretly reached an agreement, banning the sale of Lifespan Gu to Dongfang Changfan, and even secretly destroying Dongfang tribe's plans of searching for Lifespan Gu. Dongfang Changfan schemed against others, and finally was also schemed by others. The sun was high in the sky. Crescent Lake gleamed in the sunlight with the occasional dragonfish leaping out of the lake. Leftover snow piled up beside the lake. This was the remnant of the once-in-10-years blizzard disaster. Fang Yuan destroyed Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's arrangement. The blizzard disaster poured into Imperial Court Blessed Land. Thus the destruction caused by the disaster in Northern Plains was many times lighter than the past. Imperial Court Blessed Land existed no longer, while Truyang Building was also destroyed. There would be no more of the once-in-10-years blizzard disaster in Northern Plains. The remaining snow slowly melted under the sunlight. Grass was already poking out of the snow. There was a mixture of green and white grasses mixed together. Fang Yuan and Tai by Yun Sheng moved together, seeing many water wolves and solitary tri-horned rhinos in their path. Water chestnut trees used to fill this place, but now it was a scene of barrenness, the trees already freezing to death or breaking down from the accumulated snow. The intense change in the scenery brought Fang Yuan some trouble. He was searching for the passage to Lang Ya Blessed Land, that purple stone tree left behind by thieving heaven demon Venerable. 3 days had passed since the alliance with Hei Lou Lan. Little Hu Immortal was at Hu Immortal Blessed Land, paying attention to treasure yellow heaven all the time, but still not seeing Lang Ya Old Immortal's divine sense. Fang Yuan took back fixed immortal travel and used this Immortal Gu to go to Crescent Lake. Fang Yuan did not directly teleport to Lang Ya Blessed Land to prevent any unnecessary misunderstandings. He planned to use thieving heaven demon Venerable's arrangement again and enter properly. Because the surroundings had changed, he was unable to directly teleport to the purple stone tree. Being able to directly appear beside Crescent Lake was thanks to Tai by Yun Sheng. When he was wandering over Northern Plains, he had once dug a cave beside Crescent Lake and made simple arrangements, staying for 2 to 3 months. The cave had not collapsed. Fang Yuan first lent fixed immortal travel to Tai by Yun Sheng, then entered his immortal aperture, arriving at this place. Chapter 661. Seeing Swamp Crab again found it. Fang Yuan's eyes shone. He had arrived before a purple stone pillar. Tai by Yun Sheng looked in the direction of his voice, merely to see that this crucial pillar was very ordinary. Just that at the base of the stone pillar, there was a rock, flat and smooth like a bench. It looked slightly special. This is it. Fang Yuan stretched out a large monstrous arm, sweeping the snow off the stone bench, confirming it. After Tai by Yun Sheng went into his immortal aperture, Fang Yuan sat down on the bench, using a gu worm to cut his arm and letting the blood drip onto this purple stone pillar. His blood was not red like normal people. It was a jade green color and had no warmth. It was ice cold. The purple stone pillar had once been modified by thieving heaven demon Venerable with the use of his mysterious gu worm. The jade green zombie blood was quickly absorbed. Ma Hongyun's figure swiftly flashed across Fang Yuan's mind. This opportunity originally belonged to Ma Hongyun. Fang Yuan could be said to be a thief. After Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were sent out of the wind veil of assimilation by the luck path true inheritance, they were snatched by Northern Plains righteous and demonic gu immortals. It was a scene of chaos. Right now, there was no news on the two of them. One could confirm that they were captured by a gu immortal. Whether they could escape or what ordeals they were going through, no one knew. Compared to his previous life, Ma Hongyun was much more pitiful in this life. One could see that even with fortune that rivals heaven, it is not omnipotent. Luck only provides opportunities. Whether one could use them well, that depends on the gu master's strength and abilities. Right now, everyone was still looking for Ma Hongyun, but no one knew which gu immortal had hidden them. The allure of the luck path true inheritance was too great, especially for Northern Plains gu immortals. My spring Autumn Cicada has the weakness of impairing my own luck. If I can use the luck path true inheritance to fix this flaw, it would be the best method. Since rebirth, I have already suffered many difficulties from bad luck. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. Not only was Ma Hongyun a good target as a valuable treasure, most importantly, during this Northern Plains trip, Ma Hongyun was an eyewitness. He was an insider and would likely expose Fang Yuan and the others. Thus, Ma Hongyun also posed a death threat to Hei Lou Lan. Killing Ma Hongyun was one of the agreements in the Snowy Mountain Alliance. Entering Lang Ya Blessed Land again, Fang Yuan did not enter the Cloud Building's room like last time. Lang Ya Blessed Land's unique terrain was that it was situated on vast white cloud soil. 12 buildings, at equal lengths apart, were situated on the cloud soil. They were the 12 cloud buildings. But what Fang Yuan saw was a messy sight. The fertile cloud soil was full of holes. There was ice forming in some holes, while black smoke was rising in some holes. Tai by Yun Sheng came out of Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Upon seeing this, he said, "A battle had occurred here not long ago. It seems that Lang Ya Lan's spirit was really in trouble." Fang Yuan did not speak. He only looked at the 12 cloud buildings far away. These 12 buildings had their respective features. Some had immortal cranes flying around them. Some had feathermen living in them. Some had beautiful auroras, while some had the smell of incense. But right now, only 8 of these 12 buildings were intact. The remaining 3 were in bad shape. Walls were collapsed, and structures were crumbling. What happened? We are already in Lang Ya Blessed Land, yet the land's spirit has yet to appear. Tai by Yun Sheng frowned, feeling very alert in his heart. Let's go in and see first. Fang Yuan pondered. The two flew over, slowly getting close to the 12 cloud buildings. Quickly look, there is a desolate beast corpse there. After moving for some time, Tai by Yun Sheng suddenly pointed at one direction, saying, only to see that a huge fish was lying on the cloud soil, not moving. It had the size of a normal whale, but it looked like a carp. There were bones protruding out of its back, along the spine, extending outwards. Its scales were blue in color. Its eyes were as large as a horse carriage, with some starry radiance in them. This is the desolate beast, spine-fin star dragonfish. Fang Yuan said. He knew that Lang Ya Lan's spirit had a beast enslavement, Immortal Gu, and enslaved 12 desolate beasts, each kept in one of the 12 cloud buildings. Was this spine-fin star dragonfish one of the 12? Oh, someone came in. In a dark secret room, Lang Ya Lan's spirit opened his eyes, sensing Fang Yuan and Tai by Yun Sheng. In front of him, there was a Gu immortal. He was middle-aged and had a mighty disposition. His appearance was not that of a normal man. He had black skin and white hair. He was an Inkman Gu immortal. What? Another strong foe? The Inkman Gu immortal heard the land spirit and became nervous. Oh, it is that rascal. Uff, he scared me. No worry, I know this person. Half a year ago, he came here before. After Lang Ya Lan's spirit focused his mind to detect them, he breathed out deeply. The Inkman Gu immortal raised his brows in surprise. He did not think that there would be other guests coming to Lang Ya Blessed Land besides himself. Since they are friends and not foes, then all is well. It has been 3 days and 3 nights since we entered the secret room. In just a moment, we can release one layer of the seals on you. At this time, we cannot be disturbed. The Inkman Gu immortal's heart settled. But we cannot let them near the cloud building. Old friend, you might not know this, but that kid is crafty and scheming. He is thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritor. I suffered a loss from him in the past. Let me mobilize the desolate beast and stop him from coming temporarily. Lang Ya Lan's spirit gritted his teeth and said, we've been in here for so long. Yet Fang Yuan's spirit has not appeared yet. It seems something huge happened here. The attack on Fang Yuan's blessed land was definitely not done by one person. Such a force is not to be trifled with. We should search the battlefield and retreat for now. Tai Baiyun Sheng was speaking, when suddenly, a large golden metallic mountain rock drilled out of the cloud soil. The cubic rock moved quickly, blocking the way of the two. Desolate beast. Tai Baiyun Sheng readied himself to face this enemy. The desolate beast had no eyes. A large pair of pincers were right in front of it. No one dared to doubt the power of these fearsome weapons. Furthermore, it had 9 pairs of legs, coming out of the cubic rock as they extended. The crab legs stabbed into the cloud soil, propping the desolate beast's large body up. At this point, Tai Baiyun Sheng recognized the origins of this desolate beast. This is the Lord of Swamps, Swamp Crab. Fang Yuan snorted. He was very familiar with the swamp crab. After all, when he had just obtained Hu immortal blessed land, he faced a swamp crab in his tribulation. Most importantly, that swamp crab had the cruel mud Immortal Gu, causing great destruction to Dang Hun Mountain. In order to save Dang Hun Mountain, Fang Yuan had to enter northern plains and attempt to take Tai Baiyun Sheng's landscape, as before Immortal Gu. Now, after braving many dangers, not only did he succeed in saving Dang Hun Mountain, he even recruited Tai Baiyun Sheng to join him. One could say he obtained both the Gu and the Gu Master. The swamp crab blocked their path. Tai Baiyun Sheng stopped in his tracks and asked Fang Yuan, "What do we do now?" Fang Yuan's gaze was locked on the desolate beast. He said one word, "Fight." "Be careful." Tai Baiyun Sheng nodded, swiftly retreating, pulling some distance from Fang Yuan. He was a healing Gu immortal. In most situations, he would not charge forward and take a risk. This was also in line with his usual personality. Fang Yuan floated in the air, looking at the swamp crab silently. Next, he breathed in deeply, straightened his back and stretched his 8 arms. The muscles on his body bulged, resembling an iron monster. His eyes were blood red. His green face and sharp fangs gave off a ruthless and terrifying aura. At the next moment, Fang Yuan moved. His body was like a meteor crashing towards the swamp crab. The swamp crab was huge, but it was unbelievably agile. 9 pairs of legs moved quickly as it dodged sideways. But Fang Yuan was a flying master. Even though it seemed like he would miss, with just a turn, he crashed into the swamp crab's back. Bam! With a thunderous sound, the swamp crab was pushed into the ground by Fang Yuan's forceful impact. His over 6 meters tall body stood in a crater. This was the damage caused by his attack. Tough enough. Fang Yuan grinned, pulling back 4 of his right arms. His fists, without exception, were torn open and showed the white bones inside. But Fang Yuan had lost his sense of pain. Even though his fists were injured, they was healing at an insane speed. In just a few breaths' time, his 4 right fists recovered completely. Puff puff. 2 waves of fierce winds approached to assault him. Fang Yuan's wings opened, as he tread into and flew in the air like lightning, dodging the fierce winds. Hearing 2 sharp sounds, Fang Yuan turned around to look, only to see that the swamp crab's huge pincers were bending at an unbelievable angle, towards his back and snapping together. If Fang Yuan dodged slower, he would have been hit already. The battle strength of a desolate beast was comparable to a rank 6 Gu immortal. Even with the absurd defense of Fang Yuan's heavenly zombie body, he did not want to endure the attack. The swamp crab's armor is extraordinarily hard. There is almost no flaws in its defense. I do not have cutting or drilling abilities. I can only break through with pure strength. Using power to force my way through is the best method. Fang Yuan's thoughts collided intensely in his mind. His body continued to rise as he looked down. In just a few breaths of time, the swamp crab's body was full of crabs. These crabs were as large as tigers. They were fearless. Some had sharp crab legs, resembling needles. Some had claw-like limbs and were very fast. This was the special ability of the swamp crab. It could reproduce at any time and place, summoning a crab army that would move according to its will. Very good. Fang Yuan's gaze was cold and dark. He breathed in deeply and activated the killer move, Myriad Self. With the expenditure of 1 bead of green grape immortal essence, he activated the core Immortal Gu. Thereafter, large numbers of Gu worms started activating in a certain pattern. Fang Yuan's 8 fists pounded at the swamp crab below him. Bam bam bam. Each fist exploded with a formless fist chi. The shadows of the fist were flying as his punches rained down like a torrential storm. The swamp crab cried out pitifully. It was being pressed into the ground by the unceasing fist chi. Thousands of fist chi slammed on the swamp crab's back, causing its hard shell to become deformed. The fist chi that dispersed formed and gathered, becoming one of Fang Yuan's Strength Path Phantoms. 10 breaths later, an army of Strength Path Phantoms formed on the swamp crab's back. Tai Baiyun Sheng was shocked. This was the first time he had seen this killer move. The Strength Path Phantom Army surrounded the Swamp Crab, and the Crab Army collapsed at once. The Swamp Crab was unable to endure the attacks and cried out, trying to put up resistance, but it could not prevent its imminent defeat. No matter how many Strength Path Phantoms it killed, Feng Yuan continued to attack, and more Strength Path Phantoms were produced every moment. Oh, my desolate beast. What killer move did this rascal use? I have never seen it. It is actually so strong. This killer move has definitely got to be an immortal killer move. In the secret room, Fang Yuan's spirit could see all that was going on. He lost his cool as he started shouting. Chapter 662. Inkman King Fang Yuan's spirit felt heartache when he looked at his swamp crab. The swamp crab was lying down flat on the ground, unable to stand up. Its 9 pairs of legs were almost entirely torn to pieces, and even one of the enormous steel pincers at the front was shattered. Such a battle outcome caused the Inkman Gu Immortal and Tai by Yun Sheng to feel a chill from the depths of their hearts. Feng Yuan struck with over 10,000 Strength Path Phantoms, of which over 3,000 still remained. He calmly stored the remaining phantoms into his immortal aperture. These phantoms could only exist for a period of time, and beyond that limit, the fist chi would dissipate, and the phantoms would disappear along with it. But as long as they could be used, Feng Yuan would not waste even one of them. Ever since he returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land from Northern Plains, he had been penniless. He did not even have one Immortal Essence Stone. Thus he was not able to replenish large numbers of Mortal Gu. From the battle just now, he had already probed. With just the 8-armed immortal zombie body, it was hard for him to pose much threat to the heavy armored swamp crab. The only option thus was to use his killer move, Myriad Self. The core of this killer move was a soul path Immortal Gu that Feng Yuan possessed, and so it required Green Grape Immortal Essence to be activated. The situation earlier was not clear, thus Feng Yuan decisively gave up a bead of Green Grape Immortal Essence to take control of the situation. The killer move Myriad Self was indeed created from the convergence of enslavement and strength path. Its might was extraordinary. The swamp crab, which had brought huge trouble to Feng Yuan once before, causing him to use all his strength in order to barely deal with it, could not even raise its head from the beatings of Myriad Self. It continued to be in a disadvantage with no hopes of freeing itself. You rascal, entering my home without a word, and also injuring my desolate beast, how will you compensate me? Fang Yuan's spirit furiously chided Feng Yuan. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was engrossed in looking at this land spirit from behind Feng Yuan. Fang Yuan's spirit was thin with white hair, having a beard that reached his chest, and a ruddy face like that of a baby's. He was wearing a loose robe over his whole body, and the 2 sleeves were fluttering in the air. If not for him seething with anger and staring at Feng Yuan with his eyes wide open, his demeanor would no doubt look elegant and sagely. Feng Yuan was already familiar with Fang Yuan's spirit. He stared at the shackles around Fang Yuan's spirit, frowning. You have been sealed. No wonder I could not hear any news of your divine sense and treasure yellow heaven. According to Northern Plains time, we have not met for merely more than half a year. How could you end up like this? Fang Yuan's spirit's eyes opened even wider as he snarkily retorted. Talk about yourself. How did you become like this? Neither human nor ghost. Advancing to a Gu immortal and yet degenerating into a zombie. Hee. You should still have plenty of lifespan though. Fang Yuan's spirit. You have lived for so many years, yet you don't even know the simplest logic of give and take? Only by giving up one thing can you gain another. If I didn't turn into a zombie, how could I be in front of you again and hold such powerful strength? But you, the longer you lived, the more you regress. Now you can't even refine Gu. You are really making your main body lose face. Feng Yuan sneered, intentionally provoking the land spirit. Fang Yuan's spirit's sore spots were prodded, and he immediately stamped his foot in anger. Not long ago, Fang Yuan Blessed Land had suffered an attack from a mysterious force. Fang Yuan's spirit was able to repel the invaders, but he ended up sealed by a chi path killer move. Thus, he ended up having to invite his best friend to remove the seals. Fang Yuan's spirit started cursing at Feng Yuan. You shitty kid. You still have the nerve to talk about me? Truyong Building's fall was definitely caused by you, right? So many people died. 2 super forces lost their tribe leaders. The whole of Northern Plains Gu Immortals are searching for you, the main culprit. You are now everyone's target. Your life must be pretty hard now, right? The Inkman Gu Immortal and Tai by Yun Sheng's expressions changed. The Inkman Gu Immortal's pupils shrunk slightly, feeling an intense urge to cover the land spirit's mouth. But the land spirit had already said everything. It was too late. How could you blurt out such a matter? Are you not afraid those 2 will attack to silence us? The Inkman Gu Immortal's heart could not help but tremble with fear. These 2 were actually the people who had turned Northern Plains on its head and even wrecked Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's arrangements. Too dangerous. The situation was going south. The next moment, Both Fang Yuan and Bai Sheng gazed coldly at the Inkman Gu Immortal. Even if the Inkman Gu Immortal had high position and authority normally, and had extraordinary strength himself, right now he could feel his heart going cold under the gaze of these two ruthless monsters. Fang Yuan spirit, why are you not introducing us to this person? Fang Yuan chuckled. His voice was so hoarse that it was borderline uncomfortable to hear. I can't let Fang Yuan spirit reply. Who knows what this loose-lipped guy will say? Thus, the Inkman Gu Immortal summoned his courage and stood up, greeting. My name is Sheng. I live in Inkman City and am the king of Northern Plains Inkman. Bai Sheng raised his brows. He had not expected this person to have such an origin and immediately looked at the Inkman king in another color. Currently, the 5 regions were dominated by humans. Variant humans were living while pressured on all sides. Many were sold as slaves or raised as pets. Their livelihood was rather difficult. But in Northern Plains, Inkman had the most favorable status among the variant humans. Many variant humans had no fixed residence and would have to wander around like vagabonds. But Inkman had established a city in Northern Plains, which possessed 3 Inkman Gu Immortals. Sheng was the Inkman city's king. Under his leadership, the Inkmen were able to resist pressure from various forces and withstand the covetous gazes of countless Gu Immortals. It was not easy to maintain the Inkman's survival. It served to show how talented and skilled the Inkman king was. Inkman King Sheng, Fang Yuan muttered inwardly. He had an impression of this name. In the chaotic war of the 5 regions during his previous life, the Inkman king took advantage of the lack of attention paid to him due to the human tribes being too busy in their internal conflicts to grab the opportunity and develop rapidly, greatly expanding the Inkman forces. When Northern Plains human forces wanted to suppress him, he actually disregarded his dignity as the king and threw himself to Lu tribe. He took a servant's right to Lu tribe's supreme elder and became a servant to him. Lu tribe was one of the super forces, thus the Inkman forces were protected. The Inkman forces grew stably under this layer of protection. Later, when Lu tribe weakened, the Inkman king immediately gave up on Lu tribe to collaborate with Ma Hongyun on equal terms. Before Fang Yuan self-detonated, the Inkmen had hundreds of cities and occupied 1/3 of Northern Plains lands. From this one could see how talented and insightful the Inkman king Sheng was. Not only did he have unique foresight and courage to take resolute actions, he could also bow and submit when necessary. He was not someone who could be belittled. Fang Yuan lightly praised. So it is the Inkman king. Sure enough, you have a majestic aura beyond that of ordinary people. I am not worthy of such high praise. Inkman king quickly replied modestly. The person before him was the main criminal in destroying 88 True Yang building. He had to be extremely vigilant against such a dangerous person. He took the initiative to explain. Fang Yuan spirit and I have been very good friends for many years. In truth, Inkman City has always had close relations with Fang Yuan blessed land. We in Inkman City have some attainment in chi path, and it turns out Fang Yuan spirit was sealed using a chi path method. Thus I hurried over to help. Sir is a dragon who roams the sky, stirring up a storm and causing the whole of Northern Plains to be in a state of unrest. I cannot help but admire such grandeur. All along, our Inkman City has been jointly suppressed by the Huangjin tribes. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was even more overboard, demanding Inkman cities to offer tribute in terms of countless female Inkmen. In a way, you have helped us Inkmen take revenge by destroying Imperial Court Blessed Land. You are also the land spirit's friends, so you are my, Sheng's, friends as well. If you have any plans in the future, feel free to visit Inkman City. He was indeed the Inkman king, such outstanding eloquence that completely expressed his goodwill in just one conversation. Especially speaking in neither a servile nor overbearing tone, it was extremely hard to come by. Who is friends with this rascal? Fang Yuan's spirit shouted in dissatisfaction. However, he felt happy in the depths of his heart when he heard Fang Yuan praising his friend, and the anger he felt previously had reduced. Fang Yuan nodded to the Inkman king, replying with deep intent. If there is an opportunity, I will definitely come to experience life in Inkman City. He then looked at Fang Yuan's spirit and continued provoking him without concern. Land spirit, even if I am not your friend, you should still welcome me and refine a gu for me. Did you forget I still have one chance left to make you refine gu? If I want you to refine gu, you will do it even if you don't want to. Fang Yuan's spirit could not put up a facade at all, his temper flaring up immediately. Normally, gu immortals would be polite and even flatter him to request him to refine gu. When had he ever received heard disrespectful words like Fang Yuan's? But Fang Yuan was speaking the truth. He still had the final chance to request for gu refinement. Fang Yuan's spirit was long-hair ancestor's obsession, and he must abide by the agreement his main body had agreed to back then. You damn scoundrel. I am so angry, my anger is going to explode. Fang Yuan's spirit shouted, his face completely red with fury. But suddenly, he grinned with happiness. Ah, I am trapped. This chi path seal is too troublesome. There are a total of 17 or 18 layers of seals. Just now, Inkman King only unsealed the first layer. Ha ha ha, I really can't help you refine Gu right now. My hands are tied. This is wonderful. He had been bored to death since he was sealed. Not being able to do refinement meant his greatest hobby had been taken away. But right now, he was feeling quite happy about it. It was all Fang Yuan's fault. Seeing this weirdo Fang Yuan's spirit shouting and laughing like a buffoon, Tai Bai Yunsheng felt this trip was worth it. His horizons were broadened. Inkman King was silent. He was the leader of a large force and was not willing to easily offend Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan coughed before speaking solemnly. All right, let's talk about serious affairs. Since you can't refine Gu, forget about it. I have another matter for coming over this time. I want to make a transaction with you. Transaction? What transaction? Fang Yuan's spirit asked. Inkman King immediately turned vigilant. Fang Yuan's spirit might have high intelligence, but his nature was frank. It was hard to say that he wouldn't be cheated. Inkman King was the land spirit's good friend. If Fang Yuan truly was conspiring, he would stand up and expose Fang Yuan's scheme. The transaction is simple. You should remember the thing about me. Being a wisdom path Gu master, right? I will deduce Immortal Gu recipes for you while you will pay Immortal Essence Stones as remuneration. This is a win-win deal. Fang Yuan replied. Deduce Gu recipes? Fang Yuan's spirit opened his eyes wide as he became dazed, but at the next moment, he started laughing loudly. He was swaying back and forth in his laughter. If his hands were not bound, he might have been slapping his thighs together in laughter. Fang Yuan's spirit ridiculed. Fang Yuan. Oh Fang Yuan, you are now a zombie and still think you can deduce Gu recipes? Moreover, Immortal Gu recipes? This old man advises you to get rid of this thought. Inkman King, however, said, an Immortal Gu recipe, even if it is a remnant recipe, has a high price. If we give it to Sir to deduce it, but you fail in the process, then wouldn't we be handing you the contents of the Immortal Gu recipe for nothing? Fang Yuan's spirit was startled to awareness, immediately yelling in rage. Great! You actually wanted to swindle me of Immortal Gu recipes. Fang Yuan had already prepared for this and laughed, opening his monstrous palm to reveal an Immortal Gu. Look, what is this? Chapter 663. Recognizing Immortal Gu at once, everyone's attention was attracted to the Gu worm in Fang Yuan's palm. The immortal aura of the Gu worm was radiating with the laws of the world. Without doubt, it was an Immortal Gu. But no one knew which Immortal Gu it was. Only Tai Bai Yunsheng's heart shook, as he remembered what Fang Yuan had revealed to him in the past. This Gu. Fang Yuan's spirit watched with shining eyes. I have never seen this Gu before. This is a new Gu. He jumped in front of Fang Yuan. His nose was only 2 inches away from the Gu. Next he sniffed like smelling a flower. He screamed, Ah, this is the aura of Luck Path. This is a Luck Path Gu worm. Good lad. You destroyed True Yang building, but it seems you had many gains. Fang Yuan immediately mocked. To think that the Grand Fang Yuan spirit would have such shallow knowledge. This is not a new Gu. It had appeared 10,000 years ago. Let me teach you. This Gu's name is Calamity Beckoning. It was invented by a certain generation's fairy of Central Continent's Spirit Affinity House, Mo Yaos. Mo Yaos. Inkman King heard this and his eyes shone. If I remember correctly, this woman is a rare legend in Inkman history. She cultivated to rank 7 and had overwhelming charm. Even the grand sword Immortal Bo Xing was attracted to her. Inkman King talked with a fanatical expression, like he was speaking of a treasure. I apologize about my demeanor, but I have been looking up to Senior Mo Yaos as my role model since youth. Thus, I am very familiar with her stories. Fang Yuan found this a little humorous, to think that this Inkman King was a fan of Fairy Mo Yaos. But now was not the time to chit-chat with the Inkman King. Fang Yuan used this chance to mock Fang Yuan's spirit. Fang Yuan's spirit was so ashamed from his words that his face turned red. He wanted to find a hole to hide himself in. He grumbled under his breath, but he did not rebuke Fang Yuan. After all, he really did not know this Immortal Gu. After Fang Yuan made some snide remarks in a mystifying tone for a while, he saw that the time was right and took back Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu, fishing out another Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan's spirit. Didn't you say you were well learnt and knowledgeable? I will give you another chance. See what Gu worm this is. Fang Yuan's spirit stared with wide open eyes. He moved forward to take a closer look. After a few breaths' time, he took a deep breath. His nervous expression became smug. Of course I know this Immortal Gu. Its name is Cleanse Soul. It is a cultivation assistance type Gu for Soul Path Gu Immortals. The cultivation of Soul Path includes strengthening the soul, refining the soul, and pacifying the soul. The best way to strengthen the soul is Dang Hun Mountain's Guts Gu. The best way to refine the soul is Luo Pa Valley's bewilderment fog and Luo Pa wind. As for pacifying the soul, it would be the pacifying soul soup in Bewitching Lake. This cleansed soul, Immortal Gu, can refine a Gu immortal's soul, getting rid of all the impurities. But if it was used excessively, it would get rid of even the essence of their soul. Oh, you actually recognize this Gu. Fang Yuan pretended to be shocked, thinking in his heart. So this Immortal Gu is called Cleansed Soul. I called it Split Soul in the past. I guess I was wrong. This Cleansed Soul, Immortal Gu, was the core Gu of the killer move Myriad Self. The killer move, Myriad Self, could form strength path phantoms of Fang Yuan. These strength path phantoms had a trace of his soul. Thus Fang Yuan could manipulate them freely like an extension of his own body. It was agile and flexible. But precisely due to this, the killer move Myriad Self expended Fang Yuan's soul foundation. Fang Yuan's spirit saw Fang Yuan's shock, and his smugness intensified on his face. But Fang Yuan quickly said, "Count yourself lucky, you coincidentally recognized this Immortal Gu." "Hey, what do you mean luck? This is my strength." "If you really have strength, how could you not recognize calamity beckoning Immortal Gu?" "You. Never mind. Take a look at this Gu. I'm sure you cannot recognize it." "Show me. I will definitely know what it is." Fang Yuan's spirit shouted. Fang Yuan took out another Gu. Fang Yuan's spirit concentrated his attention on analyzing. He laughed a few breaths later. "Haha. This is the cloud path, Immortal Gu, Rising Azure Cloud." "Rising Azure Cloud?" Tai Bai Yun Xing interjected. "That's right." Fang Yuan's spirit said proudly, shaking his head. "This Gu is a movement type Immortal Gu. It has a long history. Gu immortals can use it to easily travel through mountains and cross water bodies. But what is most valuable is that this Gu's ascending and descending speed is extremely fast. It far exceeds most other Gu of the same rank. So this Immortal Gu is called Rising Azure Cloud." Fang Yuan thought about it, appearing as if he was not satisfied. He took out another Immortal Gu. "Land Spirit, it seems you might possibly have some skill. Look at this Gu." Fang Yuan said. "What do you mean might possibly? Of course I have skill." Fang Yuan's spirit rebuked. His eyes were shining as he looked at Fang Yuan's palm. After a few breaths, his expression changed. "Oh, it's you. What Gu is this?" Tai Bai Yunxing asked again at an appropriate time. At this point, he had already understood Fang Yuan's intention. Although Fang Yuan had captured these Gu in Truyang Building, he did not know their origins. He had been guessing. There was no doubt that familiarizing oneself with unknown Immortal Gu was very troublesome. The most direct method was to consume immortal essence and activate the Immortal Gu to directly see their effects. But this had some flaws. Firstly, immortal essence was precious. Secondly, Immortal Gu had huge power. It might cause harm to oneself if used wrongly. For example, Calamity Beckoning Gu and Spring Autumn Cicada could not be used blindly. Thirdly, some Immortal Gu have very peculiar uses. Even if they were activated, they would not show any effect if the target or environment was inappropriate. Even though Wisdom Gu could help Fang Yuan could only make deductions based on the information he already had. Fang Yuan's spirit did not suspect a thing. He flaunted his knowledge. This Immortal Gu is peculiar and vile. It is a one-time consumable Gu. Although I have never seen it personally, I have heard about it in historical records. Back then I paid close attention due to having a special impression of it. This Gu's name is Woman's Heart. It is different from ordinary Immortal Gu. Its refinement and nurturing occur together. Fang Yuan was immediately intrigued. Gu worms were classified into nurture, use, and refinement, these three aspects. Generally with the three aspects, although they affected each other, each still stood alone. An Immortal Gu with nurturing and refinement combined into one. Fang Yuan had never seen any. But Fang Yuan was very familiar with a type of Gu worm that combined use and nurturing. This was the rank 5 Blood Guillotine Gu that had a vile reputation. Then, what exactly was this Woman's Heart Gu that combined refinement and nurturing? Fang Yuan was curious, but he could not ask directly. At this point, Tai Bai Yunxing cooperated and asked, "It can actually combine nurturing and refinement. This is the first time I've heard of this despite my long life." Fang Yuan's spirit gave Tai Bai Yunxing a look. "Lad, you are still young. You have not lived for long enough. The variety of Gu worms is as wide as the sea. The three aspects of nurturing, use, and refinement are extremely vast and profound. As the saying goes, a woman's heart is the deadliest poison. This Immortal Gu, Woman's Heart, is a poison path Immortal Gu with a lethal poison. To nurture it, you will need the hearts of women. The process of feeding would also be the process of continually refining and promoting the Gu. The more hearts fed to it, the more powerful its poison." Tai Bai Yunxing's expression changed. "It needs the hearts of women? Such evil and cruelty. This is a demonic Gu. Actually, you can use the hearts of female variant humans to replace it, but the effect would be worse than human hearts. To achieve the same toxicity, you will need many more hearts. Fang Yuan's spirit recalled. Tai Bai Yun Sheng's expression was solemn. Even variant humans are people. They have parents. They have flesh and blood, love and hatred. How can they be sacrificed so easily? Just to feed a demonic Gu. Saying this, Tai Bai Yun Sheng looked at Fang Yuan in worry. Fang Yuan was expressionless. He put away the Immortal Gu woman's heart and took out another Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan's spirit. I admit you have a degree of skill, but this level is still slightly inferior to me. Ha ha ha. The Immortal Gu in my hand now. There is no way you can guess it. Fang Yuan seemed to have complete confidence. Fang Yuan's spirit's gaze was immediately attracted to the new Immortal Gu. This is also a luck path Immortal Gu. He sniffed with his nose, turning nervous. But a few breaths later, his nervousness vanished. He breathed out deeply. I know this Immortal Gu. Ha. Back then, my main body had seen this Immortal Gu during a discussion about cultivation with Giant Sun, Immortal Venerable. Oh, such a coincidence. Fang Yuan showed a look of disbelief. Of course, Fang Yuan's spirit's eyes were burning with fire. Fang Yuan's disbelief made him extremely upset. To prove himself, he spilled all that he knew. This Immortal Gu is called Connect Luck. It has a very special use. It can allow a Gu master's luck to be connected to other people's luck. If one has good luck, it will be shared to the other person. Similarly, if one has bad luck, it will also affect the other party. If you have Luck Inspection Gu, you can inspect the formless luck of other people. If you see a person with good luck, you can use this Connect Luck Immortal Gu. But this is not the best method to use it, because luck is like a tide. Its rises and falls are uncertain. If you do this, you still would want to use another Immortal Gu, break luck, in tandem. Another better method is to coordinate this with other luck path Immortal Gu. To connect your own luck to the luck of mountains and valleys, to the luck of a long river, or the luck of a blessed land or grotto heaven, or even the luck of an immemorial desolate beast. Tai Bai Yun Sheng immediately understood the reasoning behind this. He stated praise. That's right. Famous mountains and valleys have been around for ages. Blessed lands and grotto heavens are unlikely to be destroyed, and immemorial desolate beasts are on par with rank 8 Gu immortals. The luck of these things is much more reliable than humans. Fang Yuan's spirit sighed. Luck path takes a peculiar direction, while also piercing deeply into the great Tao of heaven and earth. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, who first created it, had amazing talent. He was extraordinary. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable discussed about Tao with my main body for 7 days and 7 nights. Even my main body was full of admiration for him. Inkman King continued. In history, the 10 venerables were all supreme existences. Even as an Inkman, I am full of admiration for them. He had understood Fang Yuan's intention since long ago. It was to obtain knowledge about the Immortal Gu from Fang Yuan's spirit. But he did not expose this. Fang Yuan did not harm Fang Yuan's spirit. Inkman King had no need to ruin his tenuous relationship with Fang Yuan for no reason. Fang Yuan nodded at the Inkman King, before turning to Fang Yuan's spirit and saying, Let's go back to the deal. I am full of sincerity. I had never thought of taking your Immortal Gu recipes for myself. Land spirit, when I deduce the Immortal Gu recipe for you, I will place an Immortal Gu with you as collateral. By then, if I fail to analyze it, but had already seen the Immortal Gu recipe, you can take this Immortal Gu. You will feel assured in this case, right? The value of an Immortal Gu far exceeded any Immortal Gu recipe. Fang Yuan's spirit exchanged eye contact with the Inkman King before shouting, Rascal, it seems you are very confident in yourself. Okay, this deal is not risky for me at all. In fact, I profit from it. I will say this first. I will give you only 3 Immortal Gu recipes. It doesn't matter which one it is, but you need to completely deduce an Immortal Gu recipe to count as a success. If you succeed in deducing the recipe of an Immortal Gu, hand it to me, and I will pay you the Immortal Essence Stones, as well as another remnant recipe. Okay. Fang Yuan did not hesitate. He immediately agreed. Chapter 664, Bountiful Harvest. After successfully coming to an agreement with Fang Yuan's spirit, Fang Yuan breathed out a sigh of relief. This transaction was simply too crucial. The profits would be the key for Fang Yuan to break free of his current problematic situation. Although he knew of many ways to earn Immortal Essence Stones from his previous life's memories, these methods needed time and planning, or involved great risk. The deal with Fang Yuan's spirit was the only one with little risk, coupled with high rewards. After thinking about it for a while, Fang Yuan left the cloud path Immortal Gu, Rising Azure Cloud, in Langya Blessed Land as the collateral of the deal. Rising Azure Cloud was a movement-type Gu. Fang Yuan did not lack a movement Immortal Gu. He already had Worldly Wave Trace. The latter was suited for water path Gu immortals. Its effect was greater when used in an environment that had rivers, lakes, or the sea. Meanwhile, Rising Azure Cloud's strong point was in ascending and descending. Its normal movement speed across places was slower than worldly wave trace. Feng Yuan only cared about practical use. To him, worldly wave trace was much more useful. That night, in northern plains, Feng Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land alone, while Tai Bai Yun Sheng stayed in Langya Blessed Land. Feng Yuan was very satisfied with this trip. Although he consumed 1 bead of green grape immortal essence, under that situation, without knowing the real circumstances inside Langya Blessed Land, he needed to quickly defeat the swamp crab and gain the initiative of the situation. Immortal essence was indeed precious, but it should be used when needed. Immortal essence that was not used had 0 value, not mentioning 1 bead of green grape immortal essence. Even if he had to use 8 or 10, Feng Yuan would use them without hesitation if needed. He concluded that this time, he put in little investment, but made huge gains. Firstly, he took back fixed immortal travel. The return of fixed immortal travel was an extremely pleasant surprise. With fixed immortal travel, Feng Yuan could cross the regional barriers. He could step into all 5 regions. Using the advantage of his rebirth, he could set up schemes everywhere, obtaining the biggest benefits. Even at worst, if Immortal Crane Sect breaks into Hu Immortal Blessed Land and destroys it, Feng Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng could retreat while bringing along Dang Hun Mountain and Wisdom Gu. They could attack if they progressed and defend if they retreated. Although fixed immortal travel was a rank 6 movement Immortal Gu, it gave Feng Yuan the greatest advantage in this situation. Rising Azure Cloud and Worldly Wave Trace added together could not achieve something like this. At this point, Feng Yuan felt his pressure reducing. Secondly, he had formed the Snowy Mountain Alliance with Hei Lou Lan and Fairy Li Shan. Hei Lou Lan had the great strength true martial physique, one of the 10 extremes. She had huge potential, and once she advances into an immortal, her battle strength would be terrifying. Fairy Li Shan was a famous character in Northern Plains. On one hand, she was the 3rd leader of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, but on the other hand, she had a wide range of friendly relationships and had dealings with many of Northern Plains' Righteous Path Gu immortals. There were scumbags and weirdos among Righteous Path Gu immortals, and the demonic path even more so had its outliers. Every conflict originates from benefits. The righteous and demonic paths were not just enemies out to kill each other. They also cooperated, made transactions, and even worked together secretly. Fairy Li Shan had the Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu. This Gu was the reason why she was so popular with everyone. Dongfang Chang Fan had created an alliance with the righteous forces. He needed Mountain Pledge Gu. Demonic Path Gu immortals were even more suspicious of each other. Such a huge organization like Snowy Mountain Blessed Land could be built all because of the foundation of Mountain Pledge Gu. Because the alliance created using Mountain Pledge Gu could not be broken. This was the key to gaining the trust of Demonic Path Gu immortals. Feng Yuan allied with them because on one hand, he could gain powerful assistance, while on the other hand, he could settle his biggest problem of not getting timely updates about information in the world. Fairy Li Shan had wide connections. It was much easier for her to gain information compared to Feng Yuan. And thirdly, Feng Yuan obtained the information of 4 Immortal Gu. He had snatched them when destroying the Formless Fists. They were Cleanse Soul, Rising Azure Cloud, Woman's Heart, and Connect Luck. In terms of value, starting from the lowest, the first would be Rising Azure Cloud. To Feng Yuan, this Gu had the least value. He was exerting its greatest use by leaving with Langya Land Spirit as collateral. Poison Path Immortal Gu Woman's Heart, a one-time expenditure Gu that combined refinement and nurturing. It had slightly greater value. Generally speaking, these one-time use Gu had powerful effects, like the Immortal Gu Gruel Mud. Above Woman's Heart was Immortal Gu Cleanse Soul. Cleanse Soul could refine the soul. Its effect was far greater than Feng Yuan's Wolf Soul Gu. Feng Yuan had Guts Gu. It was easy to strengthen his soul. Before he enters Luo Pa Valley, Immortal Gu Cleanse Soul would be the best replacement. In addition, Cleanse Soul was the core Gu of the killer Move Myriad self. This had even greater value. Feng Yuan made an evaluation. If he did not use the killer Move Myriad self, his battle strength was lower than ordinary rank 6 Gu immortals. But once he used this killer move, his battle strength surged. He would be equivalent to a first-rate rank 6 Gu immortal. Of course, compared to Feng Yuan's Blood Path battle strength in his previous life, he was still weaker. In Feng Yuan's previous life, he was a demonic path overlord, at the peak of rank 6, and was only a step away from rank 7. His battle strength was truly fearsome. He was at the top of rank 6. He even had the shocking battle result of winning twice against ordinary rank 7 Gu immortals. Last was Connect Luck Immortal Gu. This Luck Path Immortal Gu was unexpectedly Feng Yuan's greatest gain. Its value even surpassed Cleanse Soul. Even though Cleanse Soul was Myriad Self's core, it was not irreplaceable. But the importance of Connect Luck Immortal Gu to Fang Yuan was simply unique. Fang Yuan's first vital Gu was Spring Autumn Cicada. This Immortal Gu was the cause of his rise. Without this mystical Gu, he would not have reached this stage. But at the same time, this Gu had always been dragging him down. Be it the pressure towards his aperture or Spring Autumn Cicada's weakness, the constantly low luck of the user, it gave huge problems to Fang Yuan and even resulted in many fatal crises. If not for Fang Yuan's ability and ruthless personality, coupled with his many methods, ordinary people in his place would have died long ago. Spring Autumn Cicada was Fang Yuan's trump card, but it was also his greatest flaw. With Connect Luck Immortal Gu now, it could resolve Spring Autumn Cicada's luck flaw. Fang Yuan's spirit had provided many uses for the Connect Luck Immortal Gu. The best way was to use other luck path Immortal Gu along with it, using them together to link the Gu Master's luck to a famous mountain or river, an immemorial desolate beast, or even blessed lands and grotto heaven. These existences have boundless and long-lived luck. They were not easy to destroy. But Fang Yuan was not going to use this method. Because he could not. He only had one luck path Immortal Gu. He could not use it with other luck path Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan's method was to use Connect Luck Immortal Gu to link his luck with other people's luck. Fang Yuan's spirit had earlier said, a person's luck was like a tide. Its rises and falls were uncertain. In connecting your luck to others, you had to be careful, otherwise the user would be dragged down at times. If this was used with Break Luck Gu, it would expend precious immortal essence, and it would also force the user to be on constant alert. But this weakness was non-existent to Fang Yuan. Why? Because he was someone who was reborn using Spring Autumn Cicada. He knew who the lucky, famous, or extremely successful people were of this generation. He even knew what their achievements would be, and when their downfalls would occur. I can totally use my previous life's memories to find these future important people and use Connect Luck Gu to link my luck with them. Since I have Spring Autumn Cicada, my luck will always be abysmal. After connecting our lucks, the one taking advantage will always be me. Fang Yuan thought about this and recognized the great advantage that fixed immortal travel gave him even more clearly. If not for fixed immortal travel, he would not be able to freely move between the 5 regions. Where would he have time to travel far and wide to look for those people who were currently still nobodies? The final gain from this trip were the 3 Immortal Gu remnant recipes he brought back from Feng Yangs' blessed land. These Immortal Gu recipes had very high completion rates. They were 90% and above. There was even one piece with 99% completion rate. After resting for a while, Fang Yuan arrived at the underground cave. Deducing an Immortal Gu recipe had too many elements to consider. The wills created by Mortal Gu were definitely insufficient. Fang Yuan had no hesitation. He activated Delight in Water and Mountain Gu. He decided to do the easy one first, to settle the remnant recipe with 99%. At the same time, in Feng Yangs' blessed land. Feng Yuan spirit, what do you think of my restoration? Tai Bai Yun Sheng's hands were behind his back. He stood before Feng Yuan spirit and the Inkman king. Inkman king saw the restored cloud soil as amazement shone in his eyes uncontrollably. Earlier, Tai Bai Yun Sheng had taken the initiative to stay behind. When he had suggested to heal Feng Yangs' blessed land, he did not see much hope. But to think that Tai Bai Yun Sheng did such a great job, the effect was out of his expectations. Feng Yuan's spirit assessed Tai Bai Yun Sheng for a while, saying, to think that at such a young age, you are quite impressive. How did you do it? Tai Bai Yun Sheng laughed bitterly. He was old and had white hair. To hear someone call him young was a really peculiar and weird experience. He took out landscape as before Immortal Gu, displaying it before the 2 of them, and introducing it clearly. Inkman king praised loudly. To think that there is such an amazing Immortal Gu. With this Immortal Gu, we can restore the blessed land's terrain and river flow. It can greatly reduce the losses caused by heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. This Immortal Gu's value is immense. Feng Yuan's spirit was also interested. I have heard of this Immortal Gu. It once belonged to Immortal Gu. Immortal Gu had inherited a certain true inheritance from spectral soul demon venerable. Not only did he have landscape as before, he also had man as before. I have not seen this Gu of yours personally. Let me research it. It is bound to give me new inspiration. I will give you 5 Immortal Essence Stones as compensation. Feng Yuan's spirit had many businesses. He was very rich and did not lack Immortal Essence Stones. 5 Immortal Essence Stones. Tai Bai Yun Sheng hesitated before rejecting and shaking his head. Immortal Gu were one's personal secrets. They should not be exposed easily. But Tai Bai Yun Sheng, for the sake of his future, learned from Fairy Li Shan and had no choice but to expose landscape as before Immortal Gu. How could he hand this to Feng Yuan's spirit? He said he would research, but what if he ruins it during the process? Seeing that Tai Bai Yun Sheng did not agree, Feng Yuan's spirit was very disappointed, but he still footed the bill. You restored all the cloud. Soil for me. According to our deal, this is 3 immortal essence stones. Tai Bai Yun Sheng waved his hand and rejected. I will not accept these 3 immortal essence stones. When Fang Yuan comes to hand in the recipe, give it to him along with his compensation. Fang Yuan's spirit was stunned, before laughing wildly. What? Don't tell me you believe that the rascal can really succeed and complete the recipe? Ha ha ha. Do you know how many years these recipes have troubled me? Especially that recipe at 99% completion rate. Even my main body could not finish it. Chapter 665. 3 100% Immortal Gu Recipes. Fang Yuan Spirit. Isn't this a little inappropriate? Inkman King glanced at Tai Bai Yun Sheng, as he said this with worry. The other party included the fierce people who wrecked Imperial Court Blessed Land and toppled 88 True Yang Building. Inkman King was very worried Lang Yu Blessed Land would be harmed if Fang and Tai were angered. Fang Yuan's spirit was extremely frank, and as if he had not heard Inkman King's words, he satisfiedly said, "Humph. That brat is too crafty. He dared to treat this old man in such a vile manner. So I did it on purpose. I am teaching him a lesson to let him understand the principle of respecting the old." Ha ha ha. What Gu recipe can he deduce? What foundation does he have? He is clearly a strength path immortal zombie. Did he think this old man could not see it? Humph. Little Tai by his blind confidence in him. If he can deduce the Immortal Gu recipe, this old man will personally crush his medicine grinder and eat it. Tai Bai Yun Sheng did not respond, instead looking at the arrogantly laughing Fang Yuan spirit with pity. He really wanted to say, "It is not Fang Yuan whom I have confidence in, but the Wisdom Gu." Fang Yuan quietly stood within the wisdom light halo. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes. They were shining with joy. Success. He was deeply moved. In a few moments' worth of time, he had deduced the first remnant recipe to 100%. This perfected Gu recipe was the 99% remnant recipe. Fang Yuan gasped in surprise when he looked at this Gu recipe again. This last step was simply mystical. To think this was a Gu recipe I perfected. He himself found it incredulous. Deducing Gu recipes depended on one's foundations and inspirations. If one did not have enough foundation and refinement path, it would be very difficult to deduce Gu recipes. But even Gu masters with deep foundations would often encounter problems when deducing Gu recipes. They would be stopped at these steps, not able to progress even an inch for years. There were even cases where Gu masters would not make any progress for decades, or even a century. To break through these barriers would require inspiration. But inspiration was extremely hard to obtain. It could appear continuously over a short period of time, or not even appear once in many years. Even if they had inspiration, that was only a possibility, and it would have to be tested and verified. If it was successful, that would be true inspiration. If it failed, that would only be an idea, a failed attempt. Wisdom Gu's might lies in being able to provide unlimited inspiration to Gu masters. I am a refinement path master. My foundation is enough, and I only lack inspiration. Fang Yuan once again sensed the power of a rank 9 Gu. This was still the case in which he had only stepped inside the Wisdom Light Halo. If there came a day when he truly activated Wisdom Gu, who knows what the results would be. Fang Yuan suppressed the flood of thoughts and examined his mind. There were still large amounts of joyful will in his mind. The remnant Gu recipe had been extremely close to completion and had only lacked the final push. Thus, Fang Yuan did not use much joyful will. He concentrated and began deducing another Gu recipe. The second Gu recipe was the Immortal Gu remnant recipe with 97% completion. Fang Yuan did not have to consume much joyful will this time around either, only expending 1/3 to cross the barriers that were blocking the completion of the Immortal Gu recipe. Crossing these barriers meant resolving the greatest troubles. The thinking process could then smoothly progress with everything else being obvious. Fang Yuan could deduce them completely even if he relied only on his own ability. But at the third Immortal Gu recipe, Fang Yuan encountered slight trouble. He had to use up 3 beads of green grape immortal essence in a row before he was able to perfect this Immortal Gu recipe. The difficulty of this Immortal Gu recipe was quite high. When one problem was solved, another would appear. Thus, even though its completion rate was already as high as 96%, the amount of green grape immortal essence expended to deduce it was 2 to 3 times as much as than the previous 2. But even so, when considering the deal, Fang Yuan profited hugely. Fang Yuan hurriedly connected to Treasure Yellow Heaven and contacted Fang Yuan's spirit with Divine Sense Gu. Fang Yuan's spirit laughed wildly and was thinking Fang Yuan had made contact to admit defeat. So when Fang Yuan handed him a 100% complete Immortal Gu recipe, he was stunned for a while. After a few breaths of time, all his attention was absorbed into the contents of the Immortal Gu recipe. Amazing, amazing. This barrier could actually be broken in such way. Why didn't I think of it? How could I not have thought about it? he shouted. Were it not for both his hands being trapped in the chi path seal, he would probably be slapping his thigh fiercely. The praise suddenly stopped, and an embarrassed expression showed on Fang Yuan's spirit's face. He had not forgotten that a short while ago he had been extremely pessimistic of Fang Yuan's ability. How could he have expected Fang Yuan would hand over a completed Immortal Gu recipe to him not long after? Fang Yuan's spirit felt embarrassed, muttering, "Brat, who could have thought that your line of thought is so weird? You actually hit the target while blindfolded, and wildly deduced this Immortal Gu recipe. Consider it your luck this time. According to our contract, perfecting a rank 6 Immortal Gu remnant recipe of a 90% or over completion rate will be paid with 10 Immortal Essence Stones. Should I hand them to you using Treasure Yellow Heaven, or will you come personally to take them?" Transactions in Treasure Yellow Heaven naturally required a fixed service charge, but Fang Yuan would have to use fixed immortal travel if he went to personally receive the payment. And every activation of fixed immortal travel required 1 bead of green grape immortal essence. It was a considerable price. Fang Yuan thought it over. Using Treasure Yellow Heaven would mean a cheaper cost, but it was hard to avoid leaving behind some traces which might be deduced by some Wisdom Path Gu immortals with harmful intentions. But personally going to take them would mean too high of a cost. Fang Yuan was somewhat troubled. Fang Yuan Blessed Land was in northern plains, while Hu Immortal Blessed Land was in central continent. The two were not in the same region, so using Whole Earth Gu was not possible. Only Stargate Gu could be used. Land Spirit, with your personality, you should have Stargate Gu there, right? Fang Yuan asked. Hee, brat, you really understand me. Fang Yuan's spirit frankly admitted. He had obtained Stargate Gu's recipe from Fang Yuan. He first refined a set of Stargate Gu and gave them to Fang Yuan, refining another set afterwards for his own collection. Fang Yuan nodded and transmitted his thoughts. Treasure Yellow Heaven is not safe. Our transaction will be sensed by many, and once the frequency of this increases, it will bring us great trouble. Fixed immortal travel is convenient, but the price to use it is too high. It is better for us to link our 2 blessed lands and establish a Stargate. Build a Stargate. Fang Yuan's spirit shook his head and refused Fang Yuan's suggestion without consideration. Brat, I have been deceived many times by you. Building a Stargate is not a small thing. Any calamity over your side will immediately afterwards be directed here as well. If Fang Yuan Blessed Land is discovered by someone, my life will be difficult. Fang Yuan laughed loudly and did not attempt to persuade him, instead handing over the second Immortal Gu recipe. You actually completed another one. Fang Yuan's spirit received a huge shock. This speed, wasn't it simply too fast? This method of resolving the problem is simply marvelous. You actually thought of using this Gu, and there is also refinement Gu material like intimate grass. How did you think of them? Fang Yuan's spirit chattered on and exclaimed as he appreciated the wonders of this 100% completed Immortal Gu recipe. Ha ha, old man. The new generation replaces the old. You are already old and stay all day in Fang Yuan Blessed Land without knowing the developments in the outside world. Even if you have your best friend, Inkman King, he is an Inkman. How could he come across the key aspects of human cultivation? Moreover, who am I? I am a peerless genius of wisdom path. One day, I will surpass star constellation Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan laughed arrogantly while spouting nonsense. Fang Yuan's spirit was dumbfounded. He really wanted to retort, but the truth was right in front of his eyes. The 2 Immortal Gu remnant recipes which had troubled him for countless years were solved so easily by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan suddenly heaved a sigh. Sigh. Do you know the loneliness of a genius? Since my birth, I knew I was extraordinary. There was no one around who could have an equal conversation with me. Some people even believed I was a monster. They were afraid of my wisdom and envied my talent. I could only hide myself and appear to be like a normal person. It was to the extent that no one could see that I was overflowing with heaven-defying talent. Wisdom path seemed to be the path the heaven arranged for me, but from a twist of fate, I ended up becoming a strength path immortal zombie. Tell me, isn't my life full of setbacks? Even heaven was envious of my talents. Fang Yuan's spirit could no longer bear to listen to this, stamping his foot. Hey brat, don't be so self-important. What is amazing about deducing 2 Immortal Gu recipes? If you are really a genius, then deduce the final Immortal Gu recipe. Only then will this old man admire you. Fang Yuan was silent. Fang Yuan's spirit raised his head. Humph, kid, this old man admits you have some talent. But so what? Even my main body was stumped by that final Immortal Gu recipe. Ponder over it properly for 7 to 8 years. Maybe you will know how profound this world is and how many stars there are in the sky. You will then learn to be humble. Ah. You mean, this Immortal Gu recipe? The corners of Fang Yuan's lips pulled back as he tossed out the 3rd Immortal Gu recipe. This was simply the final blow. Fang Yuan's spirit's laughter came to an abrupt stop, Shortly afterwards, he shouted in shock. This? What is this? What in the world is this? His voice contained a trace of panic. Feng Yuan heaved a long sigh and said with a slow, sad voice, I said it earlier, my talents often provokes fear and envy. Sigh, nothing can be done. I am such a genius. I was born this way. Feng Yuan's spirit's panic this time was no small thing. He was only formed from an obsession and was not shrewd. This final Immortal Gu recipe was a huge impact to him. You really succeeded in deducing it? Incredible. Incredible. This Immortal Gu recipe can actually be solved like this. Your train of thought went in a completely different direction. No wonder even my main body could not deduce it. This old saying has come true. The mountain road twists around every new peak. A glimmer of hope shines at one's darkest hour. The mountain road twists around every new peak. A glimmer of hope shines at one's darkest hour. Feng Yuan's spirit kept on mumbling to himself. He was at first completely shocked before becoming ecstatic. Finally, he calmed down, his heart filled with frustration. This Immortal Gu recipe had been perplexing him all along, and even his main body was stumped, unable to take the final crucial step. Sometimes Feng Yuan's spirit even thought that this Immortal Gu recipe was a complete dead end, and there was no way for it to be resolved. He had given it to Feng Yuan to deliberately make things difficult, and had never imagined it would truly be solved. However, he obtained the complete recipe now. The problem he and even his main body could not resolve was solved by Feng Yuan. His heart could not help but feel frustration and listlessness. Chapter 666, Huge Profit. Chapter 666, Huge Profit. Don't tell me that this kid truly is a wisdom path genius, one rarely seen in 100 years. No, such ability and wisdom is heaven-defying. This talent is not just rarely seen in 100 years, there might not be one in 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years. When he thought of this, Feng Yuan's spirit immediately felt there was some sense in Feng Yuan's repulsive character. Right? Only a genius like this can have such a repulsive character. Like my main body, Feng Yuan's spirit started to feel Feng Yuan's repulsive character was no longer so disagreeable, and even felt a sense of appreciation for similar talents. At Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Feng Yuan was calm and unruffled. He might have become a zombie and his thoughts might have slowed down, but it was still more than enough to bully a land spirit. If it were possible, Feng Yuan did not want to take such risks. He would rather hand over the Immortal Gu recipes one by one over long intervals, and not directly provide the 3 Immortal Gu recipes like he was doing now. This action was too eye-catching. It was sure to attract doubts and suspicions from others. Feng Yuan's spirit was frank and open, but he still had a good friend called Inkman King. This variant human was a genuinely formidable character. But Feng Yuan could do nothing about it, as the situation was forcing him. He must earn a large number of Immortal Essence Stones in a short period of time and increase his strength, both to break through the current perils he was facing and also to delay the time before he was exposed. If he worries over this and that, holding back on releasing the Immortal Gu recipes, who would Feng Yuan cry to if this led to his defeat and death? Feng Yuan smiled. Feng Yuan's spirit had not responded, but he knew. These 3 Immortal Gu recipes were tossed out one by one like 3 bombs. They had already shaken Feng Yuan's spirit's mind. This was a good time to talk about conditions. Therefore, he spoke. Feng Yuan's spirit, I will speak frankly with you. I need Immortal Essence Stones, and you need Immortal Gu recipes. We will be collaborating a lot in the future. Building a Stargate will be beneficial to both of us. Stargate. This time, Feng Yuan's spirit hesitated and did not immediately refuse. Feng Yuan displayed his exceptional talent in Wisdom Path, which caused Feng Yuan's spirit to have a newfound respect for Feng Yuan. Thus, the land spirit began to pay serious attention to Feng Yuan's suggestion. Feng Yuan persuaded again. Land spirit, do you think your Feng Yu blessed land will be safe just because we don't build a Stargate? Don't forget, you have already suffered from 3 waves of attacks, every wave stronger than the previous. No doubt, Feng Yu blessed land's location has already been discovered. You are already being observed by some great force. After we build a Stargate, we can even take this collaboration to the next step. At crucial times, I could come to protect you through the Stargate. Protect me. Feng Yuan's spirit was finally moved. He thought of the impressive battle scene when Feng Yuan beat down the swamp crab. It was truly a formidable display. Moreover, these 3 waves of attacks had completely disrupted Feng Yu blessed land's peaceful environment, creating an enormous sense of danger in Feng Yuan's spirit. Feng Yuan asked at this time, you haven't sold Stargate Gu at Treasure Yellow Heaven, right? Not yet. I have no lack of Immortal Essence Stones. Feng Yuan's spirit replied. Feng Yuan laughed brightly. This is even better. Stargate Gu is a new innovation. It is not like Whole Earth Gu, which has to be planted on the ground and therefore discovered easily. You would need to activate Stargate Gu every time you want to open a Stargate, thus it is very hidden. Even if you feel something wrong, you can destroy the Stargate Gu in your hands at the crucial moment. Won't that work? There is simply no threat in building a Stargate. Fang Yuan talked glibly, his words impacting on the depths of Fang Yuan's spirit's heart. Fang Yuan's spirit finally agreed. All right, we will build a Stargate. But let's put the collaboration aside for now, and first handle the transaction of deducing Immortal Gu recipes. The land spirit added another sentence. I will be in charge of refining the Stargate Gu. I will lend it to you. With this, he would be in greater control of the situation. After all, he still felt a little uneasy. Over at Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan exposed the smile of a winner and clenched his 8 fists in joy. Success. With this, he had attained initial approval of collaboration with Fang Yu Land Spirit. Connecting to Fang Yu Blessed Land would make future transactions much profitable. Not only could it save some money, it would also give an additional retreat path. Besides this, Fang Yuan was able to prevent the supply of Stargate Gu to Treasure Yellow Heaven's market, which could have given huge advantages to other Gu immortals. Fang Yu Land Spirit provided the Stargate Gu, which also saved Fang Yuan some trouble. If Fang Yu Land Spirit could feel safe with this, Fang Yuan was happy to comply. I must form a good relationship with Fang Yu Land Spirit. I won't be cheated by doing transactions with him, and can also earn large amounts of Immortal Essence Stones. As long as I handle this relationship properly and continue to deepen it, who knows, one day Fang Yu Land Spirit might lend me some Immortal Gu to use. Fang Yuan calculated inwardly. Fang Yu Blessed Land contained many Immortal Gu. Among them were Beast Enslavement Immortal Gu and Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. By borrowing Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan would be able to save a large expense in nurturing them. How cost-effective was it? Fang Yuan was taking one step, but had already planned the next 10 steps. Fang Yu Land Spirit was also very happy, feeling his luck was truly good for finding a wisdom path genius rarely seen in 10,000 years. All the Immortal Gu remnant recipes in his possession had hopes of being perfected. Fang Yuan had intended to receive Stargate Gu through Treasure Yellow Heaven, but the cautious Fang Yu Land Spirit refused. Fang Yuan could only use Green Grape Immortal Essence and make a trip to Fang Yu Blessed Land to take the Stargate Gu. Tai Bai Yun Sheng still remained there, as there were still several rivers in the Blessed Land that he needed to restore. The round trip, as a result, cost Fang Yuan 2 Green Grape Immortal Essence. But with this journey, he brought back 1 Stargate Gu, 3 new Immortal Gu remnant recipes, and also 30 Immortal Essence Stones. Tai Bai Yun Sheng wanted Fang Yuan to take the 3 Immortal Essence Stones he was being paid, but Fang Yuan refused and left it to Tai Bai Yun Sheng. After all, Tai Bai Yun Sheng also required cultivation resources. The stronger he became, the more help he would be to Fang Yuan compared to 3 Immortal Essence Stones. The Stargate could not be immediately built. Fang Yuan did not have any more Starlight Firefly Gu. Without the Starlight from Starlight Firefly Gu, the 2 Stargates were unable to be activated. Fang Yuan summarized the transaction this time. He used a total of 5 beads of Green Grape Immortal Essence to deduce Immortal Gu recipes. When he returned alone from Fang Yu Blessed Land earlier, he used up 1 bead of Green Grape Immortal Essence. To take 1 Stargate Gu, he had to go to Fang Yu Blessed Land and return back to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, consuming 2 Green Grape Immortal Essence beads. He had invested altogether 8 beads of Green Grape Immortal Essence, and his gains were a whole 30 Immortal Essence Stones. I have only 9 Green Grape Immortal Essence remaining now. Fang Yuan had formed a middle-grade Blessed Land, and the few Green Grape Immortal Essence he had obtained were heavily used up in this back-and-forth trip from Northern Plains. However, Fang Yuan was not anxious. He had become a zombie, and his immortal aperture was dead, no longer able to produce Green Grape Immortal Essence by itself. But he could extract Immortal Essence from Immortal Essence Stones and turn them into his own Green Grape Immortal Essence. Back then, first Jin Guyu, who had turned into a blood white, also used Primeval Stones to recover his Primeval Essence. The logic between the two was the same, it was only a difference of ranks. That is to say, Fang Yuan could use up all these 30 Immortal Essence Stones to turn into his own Green Grape Immortal Essence. 1 Immortal Essence Stone could be treated as 1 bead of Green Grape Immortal Essence, which meant the amount of his Green Grape Immortal Essence had increased to 39 beads. But Immortal Essence Stones are worth more than Green Grape Immortal Essence. The former is used as currency, while the latter can only be used by an individual. Unless necessary, I should not rashly refine these Immortal Essence Stones to Green Grape Immortal Essence. Anyway, as long as I can continue transacting with Fang Yu Land Spirit, I will have more and more Immortal Essence Stones. Now, let's connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven and check. Fang Yuan was full of confidence when connecting to Treasure Yellow Heaven this time. The purchasing power of Immortal Essence Stones was extremely strong. Back then, Fang Yuan used one Immortal Essence Stone to buy a myriad wolf king and a wolf group with over 30,000 wolves. 30 Immortal Essence Stones were sufficient to be called a large sum. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had established the Bloodwing Demon Sect, and as a demonic path overlord, the greatest amount of Immortal Essence Stones he had at one time was also no more than 64. Naturally, he spent a lot in his previous life. This number was the result of his expenditure and profits constantly offsetting each other. Fang Yuan sat down and closed his eyes, sending his consciousness towards his immortal aperture. The immortal aperture was a scene of deathly stillness. The sky was gray and the ground was black, and the air was filled with a putrid odor. Mo Yaos was still imprisoned inside, monitored from time to time by Fang Yuan. The mirror willow planted earlier had already died, becoming a collapsed pile of rotten wood on the ground. With a shift of Fang Yuan's mind, a new connecting heaven Gu fluttered up to the air in his immortal aperture and formed a passage to treasure Yellow Heaven. Fang Yuan then activated Divine Sense Gu, forming a continuous stream of divine sense which followed the passage created by connecting heaven Gu and entered treasure Yellow Heaven. He was now an immortal zombie, no longer needing the help of Little Hu Immortal, and could make transactions himself. Treasure Yellow Heaven was still the same, the vast space rippling with lemon-like yellow light. There were no mountains, rivers, or forests, and also no birds, beasts, insects, or fish. There was not even a sky or ground. The only things here was all sorts of treasures and goods. Gu worms, Gu recipes, killer moves, beast groups, variant humans, vegetation or veins, soil, water, fine wine, and all sorts of goods. Each of them quietly floated in air, releasing all sorts of colors, giving off large or small treasure light. The brighter and larger the treasure light was, the more the good was worth. But treasure light was only an initial estimation. One might not be able to infer from the treasure light if the item was tampered by the Gu Immortals or not. This was the largest exchange market among the 5 regions Gu Immortals. It allowed for bargaining, while taking a fixed service charge. This also tested the Gu Immortals' discernment skills. If they bought counterfeit goods, they could only blame their bad luck, as treasure Yellow Heaven would not be liable for any loss. Fang Yuan wanted to buy Starlight Firefly Gu first. This type of Gu worm emitted pure azure starlight. It was a prerequisite for activating a Stargate. His divine sense searched around and soon found a large group of Starlight Firefly Gu. There were over 1,000. Fang Yuan was familiar with the seller. It was Star-Lord Wanxiang. Star-Lord Wanxiang seemed to be Star Path Gu Immortal. He not only sold Starlight Firefly Gu, but also Star Dark Gu, Stellar Fire Gu, Falling Meteor Gu, Star River Gu, and so on. It was obvious that Star-Lord Wanxiang's blessed land produced Star Path Mortal Gu, and he sold these Gu worms to generate revenue. Even Gu Immortals who did not cultivate Star Path would often buy some Star Path Gu worms for refining, researching killer moves, or other purposes. Chapter 667. 8 Arm Immortal, Spring Star Rain. How much are you selling this group of Starlight Firefly Gu for? Fang Yuan's divine sense sent over. How may I address you, sir? And how many Starlight Firefly Gu do you need? Although Star-Lord Wanxiang was not around, he left behind a wool near his goods. But this wool could be seen to have a great appearance. It was dazzling like the stars, extremely appealing to the eyes. Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment was low. He did not recognize its origins. You can call me 8 Arm Immortal. I want to buy this entire group of Starlight Firefly Gu. Fang Yuan transmitted. Fang Yuan was using his own blessed land to connect to treasure Yellow Heaven, and he had also changed his divine sense Gu and connecting heaven Gu. Thus Star-Lord Wanxiang did not realize that Fang Yuan was the former Fox Immortal. He thought Fang Yuan was a stranger. But listening to Fang Yuan's tone, he seemed like a big spending customer. Thus Star-Lord Wanxiang's will immediately became enthusiastic. Starlight Firefly Gu is an olden antiquity Gu worm. Now it is almost extinct. My Starlight Firefly Gu are in excellent condition, and I have over 1,200 of them. How about this? I will sell them to you at a price of 4 Immortal Essence Stones. Fang Yuan laughed. You're trying to scam me. Don't think I am unaware of the normal selling price. I was introduced to you by someone, thus I came here. You are not the only one selling Starlight Firefly Gu. There is still Fairy Yao Guang and Di Yuan. I can get the Starlight Firefly Gu from them as well. Fang Yuan had once instructed Little Hu Immortal to deal with all 3 of these Gu Immortals. Not only did he buy over 100,000 Starlight Fireflies, as well as their food, Star Fragment Grass, he also bought the experiences of the 3 of them in planting Star Fragment Grass. He spent a lot. Star-Lord Wanxiang's will was slightly startled. He now knew Fang Yuan was well aware of the market rate. His words changed. I was kidding earlier. Don't take it seriously, sir. 8 Arm Immortal. Fang Yuan interrupted him, saying, I will pay 2 immortal essence stones to buy 1,500 Starlight Firefly Gu. Star-Lord Wanxiang immediately rejected this, saying, Sir, this is simply too low. I cannot sell it at this price. After some bargaining, both of them took a step back. Using 3 immortal essence stones, he obtained 1,200 Starlight Firefly Gu. After buying the Starlight Firefly Gu, he did not leave. Instead, he asked, Do you sell any Star Path killer moves? Could it be that Sir is also a Star Path Gu immortal? Of course I sell them. Take a look. I have 3 Star Path killer moves here. Fang Yuan started browsing. The first Star Path killer move was called Dazzling Star Armor. It needed large numbers of Starlight Gu, a few Bane Star Gu, several Star Shield Gu, and so on to be activated. This was a defensive killer move. Once used, a full body armor would form on the Gu Immortal's body, shining like starlight. The second killer move was called Spring Star Rain. It needed large numbers of Star Rain Gu, small numbers of Spring Wind Gu, some Star Shoot Gu and others. Once used, it would form a jade-colored rain, drizzling non-stop for 3 days and 3 nights. The rain would be rich like oil. It could provide nutrients to crops and greatly increase productivity. This killer move was used to nurture plants and manage the blessed land. The third was called Spiral Drill Star Spear. Like the name implied, it was an offensive killer move. It needed small numbers of Spiral Bone Spear Gu, several Star River Gu, countless Star Dart Gu, and large numbers of Shooting Star Gu. These killer moves' details were very interesting. The numbers of Gu worms were usually classified into large numbers, several, some, and a few. Vague terms like these without actual real numbers. At the same time, the ways to construct these killer moves were also not specified, including the sequences of activating the Gu worms, as well as the relationships between different Gu worms. Only the general statuses of the killer moves were mentioned, like what rank 5 Gu were needed, and what effects the killer moves had. Only after the killer moves were bought would their details be clearly stated. Star-Lord Wanxiang spoke at an appropriate time. Killer move Dazzling Star Armor is sold at half an Immortal Essence Stone. Spring Star Rain was created by my main body personally. Only a few Gu Immortals have bought it now. Thus the value is slightly higher at 1.5 Immortal Essence Stones. Spiral Drill Star Spear costs 1 Immortal Essence Stone. Killer moves were priced according to their rarity, flaws, strength and power, backlash, whether they can be easily countered, and the conditions of the Gu worms that compose the killer move. But they had one common point: they were usually not cheap. In Treasure Yellow Heaven, ordinary mortal killer moves were priced higher than mortal Gu recipes of the same rank. But at rank 6 and above, the price of immortal killer moves were far less than immortal Gu recipes. Dazzling Star Armor. Fang Yuan knew this killer move even though he was not a Star Path Gu immortal. It was extremely common. Half an Immortal Essence Stone was too expensive. Fang Yuan had planned to buy a Star Path offensive killer move. He remembered a mortal killer move called Icy Stardust. This killer move had a wide range. The Star Path Gu worms that were used in it were common, and it was also very effective in dealing with enemies. The Stardust had defense-piercing ability, and even if it could not break the defense, it would stick to enemies and emit frost energy that would slow them down. As for Star-Lord Wanxiang's Spiral Drill Star Spear, Fang Yuan had not heard of it. This meant that this offensive killer move's value was not high. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, during the chaotic Five Regions War, the war ruined old and inefficient systems, causing the birth of many new inventions. Fang Yuan did not remember Spiral Drill Star Spear. That meant it was not outstanding. It had been out of use since long ago back then. A killer move that was out of use definitely had many weaknesses. But the Spring Star Rain killer move made Fang Yuan's eyes shine. This was a surprising find. Fang Yuan thought of the Star Fragment Grass. It was the food of the Starlight Fireflies, as well as their home. The stronger and larger the Starlight Fireflies, the more Starlight Firefly Gu could emerge from them. Fang Yuan's desire towards Starlight Firefly Gu was going to persist for a long time. He needed this killer move. Fang Yuan looked over this Spring Star Rain killer move another 2 times. He noticed a problem. The Gu worms that made up this Spring Star Rain had one Star Path Gu worm called Star Shoot Gu. It was a consumable Gu. Fang Yuan had never heard of this Gu. This was the first time he had heard of it. Fang Yuan thought about it and realized this was Star-Lord Wanxiang's ploy. After Gu Immortals bought the killer move, Spring Star Rain, every time they wanted to use it, they would need to expend Star Shoot Gu. Meanwhile, only Star-Lord Wanxiang sold this Star Shoot Gu. Star-Lord Wanxiang wanted to turn this one-time killer move purchase into a continuous trade. Fang Yuan probed and asked, I will offer 2 Immortal Essence Stones for your Spring Star Rain killer move and the Star Shoot Gu's recipe. Star Shoot Gu was only rank 3. Such a Mortal Gu recipe was not worth half an Immortal Essence Stone. This price was extremely high. But as expected, Star-Lord Wanxiang rejected him without hesitation. His explanation was that this Star Shoot Gu was naturally formed in his blessed land, There was no recipe. This was a really good excuse. Some blessed lands, if managed well, due to the peculiarity of the environment, would give birth to new Gu. Not only can Gu immortals refine and create new Gu worms, nature could do the same. Fang Yuan knew that this was very likely to be an excuse, but he could not request to enter Star Lord Wanxiang's blessed land to check. The blessed land was the Gu immortals' headquarters. It involved their most private matters. Only if they had a really good relationship and trusted each other deeply would they invite another Gu immortal into the blessed land. Fang Yuan saw that Star Lord Wanxiang was unwilling. Thus he suggested, "All right, I will pay 2 immortal essence stones to buy Spring Star Rain and Dazzling Star Armor. These 2 killer moves along with some Star Shoot Gu. I want enough Star Shoot Gu to activate Spring Star Rain 10 times. Star Lord Wanxiang heard this and shook his head. The expenditure of Star Shoot Gu for 6 uses of the killer move would be worth half an Immortal Essence Stone. Sir is only offering 2 Immortal Essence Stones, yet I have to provide Dazzling Star Armor as well. This is a loss for me. I will not do it." Fang Yuan snickered. Star Shoot Gu is only a rank 3 Mortal Gu. Each activation only uses about 500 at most. Activating the killer move 6 times would consume 3 to 4,000 of them. You are selling that for half an Immortal Essence Stone. Sir might not know, Star Shoot Gu is naturally created in my blessed land. Its production is very slow. It cannot be bought outside because it is a unique product of my myriad star blessed land. Star Lord Wanxiang was very courteous, but his underlying meaning was, buy it if you want to, but if you do not buy it, you will not find it elsewhere. He had the confidence of dominating the market of this Gu. Fang Yuan laughed, continuing to bargain, while the other party refused to relent. During this process, he realized that in the other party's mind, Dazzling Star Armor's value was still very high. It seems that before the War of the 5 Regions, Dazzling Star Armor had not been spread by the respective forces. Thus, this killer move's value is still very high. War was a very efficient method of interaction, especially in this world. During peacetime, primeval stones, immortal essence stones, all these had great value and could not become widely used currency. The economy could not prosper. But during times of war, battle merits, sect contribution points, all these replaced primeval stones and immortal essence stones as currency. They pushed for the development of all aspects of the economy. After realizing this, Fang Yuan stopped being forceful. He used 2 immortal essence stones to buy Spring Star Rain and enough Star Shoot Gu to activate the killer move 10 times. After completing this transaction, Fang Yuan continued to search in Treasure Yellow Heaven. He found out that in Treasure Yellow Heaven, Gu immortals had increased air bubble fish's price up to at least 10 times that of before. Fang Yuan investigated for a bit and realized that the situation was the same as in his memories. During the end of last year, 2 Gu immortals had fought above Air Bubble Sea, causing intense poison to spread in the sea, turning it into a death zone. Rare goods were more expensive. With the production of air bubble fish falling drastically, the price naturally shot up. The 5 regions have regional walls that isolate one another. This causes them to have their own independent events, and they barely influence one another. Since rebirth, I have affected Southern Border, Northern Plains, and Central Continent. Among them, Northern Plains' influence was the largest. It is now a huge mess. Second was Central Continent, followed by Southern Border. After all, what I changed in Southern Border were only events at the mortal level. As for Western Desert and Eastern Sea, they are still the same. Using Spring Autumn Cicada, Fang Yuan learnt about the inertia of the River of Time, as well as the butterfly effect. This sort of lack of change and change interweave together. It was evident that Fang Yuan's understanding towards this world's law of time was becoming deeper. As for air bubble fish, Fang Yuan remembered that during the 5 Regions War, this fish group would be extremely popular among Gu immortals. The price would be even higher than now. That was because an air bubble fish group could boost the rate of mortal Gu appearing in insect groups. Chapter 668. Little Immortal Xing Luo during peacetime. Gu immortals raised Gu. Their demand to purchase large quantities of mortal Gu was not high. Purchasing was a secondary option. In most cases, the primary method was the Blessed Land's own production. The time flow was different in blessed lands compared to the outside world. One day in the outside world was many days inside the blessed land. 1 year outside would mean many years in a blessed land, while each year, there would be a certain output harvested. Gu immortals would normally not choose air bubble fish. Because the price was too high, they would rather simply wait for some time. But during wartime, when Gu immortals frequently fought against each other, they would avoid using their Immortal Gu trump cards often. Mortal Gu would be the common method of attacking, and their expenditure would be huge. Thus, air bubble fish became a sought-after commodity among all Gu immortals during the 5 Regions War. In fact, Fang Yuan had once bought air bubble fish to increase the production of his Starlight Firefly Gu. But unfortunately, Towards the end of his Northern Plains trip, he lacked money. Thus he had to sell almost all of his wolf group, fox group, and large numbers of air bubble fish and hairy men. Fang Yuan had a chance to profit from air bubble fish, but life was full of unexpected changes. Because he sold them too soon, he made a loss instead. Right now in Immortal Blessed Land, there were very few air bubble fish. I still have to buy air bubble fish, but not now. In a few years, air bubble sea would be repaired, and the price of air bubble fish will be lower. By then, I will invest some immortal essence stones and buy a huge group of them. Maybe I should breed these air bubble fish in large numbers, so that during the 5 Regions War, I can make a huge profit. Fang Yuan had just bought over 1,000 Starlight Firefly Gu. They could last him for a long time. He was not in need of air bubble fish to boost their production. Are you little immortal Xing Luo? A moment later, Fang Yuan found his target. Coincidentally, his target was also looking at Yellow Treasure Heaven. That would be me. Senior, what would you like to buy? The price is negotiable. Little immortal Xing Luo's divine sense transmitted. It was quite enthusiastic, even as much as having a tone of flattery. Fang Yuan looked. The goods she was selling were not only small in quantity, they were very common. Almost nobody would pay attention to her. She was evidently quite poor. She was indeed a Gu immortal, but not all Gu immortals were wealthy. Battle, refining Gu, research, undergoing tribulation, all these would greatly expend the Gu immortal's foundation and wealth. Fang Yuan knew from his memories. This little immortal Xing Luo was a lone cultivator, a newly advanced female Gu immortal with weak foundations. She was at the toughest part of her career in starting her trading. Little immortal Xing Luo was a huge figure in the mortal realm. She would be revered and respected by mortals. But in Treasure Yellow Heaven, among the many Gu immortals, she was not outstanding at all. But who would know? During the 5 Regions War, this little immortal Xing Luo would starting shining brightly, using her killer move Icy Stardust to quickly accumulate wealth from battle, becoming quite the famous figure later on. Fang Yuan sighed and admired the mystical powers of time and destiny. According to the prophecy of the 3 Venerables, the 5 Regions War was the start of the Great Era, when this generation's great dream Immortal Venerable would be born. The Great Era where each rank 9 Gu immortal was born had a common point. That was during the chaotic battles, large numbers of new Gu immortals would rise up. The new replaces the old. The waves of an era would cause brilliantly shining ripples. Among paths, forces, individuals, they would collide and interact, causing the way of Gu to develop at a rapid pace. It would be an era of change. Fang Yuan was one of them. He started off with Blood Path, becoming a central continent Gu immortal. But unfortunately, he had only experienced the first half of this new era before he had to use Spring Autumn Cicada to self-detonate. Do you sell killer moves? Putting his mood aside, Fang Yuan asked little immortal Xing Luo. I have one killer move here. Little immortal Xing Luo was a bit embarrassed. This is an Ice Path killer move that I obtained coincidentally. It is called Icy Yarn. Its price is half an immortal essence stone. This is the lowest price for a rank 5 killer move. Her last sentence showed her fear of Fang Yuan suppressing the price. Fang Yuan took a look at the content, humming in discontent. This Icy Yarn killer move needs so many rank 5 Gu, and the defense is a wide-range defensive effect. To use large numbers of rank 5 Gu at once, the user had to be a Gu immortal. Mortals have limited primeval essence and could not do that in most cases. A wide area defense meant that the defensive strength would be lower than a single target defensive killer move. Meanwhile, Gu immortals often fought alone, unless they were enslavement path Gu immortals. But enslavement path Gu immortals had their own enslavement path defensive methods. Why would they choose an ice path killer move? Little immortal Xing Luo laughed bitterly in her heart. Fang Yuan hit the nail on the head. Because of these reasons, the killer move Icy Yarn was not easy to sell. But little immortal Xing Luo had no choice. She had limited goods in her possession, and she was a lone cultivator. She needed huge amounts of resources to kickstart her cultivation. Although she became a Gu immortal, she was left penniless after the tribulation. Most of her Gu worms were destroyed. She had made an elaborate development plan. She wanted to plant a vast number of shiver trees in her blessed land. Her blessed land's environment was very suitable to grow shiver trees, but she lacked the most crucial startup fund. She had billions of primeval stones in her possession, but not a single immortal essence stone. The sellers of shiver tree seeds numbered in only a few people. Most of them wanted specific items for trade or immortal essence stones. They had no need for the stuff that little immortal Xing Luo had. Hearing Fang Yuan say that, little immortal Xing Luo's heart lost all hope. After the last few months, she had gotten used to disappointment. But the next moment, Fang Yuan said, I am researching Star Path killer moves recently. I am a little interested in this Icy Yarn killer move. But half an immortal essence stone is too expensive. If you have any innovative small killer move, Add it in, and I might buy this for half an Immortal Essence Stone. Innovative small killer move. Little Immortal Xing Luo's hopes were reignited. She thought about her own Star Path killer move, 6-9 Stardust. 6-9 Stardust was her personal creation. It used 6 rank 3 Gu and 9 rank 4 Gu, but could unleash the attack power of a rank 5 Gu. She had once been extremely proud of it, but soon her horizons broadened, and she understood that there was a mountain above a mountain, a man above another man. She became more modest. Little Immortal Xing Luo only hesitated for a moment. Her desire towards Immortal Essence Stones had won her over. Junior has a small killer move, but I'm afraid it might be useless to Senior, she said carefully. Fang Yuan's heart jumped, but his tone was still very calm. Oh? Tell me about it. After seeing the 6-9 Stardust killer move, Fang Yuan held in his joy and evaluated. This killer move is barely acceptable. Who knows? It might bring me some inspiration. Well, since my mood is great today, I'll take care of a newbie like you. Ha ha ha. This is half an Immortal Essence Stone. I finally have half a piece. I'm just half short. Little Immortal Xing Luo was overjoyed. When they parted, her tone was full of well wishes for Fang Yuan. Afterwards, Fang Yuan spent another 2 Immortal Essence Stones, buying large amounts of Gu refinement material and Mortal Gu worms. After spending another 2 stones, he bought a group of elderly hairy men. Hairy men were almost always the most expensive among slaves. These hairy men, although they were old and would die in a few years, were very experienced in Gu refinement. Fang Yuan had intended to refine a few sets of Stargate Gu, but this Gu's success rate was very low. Back then, even though Lang Yalan's spirit refined it himself, he still failed many times. If Fang Yuan tried, it would waste a huge amount of his time. He was going to let these old hairy men refine it for him. Central Continent, Immortal Crane Sect, Fu Hu Blessed Land. Fang Zheng had a solemn expression as he stepped into the tunnel. The tunnel was huge and wide. Every 100 steps, there would be an elite rockman guard. The defense was like an iron fortress. These rockmen were all trained by the Blessed Land's owner. All of them had at least rank 4 battle strength and were skilled in Earth Path Gu worms. Every 1,000 steps, there would be a huge rockman. His size would be at least 3 times that of a normal rockman. Even in such a wide tunnel, they could only squat down on the ground. But rockmen were born to dig tunnels and live underground. These rockmen did not feel any discomfort. Every time Fang Zheng walked in this tunnel, he would feel apprehensive, especially when he could feel the rank 5 Gu master aura permeating from these huge rockmen. Our Immortal Crane Sect's strength is simply too great. If these rank 5 rockmen were all brought outside, I'm afraid all the other sects would be shocked. While he passed a huge rockman, Fang Zheng muttered to the spirit incubating flea. Lord Sky Crane, who was inside the spirit incubating flea, said, "Not really. Which sect would not have their trump cards in Foundation? Especially the other 9 great ancient sects. They are no weaker than us. But the current owner of Fu Hu Blessed Land is the 3rd supreme elder of our sect, Lord Tiger Demon. The rockman slaves that he nurtures are the best in Central Continent. Even in Treasure Yellow Heaven, he has huge influence. His wealth and abilities are not something us mortals can begin to imagine." Fang Zheng's heart had a longing feeling. What sort of realm is Gu Immortal? They can actually rear so many rockmen. This is truly amazing. Lord Sky Crane replied. Each Gu Immortal is an elite of the elites, an absolute genius, a dragon among men. They all have great opportunities and chance encounters. They have all cultivated step by step from immortal identity. Fang Zheng, you are rank 5 now. Maybe one day, you will become a Gu Immortal. Fang Zheng shook his head continuously. Master, I know my limits. My rank 5 cultivation was mostly due to the sect's relic Gu. The sect is nurturing me with all its effort, using the resources on me. My rank 5 cultivation cannot compare to you, Master, who cultivated step by step. But now, I think that rank 5 is not something rare. Look at this tunnel. There are at least 30 huge rockmen. Fang Zheng, it is good that you feel indebted to Immortal Crane Sect's generosity towards nurturing you. But do not put yourself down. Man is the spirit of all beings. Although variant humans call themselves humans, these rockmen might look strong and brave, but in one-on-one battles, they are unable to compare to the rank 5 Gu masters in our sect. What they specialize in are group battles. Lord Sky Crane laughed. Is that so? Lord Sky Crane said. These rockmen are very stupid. It was because they encountered a rich master that they could have such accomplishments. Do you think these rockmen can compare to the elders in our sect? If I was still alive, I could deal with more than 10 of them at once. All right, we are at the blood pool. Fang Zheng heard the words blood pool, and his muscles contracted involuntarily. He pushed the door in front of him, entering a cave. This cave was as large as a plaza. Blood-colored light filled the cave along with a dense bloody odor. In the center of the cave, A round hole had been dug out, inside of which blood gurgled and emitted hot air. Fang Zheng took a deep breath before taking off his clothes in a familiar fashion. When naked, he then entered the blood pool, immediately taking large gaping breaths due to the scalding blood. He soon adapted to the temperature of the blood and stood still at the center of the blood pool. The blood pool reached up to his waist, revealing his chest and most of his arms. Begin. Do it one by one, don't be anxious. First is Iron-Blood Gu. Lord Sky Crane reminded. Fang Zheng slowly closed his eyes and activated Iron-Blood Gu as instructed. Immediately, the Gu worm's power started transforming his blood. His red blood began to darken and become denser. The blood flow also became extremely slow. As a result, Fang Zheng's fair skin also darkened. Maintain Iron-Blood Gu. Activate Blood-Blade Gu. Lord Sky Crane said again. Fang Zheng activated Blood-Blade Gu. His body shuddered. His skin burst open, forming over 100 wounds from which large numbers of blood blades shot out. They were all pitch-black iron blood blades. Shortly afterwards, blood like molten iron slowly flowed out of the wounds. Fang Zheng had a cold expression. He did not feel any pain. Instead, intense pleasure attacked his mind. This was the effect of Iron-Blood Gu. It could turn pain to pleasure and help the Gu master to adapt to battles. Even a weak Gu master could turn into a warrior addicted to battle. This was one of the achievements of Immortal Crane sect from years of researching blood path. This blood slowly flowed into the bright red blood pool, dyeing the nearby area around Fang Zheng black. It is the crucial step now. Use Blood Merge Gu. Lord Sky Crane reminded. Fang Zheng gritted his teeth as he activated Blood Merge Gu. Immediately, under the effect of the Gu worm, the more than 100 wounds on his body burst out with an intense suction force. The surrounding blood was being absorbed without pause. Fang Zheng groaned softly. The intense pain had turned into intense pleasure. He gritted his teeth hard, his body trembling nonstop. As large amounts of blood were absorbed, his body inflated, turning into an abnormal fatty. His body was over 3 times the size of his original self. His skin burst open and the thick, snake-like veins twisted around in his body. The elegant and handsome young master had transformed into a nauseating, ugly monster. Don't forget your goal. You need to resist this pleasure. Fang Zheng, activate Failed Blood Demon Flower Gu. Lord Sky Crane was monitoring Fang Zheng's situation and hurriedly reminded him. The words Failed Blood Demon Flower Gu shook Fang Zheng's mind, and he was barely able to get past the intense pleasure, gasping as he activated Failed Blood Demon Flower Gu. Fang Zheng tightly clenched his fists. A large amount of blood in his body was rapidly being corrupted. Under the effect of the Gu worm, vines started growing out of his blood. These thin vines pierced Fang Zheng's skin and soon coiled around his body. Flower buds started growing out of the vines and quickly blossomed, turning into pretty blue flowers resembling chrysanthemums. Fang Zheng tightly gritted his teeth, groaning softly in pain. His face was pale, his whole body was like soil with many demonic flowers growing forcibly on him. This intense pain was 10 times more terrifying than a woman giving birth. Even Iron-Blood Gu's effect was not able to resist this kind of pain. Fang Zheng almost shattered his white teeth from the pain. His face turned pale white, and blue veins popped up on his forehead, making him look malevolent and terrifying. Your blood is boiling. Your organs and your body will be burned by your own blood if this goes on. Use Cold Blood Gu quickly. Lord Sky Crane reminded nervously. Fang Zheng activated Cold Blood Gu with great difficulty. His blood quickly cooled down till he was shivering from the cold. He was finally out of the deadly crisis. That will do. Demon flowers will greatly increase the effects of your blood path Gu worms. You are just a step away from success. Use Blood Sense Gu. Lord Sky Crane said with a hurried tone. Blood Sense. Fang Zheng lowered his head. His gaze had turned blurry from the pain. From the many drills he had done before, he was finally able to persist and activate this blood path investigative Gu worm. Several breaths later, Fang Zheng spoke. I can sense underground, southeast, distance is 5 to 6,000 steps. Great, you did it again. You are on the verge of success. It is the final step. Use Blood Scar Gu to mark the position. Fang Zheng started to shout unconsciously at this time. His gaze was completely blurry. The weakness caused his body to be on the verge of collapse. He exerted all his strength to extract all the potential he had to activate Blood Scar Gu. He was delirious. There was still enough primeval essence in his rank 5 aperture, but he could only mobilize a small portion. The primeval essence was like a small creek flowing slowly into Blood Scar Gu. However, Blood Scar Gu had extremely large demand for primeval essence. Fang Zheng could only persist for 8 breaths of time before he finally collapsed, falling down into the blood pool, unconscious. An incense burner was letting out wisps of smoke. This quiet room had no windows and was extremely dim. Feng Yang was wearing a white robe with a black belt, sitting on a meditation mat with wide sleeves. He looked young and mild like jade. His dark green brows were sharp and long, reaching up to his waist. At this moment, his serene and deep eyes were staring at the spirit incubating flea in front of him. The spirit incubating flea was floating in the air, and Lord Sky Crane's soul was reporting the results of Fang Zheng's training. Feng Yang said with a dissatisfied tone. Sure enough, despite letting him live in Fu Hu Blessed for 8 years, and also giving him many relic Gu to become a rank 5 Gu master in a short period of time, he still can't achieve a simple thing like simultaneously activating 6 to 7 Gu worms. Lord Sky Crane considered his words before speaking. Fang Zheng is young. He is still lacking in the basics of multitasking. But this subordinate feels he is a very hard worker, and he has made large progress rapidly. Recalling the first attempt, he only lasted a breath of time after activating Blood Merge Gu before he fainted. Therefore, I added Iron Blood Gu. The result was that in the second try, the pleasure was too much for him. The blood flowed out wantonly till he fainted. He lasted for 3 breaths of time. Feng Yang interrupted Lord Sky Crane in displeasure. Lord Sky Crane quickly said, Lord Supreme Elder, truthfully speaking, even this subordinate would find it hard to multitask under such intense pain and pleasure. Fang Zheng is not far from success. He was able to persist for 8 breaths of time this time. One needs to last for 10 breaths of time to activate Blood Scar Gu successfully, and he is only lacking the last 2 breaths of time. As long as we can train a few more times and allow a little more time, we can... Enough. How much more? You still want to train more? Time. Just hear yourself. How much time has been wasted in your plan? How long? Years. There is still no improvement. Danghun Mountain is still not in our hands. Don't you know how many dissatisfied voices are there in the sect? How many disciples are requesting the higher-ups to open the exchange of Guts Gu? Subordinate is incompetent and even implicated Lord Supreme Elder. I have committed a heinous sin. Lord Sky Crane begged for mercy when he saw Feng Yang become furious. Feng Yang took some deep breaths before waving his sleeve. Leave now. There is only a month before the sect convention. Before I go to the sect convention, I want to hear the good news of your training succeeding, and that we can start our plan to capture Hu Immortal Blessed Land. But Lord, a month is too short. Fang Zheng will not be able to endure excessive training. We can nurse his physical health with Gu worms, but the intense pleasure and pain will injure the soul, and can even cause his soul to shatter. Lord Sky Crane inquired. Feng Yang chuckled. Isn't the collapse of his soul exactly what you want to see? Thus, you can seize his body and resurrect. Wasn't this your initial plan? His smile turned gentler as he said this. This Fang Zheng has only gone on a crash course to reach rank 5 Gu master. His nature is still childish. He is insufficiently tempered. How could he compare to you, Lord Sky Crane? After we use him to seize Hu Immortal Blessed Land, you can return. Sigh. Since Su San and Zhou Wu were killed by that demon Songzi Sheng, there are fewer and fewer capable subordinates like you at my side. The gentler Feng Yang's tone became, the colder Lord Sky Crane felt in his heart. He replied in a grateful tone. Receiving such importance from Lord Supreme Elder, this subordinate will definitely repay Lord's kindness greatly and offer my life in sacrifice. Good, take your leave now. Feng Yang waved for Lord Sky Crane to leave. The quiet room now only had Feng Yang. His smile gradually disappeared before being replaced by a grave expression, his gaze somewhat tense. After Fang Yuan seized Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he had been in charge of this matter, and now a year had passed. The sect's pressure on him was growing larger day by day. Especially his enemy in the sect, Gu Immortal Lei Tan, who had publicly ridiculed his incompetence several times. The sect convention a month later was a tough barrier. If Feng Yang could not show any progress, it would be very difficult to cross this barrier. He could almost hear Lei Tan's mockery echoing throughout the convention. But it won't be long. As long as this plan succeeds, I can shut the mouths of all those petty people like Lei Tan. I would have the greatest contribution to the sect over these last years. In the attack against Hu Immortal Blessed Land, I will personally make a move. Moreover, I have invited Fairy Tsang Yu and Old Lord Qin Yang. Fairy Tsang Yu has similar battle strength to me, and has at least 3 mortal killer moves, while Old Lord Qin Yang is a rank 7 Gu immortal with an offensive Immortal Gu. The only problem is that the land spirit can prohibit the use of all mortal Gu. I don't have any Immortal Gu to use, so I might not be able to do much. The only method is to consume green grape immortal essence. Fortunately, Hu Immortal Blessed Land was originally barren and not managed properly. How much green grape immortal essence could it have accumulated? I don't believe Fang Yuan can exhaust our 3 Gu immortals' combined strength. As long as Hu Immortal's immortal essence is consumed, the land spirit will be powerless and won't be able to restrict mortal Gu. At that time, Feng Yang mumbled to himself. gradually calming his tensed mind. At the same time, in an underground cave in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan slowly stepped out of the wisdom light halo, a satisfied smile on his face. Just now, he had successfully deduced the killer move, Icy Stardust. Chapter 670. Icy Drill Stardust. The Starlight Firefly Gu were like a swarm of bees, flying in the air, giving off blue starlight. The starlight was being drawn in by an invisible force, gathering into a stargate. This was a huge circular door. It was made up of starlight. It shined like an illusion. It was like a scene within a dream. As time passed, the Starlight Firefly Gu continued to dwindle in numbers, as the dead Starlight Firefly Gu fell to the ground from midair. One leg stepped out of the stargate into Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Next, the entire person walked out of the stargate. It was an old man. He had white hair and deep wrinkles. His eyes were tired but bright. It was Tai Bai Yun Sheng, who had returned from Langya Blessed Land. I am back again. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was covered in dust. He looked at the scenery in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, sighing to himself. Although he had not lived here for a long time, he felt that this was his home. He had a sense of belonging to this place. At this time, Fang Yuan flew over from the sky. Ha! Old Bai, you came back at a good time. Come, see the killer move that I just deduced. Tai Bai Yunsheng saw this familiar figure and laughed heartily. Oh, is that so? I bought a Cloud Path defensive killer move from the Inkman King. Why don't we fellow disciples have a friendly match? Saying this, he flew into the air. Fang Yuan heard this and raised his eyebrows. He stretched out one of his right arms, with his palm facing the sky, and his fingers straight. A lump of starlight soon began to form in his palm. Oh, is your killer move a Star Path killer move? Tai Bai Yunsheng saw this starlight lump and was shocked. He flew into the sky, as a ring of white clouds appeared around him. Tai Bai Yunsheng was at the center of these white clouds. The clouds were like a huge belt, moving around along with Tai Bai Yunsheng. Fang Yuan slowly moved his fingers, grabbing the starlight lightly in his hands. Old Bai, get ready to take this. He growled. As he flicked a finger, a speck of starlight shot out like lightning. The starlight speck's size was small, but extremely fast. It flew in the air, shooting towards Tai Bai Yunsheng. Decent speed. Tai Bai Yunsheng evaluated. From such a long distance, with him completely focused, he had a chance to dodge it. But because they were exchanging blows, he wanted to test his own Cloud Path killer move. Thus he stood still and took the starlight head-on. When the starlight got close to Tai Bai Yunsheng, the white cloud ring suddenly rotated at an extremely fast pace. The cloud ring blocked the starlight for him. Tai Bai Yunsheng stopped the cloud ring. He gazed with rapt attention, only to see that at the area where the cloud ring had blocked the starlight, it had turned blue, and frost energy was oozing, creating a layer of frost. In response, he said laughingly to Fang Yuan, "It seems this killer move that you deduced isn't too amazing. You have to know, my killer move has not been fully activated yet." The corners of Fang Yuan's mouth opened, showing his sharp, uneven teeth. "Neither has mine. Take this." He flicked his fingers, as countless specks of starlight were shot out instantly. Tai Bai Yunsheng was still at the same spot, but the cloud ring around him was rotating faster and faster. It was almost like a white ball had formed around him. Fang Yuan's specks of starlight were blocked by the cloud ring completely. Fang Yuan did not stop attacking. He showed an interested gaze. The pure white cloud ring was gradually turning blue from the starlight, and its speed was getting slower. Your killer move has a great freezing effect. It can slow your enemies. Tai Bai Yunsheng evaluated. My killer move also has another effect. Saying this, he continuing activating his killer move. The cloud ring that had almost been frozen into a blue ice statue exploded. With a loud bang, the blue frost turned into vapor as it spread towards the surroundings. Tai Bai Yunsheng showed joy, praising himself. My cloud ring can store the attacks of enemies. When it reaches its limits, or when I activate the following effect of my killer move, I can make the cloud ring explode, to let my enemies face their own attacks. Junior brother, it seems my killer move is stronger than the one you deduced. Fang Yuan snickered. Old Bai, it is still too early to say that. Saying so, he flicked his wrist, and threw the entire starlight lump towards Tai Bai Yunsheng. Tai Bai Yunsheng's heart shuddered. He quickly activated his killer move, and 5 cloud rings formed around him. With him as the center, the cloud rings expanded out with varying sizes. The cloud rings were like 5 concentric circles surrounding him, protecting him in the center. The starlight lump came attacking, but the 5 cloud rings rotated rapidly. Their afterimages produced an illusory white ball. Tai Bai Yunsheng laughed loudly. He was in the middle and felt extremely safe. But right at this moment, the starlight lump exploded. Ding ding ding, dang dang dang. Large amounts of starlight specks flew everywhere, colliding into one another. The explosion covered Tai Bai Yunsheng's entire body, as frost energy burst out. The force of this explosion far surpasses the force of the individual starlight specks added together. Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression changed. The 5 cloud rings had turned blue, and their speed fell. Again, Feng Yuan raised his 8 arms, with his monstrous arms simultaneously grabbing at the air like claws. The next moment, lumps of starlight formed in his palms. Tai Bai Yunsheng saw this, and his pupils shrunk. He did not dare to be overconfident. He quickly activated his Gu worms and rapidly rotated the rings. Feng Yuan stood on the spot. His 8 arms fired shots consecutively. The starlight lumps flew like a meteor, bombing in the direction of Tai Bai Yunsheng. Bam bam bam. The explosions were right next to his ears. Tai Bai Yunsheng's appearance turned pathetic as he dodged around. The 5 cloud rings had reached their limits. They self-detonated one by one, while the force of the detonation allowed him to regain his momentum. Tai Bai Yunsheng quickly replenished the 5 cloud rings, as Feng Yuan continued to unleash his explosions, but he managed to maintain his defense. Enough. Feng Yuan suddenly stopped. Tai Bai Yunsheng breathed roughly. He slowly flew towards Feng Yuan. What is the name of this killer move? What % of its full power did you use? Feng Yuan replied without any shame. I named this Icy Drill Stardust. This is my unique creation. When I activate it fully, I can unleash a water vat-sized starlight lump up to 6 times. But the bigger the lump, the slower the speed of movement. Because the more stardust there is inside, the more they collide, and the energy used up would reduce their speed. That is to say, you did not even use 50% of the killer move's power. How is your killer move so strong? Although it cannot compare to an immortal killer move, the power is already far superior to most mortal killer moves. Tai Bai Yunsheng gasped. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. When I was in Imperial Court Blessed Land, I found an inheritance. It came from a famous poet of Northern Plains, Do Min Jun. He was creative and created a brand new Star Gu. This Star Gu can increase the attack power of Star Path Gu worms. It is like the weakened version of Amplify Effect Gu. When I deduced this killer move, I fused this Gu into it. Thus the power was this great. This was the true reason why Feng Yuan chose a Star Path attack method. Tai Bai Yunsheng realized at once. So that is it. I knew it. My defensive killer move is called 9 Cloud Ring. When activated at full force, 9 cloud rings can exist at once. Not only is the defense incredible, it can be replenished at any time, and can even return the attacks of enemies back to them. This cost me 2 whole Immortal Essence stones. Feng Yuan nodded. Your killer move is definitely worth the price. In fact, this will be priced at 2.5 Immortal Essence stones in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Inkman King is giving you a favor. Tai Bai Yunsheng laughed. I understand this clearly. He was considering my landscape as before Immortal Gu. He is also a Gu immortal. He needs to undergo tribulations and calamities. When his blessed land suffers damage, he would need to ask me to repair it. Landscape as before Gu is my way to earn a fortune from now on. Old Bai, when your business expands in the future, I am sure many Gu immortals will come to you for help. Come, let's talk while flying. Feng Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng slowly flew towards Danghun Mountain. Tai Bai Yunsheng looked back, only to see that on the battlefield earlier, there were still dozens of blue star clouds. The insides of these clouds were still emitting a cracking noise. It came from the collision of starlight specks. As the frost energy spread around the star clouds, their color faded with time. Junior brother, you are incredible. This icy drill stardust is worth at least 4 Immortal Essence stones if you sell it in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Tai Bai Yunsheng sighed. If not for Wisdom Gu, how would I have endless inspiration? Feng Yuan replied plainly. Actually, with just Wisdom Gu, if he did not have little immortal Xing Luo's Ice Path killer move, Icy Yarn, and her smaller killer move, 6-9 Stardust, he would not be able to deduce the killer move Icy Drill Stardust. When little immortal Xing Luo started rising up, she was extremely poor. Using the opportunity of the 5 Regions War, she used her self-created Icy Stardust killer move to accumulate her wealth, finally gaining prominence and becoming a relatively famous character. Feng Yuan's intention was to make an attempt of buying the former version of Icy Stardust from her. When he saw Icy Yarn and 6-9 Stardust, he guessed that these 2 killer moves were the foundation of little immortal Xing Luo's new self-created killer move. After he spent half an Immortal Essence stone to buy it, he rushed towards Wisdom Gu and used the Light of Wisdom to make deductions. Wisdom Gu's halo brought him unlimited inspiration, and Feng Yuan was a person who had been reborn. He had seen the power of Icy Stardust with his own eyes. This gave him the proper direction, avoiding the need to deduce blindly. Eventually, he combined Do Min Jun's inheritance within, deducing the killer move Icy Drill Stardust. This killer move was different from Icy Stardust. It had a smaller range, but much greater power. One could say that using the inheritance of Do Min Jun, he had already slightly surpassed Icy Stardust. Rank 9 Wisdom Gu is truly phenomenal. I simply cannot imagine the effect when it is used fully. Honestly, I am a little envious of you. After becoming a zombie, you could receive such benefits. Tai Bai Yunsheng looked at Fang Yuan with admiration. Fang Yuan shook his head. There are a lot of flaws by becoming a zombie. Firstly, I have to thank Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Next, I could reach this step because of coincidences and lucky opportunities. If not for the peculiar situation back then, allowing me to reach an arrangement with Wisdom Gu, how could I utilize the light of wisdom? That's right. If not for Red Lotus Demon Venerable breaking Fate Gu, after we die, our souls would be sucked into the door of life and death, slumbering in the death domain for all eternity. How would anyone be able to remain in the world, to become a zombie? Tai Bai Yunsheng sighed deeply. All right, before I left, I urged you to indirectly ask about the details of Luck Path from Feng Yangs Spirit. Now that you've returned, what information did you obtain? Fang Yuan asked. Ever since he learned that long-hair ancestor had discussed about Tao with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable for 7 days and 7 nights, this idea emerged in him. Feng Yangs Spirit was far easier to deal with than Mo Yaos will. But Tai Bai Yunsheng shook his head. He showed a strange smile. After I repaired a few rivers, I was chased out by Feng Yangs Spirit in a hurry. He has to eat his medicine grinder chips. He is very busy. Eat his medicine grinder chips. Chapter 671. Sealing Spring Autumn Cicada. Half a month later, Fang Yuan went to Lang Ya Blessed Land again. It was foggy in front of him. It was a scene of white. Among the turbulent cloud sea, 12 cloud buildings were motionless. Many large rivers resembling dragons were flowing above the cloud soil. After Tai Bai Yunsheng's restoration, Lang Ya Blessed Land had returned to its former state. Fang Yuan was brought into a cloud building, meeting Lang Ya Land Spirit. Lang Ya Land Spirit still had layers of Chi Path seals. But there were originally 18 layers of seals. Under the Inkman King's help, 3 layers were removed. Only 15 were left. Inkman King stood beside Lang Ya Land Spirit. He did not dare to act arrogantly in front of Fang Yuan. He greeted first. Sir Fang Yuan, how have you been? Fang Yuan smiled at him. His protruding fangs made his smile look very scary. He turned to look at Lang Ya Land Spirit, tossing a rank 4 East Window Gu towards him. Look. East Window Gu was floating silently before Lang Ya Land Spirit. Lang Ya Land Spirit could not stretch out his arms, but Fang Yuan lent him the East Window Gu so his consciousness could enter it. After checking the contents, he nodded in satisfaction, pricing. Not bad. Quite impressive. You completely deduced these 3 Immortal Gu recipes. Incredible. This thought process is spectacular. Land Spirit, I did not come here personally to listen to your rubbish. Fang Yuan interrupted Lang Ya Land Spirit rudely, pointing out his intention. Lang Ya Land Spirit was not stupid. He willed and summoned 30 Immortal Essence Stones. This is your remuneration. Fang Yuan took these Immortal Essence Stones and placed it in his Immortal Aperture. His earnings this time was not as much as previously. That was because deducing these Immortal Gu recipes cost him 6 green grape Immortal Essence beads. If not for the Stargate which was already built, he would have to waste another 2 green grape Immortal Essence beads, raising his cost to 8. Even though these Immortal Gu recipes were also remnant recipes with at least 90% completion rate, each of them needed in-depth analysis. Some Immortal Gu recipes were very hard to deduce. There were hurdles one after another. When he thought with his brain, he would expend more wills. But even so, the profits were still immense. Inkman King used an envious gaze and watched the two finish their transaction before smiling. Sir Fang Yuan, actually, each transaction need not be done using Immortal Essence Stones, right? Over here in Lang Ya Blessed Land, there are lots of good stuff that cannot be found in Treasure Yellow Heaven. We can do trading. To speak the truth, my Inkman City has some precious goods that Sir might be interested in. Not long ago, your senior brother Tai Bai Yunsheng had bought a killer move from me. Inkman King saw that Fang Yuan had ample funds and wanted to do business with him. Fang Yuan heard this and smiled. Inkman King's suggestion is great. I lack 3 small swamp Gu and 6 Pine Island Gu. I wonder if you have them? This problem stumped Inkman King. He showed an awkward expression. I am ashamed. This is the first time I've heard of small swamp and Pine Island. These are all olden antiquity Gu worms. Little swamp Gu can change the terrain, forming a small swamp. Pine Island is the same. It can create a floating island on top of the sea. There is a huge tree in the middle of the island. The tree roots would extend and hold the soil together. Lang Ya Land Spirit explained. Next, he asked Fang Yuan curiously. These Gu worms have all been eliminated from use. Right now, Gu immortals have better and cheaper ways to change the terrain of the blessed land. Why do you want these Gu worms? You don't need to ask about my intention from your tone. I assume you have these Gu worms in Lang Ya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan asked mysteriously. Of course. Lang Ya Land Spirit raised his head, saying arrogantly, "Every time I obtain a new Gu recipe, I will refine a few Gu worms to keep them as collection. I have up to 100 little swamp Gu and Pine Island Gu as collection. I can sell them to you. But the materials to refine these Gu worms are now all extinct. You will need to pay an immortal essence stone." Goods were more expensive when they were rare. Little swamp Gu and Pine Island Gu were not even sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Fang Yuan had no hesitation. He tossed an immortal essence stone to Lang Yalan Spirit and obtained 3 little swamp Gu and 6 Pine Island Gu. Next, he looked at Lang Yalan Spirit curiously. "Strange, you collect so many Gu worms. How do you settle the issue of feeding them?" Fang Yuan had been troubled these days over the feeding of Gu worms, especially the immortal Gu that he had. Lang Yalan Spirit gave him the answer. "The problem of feeding mortal Gu is easy. Just create a special environment and let them hibernate. But you can't do this for immortal Gu. Even if they hibernate, you need to feed them. But the food that you feed them will be half compared to normal times." This answer was a little disappointing to Fang Yuan. "Can you go into detail?" he asked. "I believe you have gone to 88 True Yang Building's True Inheritance Secluded Domain, right?" True Inheritance Secluded Domain is a special environment. It can cause Gu worms to hibernate. Mortal Gu will not need to be fed, and immortal Gu's feeding cost would be greatly reduced. Fang Yuan frowned. "Even so, True Inheritance Secluded Domain has so many immortal Gu. I do not believe that 88 True Yang Building can obtain so much resources every 10 years to feed these immortal Gu. That is because Giant Sun Immortal Venerable used food path methods. Food path is a very secretive path. It is solely for the research on how to feed Gu worms, variant humans, wild beasts, and even humans. These very tough questions. Don't ask me questions about food path. I have no idea. The immortal Gu that I have area all fed in the most traditional way." Fang Yuan did not give up. "Back then, your main body and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable refined 88 True Yang Building together. Would you not know the food path methods that he used?" Lang Yalan's Spirit rolled his eyes. The main body had once made an oath with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to not reveal any information regaining the food path methods. "This is a huge secret. Actually, I want to know about it too. But in the memories that I inherited, there is no such information." Fang Yuan nodded. He knew that Lan's spirits were upright and would never lie. He was only asking casually. Although he had completed the transaction, Fang Yuan did not leave yet. He had another objective in coming here. He took out a star shoot Gu, placing it before Lang Yalan's Spirit. "Can you reverse refine the recipe of this Gu?" Lang Yalan's Spirit could not stretch out his hands. He could only sniff this star shoot Gu, saying, "This Gu had obviously been tampered with. The Gu recipe is very hard to recreate. At the very least, a refinement grandmaster is needed. With just this rank 3-star path Gu, it is impossible to reverse refine its recipe. Because this is a new Gu, it will need to be researched and that would result in some costs." Fang Yuan smiled, stretching out his right palm, showing 5 fingers. "I have over 5,000 star shoot Gu." Star shoot Gu was a necessary Gu worm in formulating the killer move Spring Star Rain. Fang Yuan tried using it once and found that the killer move was very effective. He had bought so many star shoot Gu at once. He had the intention to reverse refine it. But right now, his intention was even stronger. 5,000, of course I can reverse refine the recipe. What a pity, I am currently sealed. I can't do anything. Lang Yalan's Spirit sighed. Fang Yuan frowned. This chi path seal still has 15 layers. How long would it take to remove them all? At least a year. Inkman. King said. So long. No choice. This seal is definitely an immortal killer move. The more it is unsealed, the more difficult it becomes. Inkman King showed a bitter laughter. Long-Hair Ancestor was one of the 3 supreme grandmasters in refinement path history. Their names were contained in legends. Lang Yalan Spirit's current refinement path realm was at least refinement grandmaster level. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was only a refinement path master. If he could get Lang Yalan Spirit to help, that would be the best. But now that Lang Yalan Spirit was sealed, he could not refine Gu, and would not be able to reverse refine the recipe. Actually, it is not impossible to reverse refine the recipe. Inkman King suggested. Lang Ya Blessed Land has many old hairy men, right? These old hairy men all have refinement master attainment. By then, let them work for the land spirit while Lang Yalan Spirit directs them personally. Wouldn't that work? Lang Yalan Spirit rolled his eyes at Inkman King. An outsider's silly words. Refinement path is profound and deep. Many methods and killer moves require the relevant wisdom, cultivation, and talent, as well as huge amounts of practice. Do you think that many refinement masters would add up to one refinement grandmaster? Bullshit. Inkman King was scolded till he was stunned, but he only laughed and did not dare to rebuke. In that case, forget it. When you are unsealed, we'll talk about it. Fang Yuan said his goodbye, turning around and leaving. This matter was not urgent at the moment. Lad, even if I am unsealed, I will not reverse refine it for you for free. Prepare 3 immortal essence stones. Fang Yuan's spirit shouted towards Feng Yuan, who was leaving. Feng Yuan did not turn around. He waved his hand as he stepped into the Stargate, vanishing. Oomph, rascal kid. Fang Yuan's spirit watched him disappear as he muttered. After Feng Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he entered Danghun Palace, starting on the matter of sealing Spring Autumn Cicada. He had already obtained Small Swamp Gu and Pine Island Gu. These were the final missing pieces. 7 days and 7 nights later, Feng Yuan planted large numbers of Gu worms on his first aperture as well as the area around his stomach. These Gu worms' effects were interlinked. They amplified each other and formed a strong seal. On one hand, they helped the first aperture to alleviate Spring Autumn Cicada's pressure. On the other hand, they expelled Spring Autumn Cicada's partial aura towards the outside of his body after some modifications. Thirdly, and most importantly, the seal would not affect the activation of Spring Autumn Cicada. This seal can last for 4 years. This way, I have resolved the problem of Spring Autumn Cicada bursting the first aperture for the time being. Feng Yuan checked that there was no problem and sighed in relief. This tough problem was finally settled. He felt a pressure lifting off his shoulders. The process of sealing Spring Autumn Cicada was not easy. After all, he was using Mortal Gu to seal an Immortal Gu. Feng Yuan's soul was so exhausted it faded slightly. After succeeding in the sealing, Feng Yuan fell asleep, not wanting to get out of bed for 3 days. Chapter 672, Difficult Problem of Feeding Immortal Gu. 3 days later, Feng Yuan slowly woke up. His heart was in serenity. He did not feel tired or restless anymore. It seems that the zombie body cannot compare to a live physical body in one more aspect. That is, not only does my soul get weakened more easily, it also is more prone to agitation. Feng Yuan found another drawback of the zombie body. If the soul was weak, it could be easily resolved by using Guts Gu to strengthen his soul. There were many Guts Gu on Danghun Mountain. These were all items of the highest quality for strengthening his soul. But the irritation of the soul required pacifying the soul. The best way to pacify the soul was to use the Bewitching Lake's water, found in Obsession Death Domain. This water was recorded in The Legends of Ren Zhu. It was praised by Verdant Great Sun as an excellent wine. Feng Yuan did not have the waters of Bewitching Lake, but even if he did, he would not dare to drink it. He used the ancient method, the most effective one, sleeping. If I had a normal person's body, I would just need to rest for a while in order to pacify the irritation in my soul. But after becoming a zombie, I would need to sleep for 3 days straight. Soul Path involves strengthening the soul, refining the soul, and pacifying the soul, these 3 aspects. But most Soul Path Gu masters focus on the first 2. Now that I think about it, that should be because sleeping is an excellent way to pacify the soul, thus they did not need to invest in this aspect. After sealing Spring Autumn Cicada, Feng Yuan gained a deeper understanding of Soul Path. Next, he calculated this month's balance. After dealing with Fang Yuan's spirit twice, he earned 60 Immortal Essence Stones. But he also spent a lot. In Treasure Yellow Heaven, he bought more than 1,000 Starlight Firefly Gu, the killer moves Spring Star Rain, Icy Yarn, and 6-9 Stardust, large amounts of Gu refinement materials, large numbers of Mortal Gu, as well as a group of old hairy men. And finally, to seal Spring Autumn Cicada, he bought Small Swamp Gu and Pine Island Gu. He spent a total of 20 Immortal Essence Stones. Right now, Feng Yuan had 30.5 Immortal Essence Stones left. Do not think that this was a lot of Immortal Essence Stones. Feng Yuan also spent much of his Green Grape Immortal Essence. When deducing Immortal Gu recipes, he could only do it by himself. The first time he traded with Fang Yuan's spirit, he only had 9 Green Grape Immortal Essence beads left. After the second deduction, he spent 6 Immortal Essence beads, and improving the sealing method on Spring Autumn Cicada consumed 1 bead. Right now he had 2 beads left. It was necessary to improve Spring Autumn Cicada's seal. Earlier, his estimated cost was 23 Immortal Essence Stones. After the improvement, it fell to 20. This way, he saved 2 Immortal Essence Stones. Only having 2 beads of Green Grape Immortal Essence left was very dangerous. If he met with a mishap, Feng Yuan would only be able to use Myriad Self twice before he would be unable to deal with the situation, especially now, when Immortal Crane Sect was close to attacking. Feng Yuan used 15 Immortal Essence Stones, converting them into his own Green Grape Immortal Essence. This way, his Green Grape Immortal Essence rose to 17 beads, while his Immortal Essence Stones fell to 15.5 pieces. Right now, the crisis with Spring Autumn Cicada's aperture had been temporarily resolved, and his predicament was also relieved after allying with Hei Lou Lan. Dealing with Fang Yuan's spirit earned him huge amounts of Immortal Essence Stones. It was the source of the strength to resolve Feng Yuan's problems. The absolutely terrible situation was alleviated slightly. It was like a land of darkness with dark clouds looming. After Fang Yuan's immense efforts, he managed to create an opening, allowing sunlight to pierce into the land of darkness. Right now in front of him was another problem, and this problem had to be resolved quickly. That was the feeding of Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan was not worried about feeding Mortal Gu, but feeding Immortal Gu was becoming a huge issue. All in all, Fang Yuan had too many Immortal Gu. He had Spring Autumn Cicada, Fixed Immortal Travel, Calamity Beckoning, Delight in Water and Mountain, Worldly Wave Trace, Rising Azure Cloud, Cleanse Soul, Connect Luck, and Woman's Heart. Ordinary Gu Immortals did not even have a single Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan had 9. This was a great boon, as well as a huge burden. Spring Autumn Cicada was fine. It consumed the water in the river of time. It did not need feeding. Fixed Immortal Travel was once fed with 1 bead of green grape immortal essence a year ago in Central Continent time. That could last for 6 years. But 1 year in Central Continent was not 1 year of time passing by for Fixed Immortal Travel. During this time, it was an Imperial Court blessed land, Fang Yuan's aperture, and Hu Immortal blessed land. All of these had faster time flow than Central Continent. And this 6 years was a theoretical number. The more Fang Yuan activated Fixed Immortal Travel, the more this time would shrink. Right now, although Fixed Immortal Travel could still hold on for a while, it was close to needing to be fed again. The remaining Immortal Gu were troublesome. These recent days, Fang Yuan had been investigating and finally obtained crucial information. Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu's food was the black blood of the desolate beast, 6-headed snake. Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu needed large amounts of earth chi, water chi, and some laughter stones. Worldly Wave Trace Gu needed tens of thousands of underworld jellyfish, as well as thousands of deep-sea lightning eels. Rising Azure Cloud Gu needed the dragon scale of the desolate beast, Cloud Dragon, as well as tens of thousands of eyeballs from wind-scythed birds. Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu needed the flesh and blood of over 10,000 White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu. Connect Luck Immortal Gu needed 5,000 kilograms of sand from the resting area of the ancient desolate beast, Worldly Sand Gull. As for the Poison Path Immortal Gu, Woman's Heart, Fang Yuan Spirit had earlier said that it fed on women's hearts. This Gu combined nurturing and refinement. The more hearts used to feed it, the stronger the poison. Among these Gu worms, Calamity Beckoning Gu was just refined. It already needs feeding and is very weak now. The Immortal Gu, Delight in Water and Mountain, and Worldly Wave Trace are components of the Immortal Gu House Water Pavilion. They have been inside Imperial Court blessed land all these years and have been fed well. Cleanse Soul, Connect Luck, Woman's Heart, and Rising Azure Cloud were all hibernating inside True Inheritance secluded domain. During these many years, Giant Sons will had only fed them half of the resources they needed. Now that they are out of the True Inheritance secluded domain, they have woken up fully and are extremely hungry. They need food. Thankfully, I passed Rising Azure Cloud to Fang Yuan Spirit. With him feeding it, it will not die of hunger. I have also left 2 Immortal Gu, Landscape as before and Man as before, with Tai by Yun Sheng. That's his problem to deal with. Fang Yuan analyzed. Even so, the pressure on him was quite intense. Feeding Immortal Gu was not merely a question of immortal essence stones. This world was not like Earth. Earth was a highly commercialized society. As long as one had money, they could buy nearly anything. But in the Gu world, the economy was not developed. There were monopolies in many markets and countless precious and rare resources. Immortal essence stones were a hard currency, but they could not serve all purposes. For example, looking at the food he needed, the desolate beast's 6-headed snake and cloud dragon, as well as the ancient desolate beast Worldly Sand Gull, they were hard to come by and had great strength equivalent to Gu Immortals. Although Treasure Yellow Heaven occasionally sold the flesh, bones, and other parts of desolate beasts, they showed up infrequently and would be purchased within moments when they were available in the market. Even Earth Chi and Water Chi were not easy to extract. White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu and Laughter Stones were very rare goods. They were hardly seen in Treasure Yellow Heaven. In contrast, Woman's Heart was much easier to feed. Although it was slightly troublesome, the difficulty was lower. There was another crucial point, that was time. Fang Yuan did not have ample time to slowly prepare these foods. Thus, he had no choice but to purchase these rare resources in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Even though this would make the price higher, and Wisdom Path Gu Immortals would be left with huge amounts of traces to make their deductions. But Fang Yuan was now known as 8-Arm Immortal. For the time being, no one would connect it to Hu Immortal blessed land. Even if they would, he had to do this. After all, the survival of the Immortal Gu was much more important than being suspected. Of course, he had asked Fang Yuan Spirit long ago, as well as Hei Lou Lan and Fairy Li Shan. Unfortunately, he did not get ideal results from them. Fang Yuan's spirit had once owned laughter stones, but he had used them up when refining Gu. And several years ago, there was a Gu immortal who returned from Eastern Sea, sending Fairy Li Shan a batch of deep-sea lightning eels. But there were only 100 of them, and they were merely used as ornamental attractions. Later, because Fairy Li Shan did not take good care of them, all of these eels died. But this gave Fang Yuan a reminder. Eastern Sea. In Fang Yuan's previous life, when he was immortal, he traveled over the 5 regions. He went everywhere and had once stayed in Eastern Sea for a while. Eastern Sea had abundant resources, the most in the 5 regions. Even Central Continent could not compare to it. Moreover, over these recent years, Eastern Sea had been in turmoil. There were many opportunities available there, and the benefits would be huge too. If Fang Yuan had not been stuck with Dang Hun Mountain's problem, and due to Tai Bai Yun Sheng being the easiest path to resolving it, his first choice would have been Eastern Sea. Thinking about Lan Su Blessed Land, Blue Dragon Whale, Rainbow Island, and so on, Fang Yuan made his decision. He summoned Tai Bai Yun Sheng. Old Bai, how has your cultivation been? Tai Bai Yun Sheng laughed heartily. He could not stop talking. It's great. My progress is very smooth. I helped Fang Yuan's spirit repair his cloud soil and earned 3 Immortal Essence Stones. Next, I restored several rivers and earned another 2 Immortal Essence Stones. I then bought the defensive killer Move 9 Cloud Ring, spending 2 Immortal Essence Stones. Finally, I bought seeds of Float Ball Tea and Treasure Yellow Heaven, spending another stone. Float Ball Tea seeds are very common. You actually spent an entire Immortal Essence Stone. It seems you bought a huge quantity. But your choice is correct. I have seen your blessed land. There are far more time path resources than space path resources. Float Ball Tea grows slowly and floats in the air. You can maximize your advantages and minimize your weaknesses. In a few years, when the Float Ball Tea plants mature, you will be able to reap the harvest and sell them. Fang Yuan evaluated. That is exactly the case. Tai Bai Yun Sheng patted his leg. After the Float Ball Tea plants reach a certain scale, I will bring in a group of jade hummingbirds, developing my blessed land with that as the base. Fang Yuan looked at Tai Bai Yun Sheng, saying, Jade hummingbirds are mutated beasts. The price of a jade hummingbird group will not be cheap. Tai Bai Yun Sheng replied calmly. I have already thought about it. From now on I will use landscape as before to earn Immortal Essence Stones, and learn from Fairy Li Shan's example. I believe my landscape as before is not inferior to Fairy Li Shan's. Mountain Pledge Gu. Fang Yuan nodded. You have landscape as before Gu. Wherever you go, you will be extremely popular. Tai Bai Yun Sheng sighed. It is a pity that showing myself in public is inconvenient now. We are the only survivors after Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed. Right now, we are already considered the top suspects by Northern Plains Gu immortals. If we are exposed, the consequences would be unthinkable. Also, the most crucial witness, Ma Hongyun, has vanished. It seems a certain Gu immortal is holding him captive. It is possible that we might have already been targeted by some Gu immortals. That is why I think that Eastern Sea would be a good place for you to go. At this point, Fang Yuan finally stated his true intentions. Chapter 673, Thousand Wish Tree, Eastern Sea. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was surprised. Right. There are many sea areas in Eastern Sea. The culture and style there are greatly different from Northern Plains. You will certainly have great benefits when you go there, especially in one of the sea areas, Air Bubble Sea. This sea produces abundant air bubble fish, but due to a fight between Gu immortals recently, it has been poisoned. The owners of this sea area, Nai Clan, Xiao Clan, and Ba Clan are having headaches because of this. Fang Yuan explained. Tai Bai Yun Sheng immediately became excited. This feels like a major business opportunity. Junior brother, you are right. We can't move in Northern Plains, but we can go to Eastern Sea. There are regional walls between the 5 regions, and the higher one's cultivation, the more difficult it is to cross these barriers. But we have fixed immortal travel and can thus ignore the regional walls. However, Old Bai, you need to be careful. Gu immortals might not be able to casually travel between regions, but the disturbance in Northern Plains is too large and is already known by the other 4 regions, too. Central Continent's 10 great sects have deep foundations and even their own pawns in all the other regions. I had planned to seize Immortal Gu Dark Limit before going to Eastern Sea, but there has not been much progress at Hei Lou Lan's side. Danger will lurk everywhere in this trip. You need to be extremely careful. Fang Yuan sincerely reminded. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was deeply moved. I understand. But junior brother, you don't need to worry. I have been wandering around in Northern Plains for most of my life. I might not be too skilled in a head-on confrontation, but I still have more than enough ability to protect myself. Fang Yuan nodded. He also acknowledged this point. Otherwise, he would not have arranged for Tai Bai Yun Sheng to go to Eastern Sea. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was experienced and knowledgeable along with being a flying master. Thus his escaping ability was top-notch. Moreover, he now possessed a formidable cloud path defensive killer move, 9 Cloud Ring. When you enter Eastern Sea, don't immediately make dealings with Ni, Chiu, and by clans. Instead proceed to Hei Blessed Land. Among the 5 great trading markets in the world, Treasure Yellow Heaven is first, and Hei Blessed Land is second. Hei Blessed Land should have missions for saving Air Bubble Sea. You can then use this pretext to get in contact with the 3 clans and save a lot of trouble. Fang Yuan reminded. Tai by Yun Sheng agreed. I will definitely go make a trip to Hei Blessed Land. Fang Yuan continued. I need some specific food to feed my Immortal Gu. Tens of thousands of underworld jellyfish and thousands of deep-sea lightning eels. These 2 are specialties of Eastern Sea. Also, see if there are any laughter stones in Hei Blessed Land, the blood of the desolate beast, 6-headed snake, and cloud dragon scales. This is the list of items I require. Here. Tai by Yun Sheng accepted the list and revealed a serious expression. Junior brother, your matters are my matters as well. I will be sure to settle this with all my effort. Fang Yuan gave a bright smile. Old bye, just do your best. Before departing, I hope you can make a trip to Dang Hun Mountain and consume some guts gu. This gu is among the highest quality gu around for strengthening one's soul. It is always best to be prepared just in case. Junior brother, here we go again. I have said it many times. These guts gu are your property. How can I covet your wealth as a senior brother? Tai by Yunxing immediately refused. This was already his 6th time refusing such an offer. Fang Yuan was already his benefactor. He, Tai by Yunsheng, placed this favor deep in his heart, never to be forgotten. So how could he covet Fang Yuan's guts gu? Fang Yuan mumbled before conceding. Strengthening the soul is extremely beneficial for you. How about this? I will sell these guts gu to you for 1 immortal essence stone. It just so happens that I lack immortal essence stones to buy food for my Immortal Gu. Tai by Yunxing wanted to say something, but Fang Yuan waved his hand and continued. Senior brother, danger will be lurking on all sides during this trip to Eastern Sea. I hope you will arm and prepare yourself properly. Otherwise, if some accident occurs to you, I will feel guilty. I try to pay attention to all details when I do something. I hope you can understand. His words contained sincerity and genuine friendship, especially when Fang Yuan called him senior brother, which he rarely said. Tai by Yunsheng's eyes reddened. He rapidly blinked his eyes and breathed out. All right, I understand your intent. Junior brother, we will make this transaction. A day later, Tai by Yunsheng had made all the preparations and left to Immortal Blessed Land together with Fang Yuan, arriving at Eastern Sea. I will hand over both Moving Perspective Cup Gu and Stargate Gu to you. We will maintain contact frequently. If there is any significant matter, please inform me beforehand. Fang Yuan reminded. Junior brother, go back without any worries. If Immortal Crane Sect attacks, don't forget to call me. Fang Yuan nodded, and without saying any more, he activated fixed immortal travel, disappearing from the spot. Tai by Yunsheng stored the Stargate Gu and looked at the surrounding sea. After identifying the direction, he rapidly began flying. When he appeared again, Fang Yuan had arrived at Western Desert. He was standing on an exceedingly tall sand dune. All around him was a boundless desert with countless sand dunes extending everywhere. The scorching sun shone down. There was no wind, and the temperature was so high it made one have the feeling of being broiled. But Fang Yuan had an immortal zombie body and did not feel even a trace of warmth. The coarse and fine sand granules shone like gold under the sunlight. Fang Yuan looked at the sand dune under him. This sand dune was several times taller than other sand dunes. It shone with golden light, and its contours were soft and smooth. The whole sand dune was a scene of nothingness except for a short tree on the peak. This tree was not even 8 feet tall. The branches were short, thin, and twisted like monstrous claws, making it look extremely ugly. But the strange thing was, it had an enormous shadow of light. This shadow of light was extremely large, reaching 500 or 600 feet. The shadow of light was like a flourishing tree with many branches and leaves. The tree branches were white as snow. The flowers were pink like cherries. There were clusters of small fruits among the floral leaves that had yet to ripen, with all sorts of colors. This tree's origin was huge. It was an ancient desolate tree named Thousand Wish. It would finish growing in 300 years, flower at its 600th year, and bear fruit at the 900th year. The number of fruits it produced was always precisely 1,000. Right when the fruits completely ripened, people could bring gu recipes and make a wish under the tree. If the wish succeeded, the fruits would open and the corresponding gu worms would fly out. These gu worms could be mortal gu and also could be immortal gu. But if a wish for immortal gu succeeded, the amount of fruits would decrease accordingly. In Fang Yuan's previous life, this desolate tree had caused a huge battle among Western Desert's gu immortals. Finally, several super forces came to an agreement and tried to partition this tree between themselves. But on the day the fruits ripened and fell down, all sizes of forces, big and small, allied and burst through the blockade created by the super forces, causing chaos throughout the place. A lone cultivator rank 5 Gu master, with the surname Han and name Li, unexpectedly became the first to arrive under the Thousand-Wish Tree. His wish gave him a space path, Immortal Gu named Phantom Heaven. Fang Yuan was a rank 4 Gu master back then who sought to obtain profits in the chaos. After experiencing great dangers and difficulties, he arrived before the ancient desolate tree and was also able to obtain a Gu worm. But this Gu worm was only a rare rank 4 Gu. Even so, this rare rank 4 Gu gave a tremendous boost to Fang Yuan's battle strength. Back then, I had to fight through such a tight siege defense to arrive in front of this tree, and the fruits were already sparse by then. Only 50 or 60 were left. I have now arrived here in this life, but it's too early. The fruits still require over 200 years to completely mature. Fang Yuan's heart was deeply moved, and he smacked this ancient desolate tree, but the Thousand-Wish Tree did not even budge. This desolate tree had astonishing defense and could continue to stand tall against the attacks of Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan had a deep impression of it. The regretful thing was that not long after that chaotic battle, Shi clan's rank 8 ancestor, Shi Jinping, exited his seclusion and suppressed all the experts forcefully, his might awing the entirety of the Great Desert. The Thousand-Wish Tree was taken away by Shi clan and planted at Shi clan's blessed land. Since then, Fang Yuan had not been able to see the Thousand-Wish Tree again. Fang Yuan did not have methods to transplant the Thousand-Wish Tree. Even if he had, he did not have any place to plant it in. Who Immortal Blessed Land had a terrain of grassland and not desert terrain. The Thousand-Wish Tree required this kind of extreme environment to survive. Moreover, if the Thousand-Wish Tree was moved impulsively now, the floral leaves along with the Thousand-Wish fruits would wither and fall, wasting the previous millennium of effort. Fang Yuan walked down the sand dune and left this place. Only after walking for a whole half a day and countless li, he had truly left the range of the Thousand-Wish Tree. Fang Yuan glanced back. There was only flat desert with no signs of sand dunes, let alone the gorgeous shadow of light of the 5 to 600 feet tall tree. He was not surprised. This Thousand-Wish Tree had an ability of shrouding a radius of a huge distance in illusion. When leaving this illusion, one must leave on foot, and approaching it was extremely troublesome. The illusion would emerge repeatedly and could even make people move around the same spot without realizing. It was because of this that I and others could fish for benefits. Fang Yuan smiled. He had fixed immortal travel, so he could ignore this illusion. However, the goal of this trip was not this ancient desolate tree. It was instead the person who had gained enormous benefits from a Thousand-Wish fruit and became a Gu immortal expert later. This person's name was Han Li. Han Li was immortal, but after repeated fortuitous encounters, his nature became steadfast and courageous. His starting point was much lower than mine. When he had just started his cultivation, I was already a rank 3 Gu master in Southern Border. But at the time of my self-detonation, he had already become a Gu immortal at the peak of rank 7, a famous powerhouse of Western Desert. Many influential figures of Central Continent's 10 great sects suffered losses from him. But right now, he is only just a child. According to the biography of Han Li, he should be living in a mortal hamlet near Huang Clan. Fang Yuan's target was Han Li. Ever since Fang Yuan understood the effect of Connect Luck Immortal Gu, he had intended to use his rebirth advantage to get rid of the weakness of Spring Autumn Cicada wearing down his luck. He planned meticulously and ruled out many people, leaving behind only a few targets. Han Li was one of them. These targets were people who would attain great success in the future, having large potential, as well as huge luck. People like Hunting King Sun Gong of Southern Border, who would only be at rank 5 all their lives, were simply ignored by Fang Yuan. Little immortal Xing Luo was a Gu immortal, but her luck was not good, and she would at most reach a small scale of fame. Fang Yuan ignored her too. There was Shi Chao Yu, who would be able to become a rank 7 Gu immortal, but his journey was filled with ups and downs. His luck was definitely not good, and he was also excluded. Only people like Han Li and Ma Hongyuan, who had smooth journeys with repeated fortuitous encounters, were Fang Yuan's targets. However, Ma Hongyuan's whereabouts were unknown at present, and Fairy Li Shan was exerting her full efforts to investigate it. Fang Yuan's first target thus became Han Li. After leaving the Thousand-Wish Tree, Fang Yuan used Immortal Gu to disguise as a man with a yellowish face and a robust body. Then he directly flew towards Huang Clan. Chapter 674. Monolith Luck. The entirety of Western Desert was a vast desert. Oases were like stars in the sky, shining among this sea of sand. Humans lived here by relying on the oases. Western Desert, Shajing Oasis. Huang Clan as an upper-tier force had hundreds of years of history here. They occupied the most important resources at the center of this oasis. At the outer parts of the oasis, there There were small-sized forces that submitted to this Huang clan. At the even further outer areas, near the fringe of Jing Oasis, there were mortal villages. These mortals had a tough life. They had huge numbers and were all under the control of Huang clan and other forces of Gu masters. In these villages, there was a Han village. Near Han village, there was a small natural grassland. Although it was called a grassland, it was much more desolate than northern plains. There was sand everywhere and blades of red dagger grass were sharp as swords, stabbing into the deep parts of the sand, trying to absorb the meager water content. A group of children were bending their backs, holding sickles as they laboriously cut down these grasses. These children were not even 10 years old, but they had to come out and work to make money for the family. This was common in mortal families. The dagger grass had sharp edges. These children were all wearing leather gloves, but there was one without gloves. This bare-handed child sniffed his mucus as he held the sickle, cutting the dagger grass, and placed them into the basket on his back. The radiance of the setting sun was still very hot. These children were all breathing roughly as it shined on them, sweat pouring on their backs. Finally, the sky turned darker as the sun was at the horizon. Only half of it could be seen now, as the children stopped their work. Quickly leave. It is night time. The small ghost jackals are coming out to hunt for food. The child with the largest body frame spoke, like he was their leader. How much did you gather? Wow, that's a lot. As usual, they started comparing with each other. I ate until I was full today. That's why I have strength, hee. But the grass that you cut is still less than Hanli. Hey, Hanli, you are amazing. You can cut the grass without wearing gloves, yet there are no injuries on your hands. How did you do it? A small lass with a ponytail asked. Hanli giggled. The children returned to the village together. They were talking excitedly along the way. When they returned to the village, they split up, returning to their homes. Hanli returned home too. He pushed the broken wooden door and realized that his parents were not back yet. His father was a farmer. He was planting wire cotton at the west part of the village. He had been plowing the fields these days, going out early and returning home late. His mother had a job that everyone in the village admired. Every day, she would enter the outer area of the oasis, doing odd jobs and cleaning for a small-sized Gu master clan. Hanli stood beside one cornstone. He poured the dagger grass in his basket inside. Then he picked up a wooden pole and ground the grass down. He put in a lot of effort. Before long, he was full of sweat. After the grass was turned into paste, he took out a bag and poured a portion of the rice husks inside into the cornstone as well. He mixed them together, creating a paste-like food ingredient. He poured the food into a wooden basin. Next, he brought the wooden basin to the side of the house. There was a flimsy-looking stable beside the house. Inside were 3 fat sand scorpions. These sand scorpions were fat like pigs. They were no threat at all. Upon hearing Han Li's footsteps, the 3 fat sand scorpions rushed out from the shadows of the stable. Go ahead and eat. These were all cut down by me painstakingly. Han Li flipped over the wooden basin, pouring the paste-like food on the ground. The 3 fat sand scorpions surrounded the food and ate. They chewed loudly and made a humming noise. Eat, eat, eat more and grow faster. Han Li's small body was sprawled on the stable. He looked at these sand scorpions as he muttered. These fat sand scorpions were not Gu. They were ordinary creatures. But the meat of the scorpion was plump and delicious. The money obtained after selling the meat would be a huge sum for the entire mortal family. To Han Li's family, these 3 fat sand scorpions were their most important assets. Thus, even if Han Li did not get to eat dinner himself, he had to feed these 3 fat sand scorpions. Gulp, gulp, gulp. At this time, Han Li's stomach started growling. Han Li jumped down from the fence. He rubbed his tummy and returned home, starting to cook dinner. He had to cook dinner for his family every day. The rice they ate was the most common sand rice in Western Desert. The texture of this rice was very bad. It was hard to swallow. But it was easy to cultivate. It was the main crop that mortals ate. As Han Li worked next to the stove, he did not know that someone had been watching him for half the day. As night descended, at the graveyard that was several li away from Han village, Fang Yuan was sitting still like a statue. The reason he chose this place was because of how deserted it was. At night, Fang Yuan came here and activated up to 1,000 investigative Gu. He put the whole of Han village under his supervision. The primeval essence of Gu immortals was unlimited. As long as they had enough Gu worms, they could do things at the efficiency of thousands of mortals or more. In the darkness, Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. He assessed. The age fits. It should be this kid. As he thought about it, he activated the rank 5 luck inspection Gu. Looking from afar, he saw that above Han village there was a lump of a luck cloud. This luck cloud size was not big. It was gray-white and looked very thin. This was a collection of luck. These villagers had a sense of belonging. Thus they felt that they were a collective body, resulting in their luck gathering together. Fang Yuan looked below the luck cloud. Smoky traces of luck were rising from the villagers. After rising for 200 meters, they merged into the luck cloud. And among the traces of luck in the luck cloud, there was one especially eye-catching portion of luck. This luck was like a huge stone. It was floating in the air above Han Li's family, 100 steps away from the ground. There was a crack on the surface of the stone, and a trace of luck was leaking from that crack. It had a golden color and was rising up, fusing into the collective luck cloud. What luck is this? Fang Yuan looked in amazement. He did not obtain the luck path true inheritance. He was quite unfamiliar with the meaning of the different forms of luck. For the time being, he decided to name this form of luck, calling it Monolith luck. Only Han Li was at his home right now. Seeing this, Fang Yuan could confirm that Han Li was the future rank 7 Gu immortal, the guy with countless fortuitous encounters. Fang Yuan then tried to look above him, but saw nothing. What a pity, after becoming an immortal zombie, I cannot detect my own luck anymore, unless I get the rank 6 luck inspection Gu. But who knows how my luck is now? Is it still the black coffin luck? Fang Yuan muttered to himself. He had always been very curious towards luck. But just as he was about to take out Connect Luck Gu, he heard someone shouting, "Little thief Ling Hu, you are hiding here. Do you think I, plump lady, can't find you? I chased you for countless miles. Quickly return my immortal essence stones." Fang Yuan was secretly shocked. He turned around and looked, only to see a human figure made of moving sand, shouting at him from far away. Fang Yuan's heart sank. He shouted, "Plump lady? You got the wrong person. I am not the person you are chasing." "Bullshit. Little thief Ling Hu, everyone knows you are an expert in disguise. Do you think that I would not recognize you when you disguise your appearance like this? You have some guts, stealing from me. I will beat you till your intestines are blown out." Not only was the human-shaped moving sand figure shouting, at the same time, there was a furious growl in the air as well. The voice was like thunder. It pierced heaven and earth. The entire oasis was shocked by this and went into chaos. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. He did not think that by disguising as a normal human and hiding his zombie appearance, he would unexpectedly be treated as a thief by someone else. He stood up and turned around to look, only to see that at the northeast area, yellow sand was flying in the air and intense winds were blowing. The sound of the wind was like the roaring of beasts, continuous and loud. The yellow sand on the formerly peaceful ground was whipped up like tidal waves in the sea. The sand waves attacked one after another. Fang Yuan took a deep look at the monolith luck before moving his body and charging towards the attacker head-on. Soon after, he saw the culprit. This was an extremely fat female Gu immortal. She had a thick waist and broad shoulders. She was like a water tank. She stood on the yellow sand waves as she arrogantly and furiously looked at Fang Yuan. She stretched out a finger, scolding, "Little thief Ling Hu you." Just as she spoke, Fang Yuan attacked. Heavenly zombie transformation. Fang Yuan purposely shouted, before removing his disguise, showing his immortal zombie appearance. At once, a 6-meter-tall monster with a green face and sharp fangs, blood-red eyes, 8 monstrous arms, and bulging muscles appeared before the female Gu immortal, Plump Lady. He looked ruthless and terrifying, radiating killing intent. Plump Lady was shocked. She said, "You." Fang Yuan stepped on the ground, causing a loud sound. The ground was cracking under his pressure as he flew towards Plump Lady like a cannonball. Plump Lady saw Fang Yuan's ruthless charge, and her heart shook. She quickly raised her arms. Swish, swish, swish. 3 huge sand waves immediately rose into the air, reaching hundreds of meters in height. The huge waves came crashing. Fang Yuan snickered as he raised his speed, crashing towards them. Bam, bam, bam. In the blink of an eye, he scattered the 3 huge sand waves and appeared before Plump Lady. Plump Lady's heart was pounding. She finally realized she had found the wrong person. But she was someone with a fiery temper. Fang Yuan's fierce and ferocious actions aroused her anger. "I'll let you taste my killer move, martial sand armor," she shouted loudly. As 2 traces of yellow sand gushed out from her ears, the sand quickly gathered and enveloped her entire body. In a few breaths of time, she had turned into a sand giant that was about the size of Fang Yuan, but she had a thicker body. Fang Yuan charged forward as the sand giant roared, slamming with both its arms, displaying unrivaled fearlessness. Boom boom. With 2 loud bangs, the 8-armed immortal zombie's fists met with the sand giant's. The sand giant's fists scattered into yellow sand, while Fang Yuan's fists were fractured. Plump Lady took a step back as the scattered yellow sand merged to create the sand giant's fists again. Fang Yuan, however, took a huge step forward. While his fractured fists were recovering rapidly, his remaining 6 fists slammed at the sand giant. Crash, crash, crash. At once, the 2 engaged in fierce combat. Yellow sand was flying in the air as the sound of bones breaking could be heard continuously. Plump Lady was more shocked as she fought on. Who is this person? Why is he so insane like a demon? He is even more ruthless and fearless than me. Chapter 675. Dead. Fang Yuan laughed wickedly. His 8 arms turned into fists and slammed. They opened into palms, slashing and smacking. They also became claws or piercing fingers. He showed his immense attainment in close combat. Plump Lady relied on martial sand armor's thick defense normally to engage in her relentless assaults. She was used to bullying other Gu immortals. But in front of Fang Yuan, she was at the losing end. Fang Yuan's fist shadows were flying. He moved nimbly as Plump Lady desperately dealt with his attacks. She could only parry his attacks, but not retaliate. Suddenly, Fang Yuan saw an opening and got close to her. His 8 arms were like pythons coiling around her, as his 2 monstrous claws destroyed the sand giant's 2 arms like a drill. The sand giant roared, knocking its fat tummy towards him. Fang Yuan snickered in his heart. He had been expecting this. His figure moved quickly as he flew to the sky above the sand giant. His left knee slammed towards it, and with a bang, the sand giant's head was scattered. Before the yellow sand regenerated, Fang Yuan's right leg chopped at it like a battle axe. Bam! The yellow sand scattered. As the defensive killer move was broken, Plump Lady vomited a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground like a falling meteor. Fang Yuan tore the yellow sand open, like an eagle scavenging for food. He flew down from the sky, bringing the intense winds with him. He was bent on killing Plump Lady. Plump Lady, who was falling, saw Fang Yuan chasing her and showed an expression of fear. She attempted to pull some distance from him, but Fang Yuan's speed was faster. Bam! With a loud explosion, Fang Yuan charged down from a high altitude, directly slamming Plump Lady into a deep part of the desert. Large amounts of yellow sand was sent flying. The huge impact created a large circular crater. It was 1,000 steps wide and about 30 meters deep. Oh! Fang Yuan stood at the pit of the crater. He had a surprised look as Plump Lady's corpse suddenly disintegrated into a pile of sand. At the same time, he heard her shrill laughter from the air. "Oaf! I will let you taste my attacking killer move, Burial Dragon Sand Coffin." As she said this, the yellow sand around the crater gushed down like tidal waves, filling up the entire round crater. Fang Yuan could not dodge in time. He was buried within. The surface of the desert was as flat as a mirror. Plump Lady's mouth was oozing with blood as she sat on a lump of yellow sand. Her palms were placed together as her eyes were staring wide open, activating her killer move maniacally. On the surface of the mirror-like desert, the sand statue of a certain horned dragon appeared. This horned dragon statue coiled around. The dragon's head bit its tail, gathering the surrounding sand and forming a great force to suppress Fang Yuan, who was under the sand. The intense battlefield had turned peaceful once more. Huff! Plump Lady let out a breath of turbid air. She wiped her sweat as she finally relaxed. It is over. My burial dragon sand coffin can form an incomparable pressure, emitted on my enemy in all directions. Once my enemy is trapped, they cannot move until they are turned into meat paste. In the past, I forcefully suppressed a desolate beast, evil dragon, not to mention restraining a lone zombie. Plump Lady muttered to herself. Her words had great effect as she quickly calmed herself down. But right at this moment, there was a loud explosion from beneath the ground. Bang! What sound is that? Plump Lady's body shook. She became nervous again. Bang! The loud bang could be heard again. It was like there was a giant underground beating a drum. Damn it! It is my burial dragon sand coffin. Plump Lady became alert. She stood up abruptly, but her vision turned dark. Her body was swaying as she almost fell onto the yellow sand on the ground. She was indeed injured. When Fang Yuan tore the martial sand armor, his strong punch had heavily injured her. At the crucial moment, she used her killer move as a body double, attracting Fang Yuan's attention as she hid inside the yellow sand that was flying all over the place. After that, she used her killer move Burial Dragon Sand Coffin and trapped Fang Yuan underneath the sand. Impossible. Even a desolate beast, evil dragon, met its end under my killer move's power. This killer move is worth at least 3 immortal essence stones in treasure yellow heaven. Plump Lady spoke to herself. Bang! Right at this moment, there was another explosion. The originally fearsome and powerful evil dragon statue shook. It was covered in cracks as sand fell off the statue. Plump Lady's heart shuddered along with it. She stared with her eyes wide open. Her gaze was fixed on the desert below her feet. Boom, boom, boom. The loud sound descended again. It became more and more frequent. The ground was shaking along with it. Plump Lady's mouth was dry. Her heart was pounding from shock as she felt that her killer move was not trapping a person. She was trapping a fearsome monster that was even fiercer than the desolate beast evil dragon. Bam! The huge dragon statue could suppress him no longer. It completely disintegrated. The surface of the desert swelled up like a tumor. Sand burst out and rained down, as a huge figure appeared before Plump Lady once again. It was a moonless night. Winds were blowing intensely. giving off an eerie and scary feeling. An 8-armed monster that was 6 meters in height. Fang Yuan, who had a green face and sharp fangs, was like a demon god incarnate. He brought fear and nightmares to this world. Different from before, he was covered in a black armor. The armor was spiky and looked very fearsome. It was extremely thick and could make Fang Yuan's tall and mighty heavenly zombie body become even more imposing. His demonic aura was oozing everywhere. This was Fang Yuan's defensive killer move. If Plump Lady lived for another 400 years, she would recognize this. During the chaotic 5 Regions War, this was the most common defensive killer move, hair armor. It had the rank 5 indestructible steel main Gu as its core, with several hundred Gu worms as assistants. It allowed a Gu immortal to grow an absurd amount of hair all over their body to form body armor. Not only was this cheap and efficient, it had great defense, and the Gu worms used were easy to replenish if they were damaged. After Fang Yuan became an immortal zombie, his hair had become tough as steel. When he used hair armor, the effect was greater than most ordinary bodies of Gu immortals. Using hair armor and his immortal zombie body, he took on Burial Dragon Sand Coffin directly, without taking any injury. This killer move had appeared 400 years in advance. Plump Lady could not recognize it, but it did not hinder her from evaluating this killer move's value. This defensive killer move is stronger than my martial sand armor. If it is sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven, it would be sold at 2.5 Immortal Essence Stones. Thinking of this, Plump Lady's battle intent fell again. Sir, I am Mo Clan's Gu Immortal. I am chasing a thief. I mistook you for him. I believe that you are not Ling Husu now. This is a misunderstanding. It is said that friends are often made after a fight. We should. Fang Yuan laughed coldly. Interesting. Mo Clan's Gu Immortal. If I kill you, it will surely be very enjoyable. This was the first time Fang Yuan had spoken in this battle. His voice was hoarse and terrible to listen to. Plump Lady shuddered when she listened to him. Mo Clan was a super force in Western Desert, an overlord that dominated a territory. But Fang Yuan was fearless. He had no consideration for Mo Clan at all. Plump Lady's heart sank to rock bottom. Where did this demonic cultivator come from? Such incredible battle strength, high quality among rank 6 Gu immortals. Yet he is so arrogant and ruthless. Next, Plump Lady saw a pair of wings growing on Fang Yuan's back. His wings were black, that of a bat's, black and huge. They flapped. The bat wings vanished like an illusion, but it caused Fang Yuan's body to shoot forward at lightning speed. So fast. This is a killer move especially for movement. Plump Lady's pupils shrunk. She had made up her mind to run. She screamed shrilly. Her plump face could not conceal the immense fear and shock she felt. Seeing that Fang Yuan was getting close, Plump Lady's body burst out with a dazzling yellow light. The yellow light caused her body to move back rapidly. She escaped in the opposite direction at lightning speed. Fang Yuan activated the movement killer move Light Illusion Bat Wings again, but could not catch up to her. A few breaths later, Plump Lady vanished into the horizons. Plump Lady suffered a huge loss. She even used her killer move Light Sand Escape. Her foundation will definitely be affected. This guy is so absurd. He actually fought till Plump Lady escaped. Far away, Ling Husu hid deeply within a sand dune as he suppressed his aura, not daring to show any flaws in his concealment. She escaped quickly. Fang Yuan snorted. He stopped at the battlefield and used Investigative Gu to search. Ling Husu did not dare to breathe loudly. He felt that the Investigative Gu's aura had been sweeping the area where he was hiding in. Fang Yuan searched for a long time, but seeing that there was no effect, he left. He's finally gone. Weird. Why is my heart in so much unrest? Ling Husu had just wanted to come out, when suddenly his heart shook and he changed his mind. Time had slowly passed, and it was already late at night. A figure moved like a phantom, descending from a high altitude. It was Fang Yuan. He had purposely left, turning around and flying into the clouds, secretly inspecting the ground. He had waited for a long time, but did not see anyone. He snorted coldly, giving up on his search and returning to Shajing Oasis. So close, so close. This demon is really scheming and cunning. Thankfully I was careful, otherwise I would have fallen for his trap. Ling Husu curled up in the sand nearby, breaking out in cold sweat from fear. In the darkness, his eyes were moving randomly. What is the origin of this demon? Where did he come from? What unspeakable secrets does he have? Ling Husu was extremely curious. But this demon's investigation methods cannot discover me. Should I trail him and see what he is up to? But when he thought about Fang Yuan pretending to leave and returning, his thoughts were extinguished like a candle. This demon is not only ruthless and cruel, he is also very crafty and cunning. I should forget about it. Anyway, the Immortal Essence Stones are already mine. Ling Husu discarded this thought. He did not dare to come out of the desert's surface. He drilled underground. He did not have much battle strength, but he had many movement killer moves. His speed underground was unexpectedly not slower than an ordinary Gu immortal's flight. He chose the opposite direction as Fang Yuan and left. Fang Yuan returned to Shajing Oasis once again. Lights lit up the oasis, as loud noises resounded everywhere. Even though Fang Yuan had purposely gone far away, the battle of the Gu immortals still caused quite the commotion. The mortals were all panic-stricken. Fang Yuan ignored them. He used luck inspection Gu and found Hanli again. He was extremely alert. He concealed his traces as he used Connect Luck Gu secretly. This time, it was smooth sailing and there were no more accidents. The two had their luck connected. Fang Yuan could see that Han Li's Monolith luck was shrinking at a shocking pace. Soon after, the Monolith luck was filled with cracks. It crumbled. A few breaths later, Han Li's luck fell to an ordinary mortal's smoke trace level. Next, his faint gray-white smoke turned black. Oh no! Fang Yuan saw this, and his heart sank. At the same time, Han Li was eating with his parents who had returned. He was extremely hungry. He gobbled up the food. Eat slowly, son. His mother laughed dotingly. She was very concerned about her son. Guh. Suddenly, Han Li grabbed his throat. His eyes were wide open. He choked. Son, quickly spit it out. His parents were shocked. They moved frantically. But they did not manage to save Han Li. He was dead.